So let me try to make sure
Good
everything.
morning, everybody. Tuesday morning, new court day.
Good morning,
I'm
everybody.
working on. Something's going on with my thumbnail. Let me see if I can fix this. But today, Capricorn Car- Capricorn Clark is going to testify today. That's one of Diddy's employees, and she used to hang around Cassie all the time. I don't have my phone, Perry, so I need you to because I got to fix this thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, what a good break, but not a break. Here we go. No sign yet?
Yeah, I see something looked like something came out 6 minutes ago,
What did it
and it
say?
was like the attorney came out and said, yes, there was a partial profile from the glass bottle in the car, but investigator Jimenez does not know what that means. But there, judge, you don't object to the report coming in. Only what Mr. Agnafilo will ask, attorney, we do object to the reporting coming in. So it sounds like they actually fighting over, before the jury come in on what kind of
Mhm.
evidence they could bring in or not.
Oh, of course, every day.
Hmm.
Before court in any kind of way, there's an objection to some kind of evidence coming in, some that they didn't put on the evidence list. We're starting to know them like the back of our hand, aren't we? Like,
Hmm.
okay, this is the kind of stuff that drives me crazy. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Well, 4-day weekend. And hold on. Something's going on with my thumbnail. Not letting download. We didn't do
Yeah.
anything.
uh,
Go ahead.
uh, And basically, it sounds like they fighting over it because Agnafilo says he got the results back. If the DNA came back with Sean Combs' DNA, this investigation would have gone in a different direction. But it was consistent with a female contributor, judge. So it's not whether the results was accurate, only the impact. Then the judge came back that says, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'll hear you at sidebar after the direct.
Oh my gosh.
The attorney, the U.S. attorney says, this DNA issue can mislead the jury. Agnafilo, we could prove this up through the serological. This is fair game for the witness. Judge, for now, the objection is overruled. And I think they're going back to, remember they said they had some DNA tests last week on
Yeah,
the Kid Cudi's car
right.
explosion? Yeah.
They had some what? Say it again. I'm sorry.
Okay. Remember how they were saying Diddy's, broke into his house and then the car bombing, right? That
Hmm.
they basically said that they found DNA came back
Right, right,
of a female.
right.
So the prosecution don't want the defense to bring this up, basically.
Oh,
Sounds
okay.
like because at the same time, my thought is, why are we too busy blaming Diddy when DNA is coming back of a female? Did Capricorn Clark do it? Hell,
Oh
did
my
Cassie do it?
God. Something's
We,
wrong with Perry.
we don't know who did it.
Did Capricorn Cuddy do
Right.
Capricorn Clark? Did
Clark.
Capricorn Clark do it? Well, I guess we'll
So
find
I
out.
mean, because remember they had that dialogue about she called Cudi and said Diddy's at your house or he's going to your house, something to this effect.
Hmm.
You
That
know, it
means
was,
Capricorn Cudi did it.
huh? No,
Does
I
that
don't,
mean Cap?
we don't know who did it, but the whole thing is when you want to bring in evidence, if you're doing DNA, let's explore the DNA. If it's a female, why are you assuming Diddy did it? Did Diddy hire a female to drop the cocktail in his car? Did that make sense?
No, no, Perry.
Oh well, I mean, why are they bringing it up like they got DNA as if they got Diddy fingerprints on the shit? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but it's gonna be crazy what this Capricorn Clark talk about today.
How do you know?
Well, I mean, I was reading something. They were just saying that she could talk about. She was friends with Cassie too, and had
Mm.
worked for Diddy. Then with this thing with Kid Cudi, she was like a person going in between. But who sent her to go in between? Was it Cassie?
Perry.
And did other things happen to Capricorn Clark? Did he fill her up too? We don't know what she gonna say.
Oh my God.
I mean, 'cause we know how Diddy do it. His fingers start to wander. You know what I'm saying?
Perry, it's too damn early. Listen, let me put up this thumbnail. I don't know why I'm having a difficult time with it. And then I could address the audience because it's so early and you are not woke yet.
Shit, I'm not woke.
But I see you got your poll up. What does the poll say?
Oh, no, I was just asking to make sure they hit the like button first.
Oh yeah. You guys make sure you hit the like button, please, please, please. We trying to get the video pushed through the algorithm, and you guys have been really holding us down lately. Thank you so much.
So let's go
Okay,
back to the
now
article. This
I
was a few
finally
minutes.
got the thumbnail down. Hold on one second, babe.
Okay.
Just make sure
Ooh. Are you hot?
everything else.
I think you need to turn the AC up.
Am I hot?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Damn, I feel like I'm a 72-year-old woman with a heat flash. Hold
You
on.
feel like you have a heat flash?
Hell yeah. If
Turn the
this
air
how
on.
I know, if this how y'all feel, I'll be damn. Hold on.
Something's wrong with Perry. Okay, it's too early. He's coming downstairs. Here we go. Hold on, guys. Okay. I'm having a hard time getting going this morning. I just gotta snap out of it. Why is Perry outside in the garage? What is he doing? Something's wrong with him. Hold on, you guys. I can't uh see you. I'm on a whole different page trying to fix the thumbnail. All right, let's see if that works. Got to be good enough.
Whew.
Okay, why? Okay, so everybody's saying that victim number 3 is Gina, but CNN did not. I'll show you guys the where are you guys getting this information that victim number 3 is Gina? I'm going to show you this article. Let me find the article. Anyway, whoever it is, they want to subpoena this person. This person is supposed to testify that there were LP people at the party. So it's supposed to be very necessary testimony from victim number 3. But CNN suggested that it was Allie Carter, and then everyone was like, no, it's Gina, it's Gina. Where did you guys get it so I can look that up? So I'm going to pull mine. LP stands for little people. Hi, Renee. It's the girl they are fruit of at the white party. The girl laying on the table for fruit. Yeah, thank you. That's what LP stands for. And I'm using that because Allie says the other word, and it's just crazy. I heard. You saw it in my chat. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, I was just asking. Hi, Lorene. Hi, Renee. Got you. Okay, you guys were just saying it was Gina. Let me find this CNN article. Okay, yeah, Renee, the girl laying on the table, whatever it is. Do you guys remember that? I don't even know what word I can use. So right now, the testimony is just a bunch of grown people, but it was supposed to be from victim number 3, not grown people, not as in height, as in age. So we'll see. Who's testifying? Miss Miss Tisha. Tisha? Um, you like my hair better curled? I said that this morning, but my daughter-in-law said, "Nah, switch it up." She's supposed to have evidence number 3. So whoever it is, you think they lied about? Well, I wouldn't say they're lying. I would say there's no evidence to support it just yet. I don't know.
Somebody said she was paid off. Gina.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know neither.
it feels like it. Let me say it that way. It feels like it. So, you like my hair better straight? Thank you. It's easier straight. You think people are being paid off? I mean, listen, they're having a lot of problems with people testifying. The strongest witness they have right now is Kid Cudi. But the other people, like the escorts and stuff like that, they're what they call hostile witnesses. They don't want to testify. They're being forced to testify, as in either you testify or you're going to get in trouble. So I don't know. Here, let me go grab my phone and then we'll keep
Okay.
going.
And then 2, you know, I can see how the day gonna go, people. My wife already coming out. Oh, Kid Cudi, his testimony was so great. Now, he testified, but what did he really say? Somebody broke in his house. I don't know who it was. Somebody bombed my car. I don't know who it was. Did you have a police report? I mean, like, was charges placed on Diddy? No. Did you sue whoever you thought did it? No. So I don't know how Kid Cudi shit was so great. Just to me, I just don't see that. And I know people, we're gonna go into the day, we're gonna go back and forth, but I'm not here to make an excuse for Diddy. And we shouldn't make excuses for the prosecution either. Either they got some damn proof or they don't.
Perry, what are you talking about?
Oh,
See what happens when I go get something to drink? What is wrong with you? Perry, what is wrong with you? What are you talking about? Oh, my
I'm
phone.
just
Damn.
saying.
Hold on,
Oh,
Perry. I gotta go grab my phone. I had to
yeah,
get back because I heard you talking trash. I'll be right back.
yeah. But anyway, people, like I was saying, look, the bottom line is, like Rodney King said in 1978, can't we all just get along? We're gonna try the shit today. We're gonna try it. But let's be fair. We know Diddy got some anger issues, putting his hands on women's issues, a freaky issue, and got away with a lot of shit. The whole thing is, where we disagree at is, how do you penalize him? I say let's do it the right way. Now, it's a lot of charges. They could have had him in the state. Why you try to calculate and use this RICO? I'm starting to see them use this RICO as a thing where they can get any damn body. Let's talk about their childhood in elementary school. If they was tardy for class, let's gather all their stuff when they was a teenager and they could have hit that wacky weed. Gather all this stuff and hopefully we can get something to stick. I don't have no problem with Diddy getting sentenced, found guilty, as long as you do it properly. Don't hoodwink them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. But I understand y'all feelings is he got away with so much. Y'all just want to see him paid. That's understandable. But we in court. And what happened to Diddy, if they can get Diddy off some weak ass Rico stuff, it could be anybody's name on it. It could be yours, Jessica, Sheila's, ZQQ, Beverly, Michelle, Terrence. It could be anybody's names on it in the future. So they just trying to find a way where they could just, well, we could throw the book at them. They had to break one of these rules. If you get 2 out of 10 right, you know, but the shit could become a real law, and they use it more and more, and it can affect everybody.
I can't find my cell phone. I had it last night. It was in my purse, and I don't know where it is.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
No, it's probably in the.
Okay, let me go look. It's probably where?
Well, it's probably by your makeup desk. It's probably in the bed. Oh. You know how you roll. Yeah.
I'll be right back. Something's wrong with you.
It might be just sitting in the damn driveway and you didn't go nowhere. I don't know how I got out there, but that's how you do it. But no, I'm just saying with these rules, look, let's keep it real. And I'm almost scared to bring this person's name up because we always argue about it. We can see the imperfections with Diddy, but we can't see it with other people. Oh no, she could never do that. She was in love. Stuff like that. Come on, people. Look, a fool is a fool. And you can make excuses for a fool, or you can say, yeah, that was some dumbass shit. So we're not going to go there with Cassie or even all these people who's supposed to be doing such a great job. Can somebody tell me in the chat what kid, can my wife get caught up to? She'd be wanting, just send him to prison. Just do this or whatever. He did it. Can y'all tell me what Kid Cudi said on Friday that was so great? I mean, refresh my mind. He testified.
He testified to Kid Cudi's personality. That's what he did. Okay.
He got an album coming out too. Who gives a damn about his personality?
Who has an album coming out?
Kid Cudi.
What's that have to do with anything?
I mean, he just went there to advertise that. You know,
Perry's gonna keep talking until we give him a reaction. Let's not give him a reaction today. I see him. It's too early. He's smiling. He thinks he's funny. No reaction today, Perry.
Oh, no. I just want us to be able to get along today. Everybody. I mean, I know it's gonna be hard for me and you. That's the damn Detroit in you.
So listen, you guys, remember I was telling you, I can't talk about it, that our leader is putting a lot of money into Detroit.
Thanks, Moby.
What? I can't see. I'm on a different page. I'm trying to pull up CNN.
Kid Cudi didn't move the needle. Not at all.
Oh, somebody said that. Are you serious?
He walked in, signed a couple autographs.
Hey, the best
album coming out. See y'all later. I don't know who blew up my car. Who broke into my house? Who changed my cameras? Well, why the hell are you here? You a nice guy, I guess. But it seemed like allegedly a lot of people hated him. I don't know why. I'm not that much into Kid Cudi. My son loved Kid Cudi. But for me, I'm just saying.
I can't. Something's wrong with you, Perry. So wrong.
What's up, LeVar? He says good morning out there. Good
morning,
LeVar.
Everybody. Okay.
But I just think sometimes we just got to get real, like No, I don't want to say that. That get me in trouble.
Good.
Sharrell, get out of your feelings. Maybe it's a hormonal thing.
I'm on. Just, I'm not. Anyway, let me try to get to this CNN backup. Of course, we're going to start out every trial every day with a evidence debate. Can it be in? Can it not be in? Da 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 da.
See, somebody angry already, but look, I'm gonna get to them in a minute. Look,
Hold
Beatrice
on.
said,
Yeah, I gotta find this.
okay, I'm gonna read Beatrice give a super chat. She says, Judge said Kid Cudi and all the rest of the people right now, the prosecution has shown nothing except abuse. They have shown no RICO anywhere. Thanks, Beatrice. But if you
That's
hear the
what.
critics and you hear the people who just want Diddy to go down from his previous crimes he got away with, and granted, he got away with half of them too because people didn't press charges. So, and then he paid some off, paid some people off and stuff like that. I get it. But right now, don't tell me it's raining when it's 115 degrees and sunshine outside. Just don't come with the bullshit. Let's just call it the way we see it. Oh, yeah, they don't prove the RICO. That's a given. He don't hit 3 out of the 8 items that he had to hit or whatever it is. Maybe. And maybe to some jurors, right? Because some jurors going to look at it and read the fine print and be like, yes, that's the definition of
No,
a
no,
RICO.
no. But I wanted to say this
Yeah, go ahead.
because a lot of people were talking about it this weekend, and you were talking about it with somebody else. And they were saying that it's real important that they really prove that it's RICO. Because if you don't prove that it's RICO, you're going to move the goalpost of what the definition of RICO is.
Mhm.
If you make it so easy to that you just need a little 2 things out of 10, I can't remember, something like that, to prove that it's RICO, then that's going to move the goalpost. If you move the goalpost, a lot more people are going to be charged that are innocent, like in the YSL case. I heard somebody say that. Now, no.
Oh, Sherelle, look like it's don't start it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Start reading. I'm on a whole different
Yeah,
thing.
hold on, make sure I'm right. Okay, 1 minute ago. The U.S. attorney says, what was your relationship to Suge Knight?
Oh,
Capricorn Clark says, he is the father of my friend's child. The U.S. attorney, then you work for Sean Combs? Capricorn, yes. He is over there in a blue sweater looking like Mr. Rogers. No, I shan't say that part. I worked for him from 2004 to 2012. That's 8 years, damn. The U.S. attorney, you were kidnapped? She said yes. Okay, it's getting there. It's coming with something. Then the U.S. attorney came back and said, when did you first meet Mr. Combs? Capricorn, when I moved to New York in 2002. We were super platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until 2006. U.S. attorney, your duties, Capricorn Clark, shadow him from Wake Up. So basically, she was a personal assistant of him from 2002 to 2006. That's 4 years. She might know something, but we'll
my
see.
phone is lagging again.
Uh huh.
Don't understand it. It's my internet. I hope it doesn't go out. Here we go. It says, attorney, then what? Capricorn says, head of women's for Sean John. Attorney says, how long? She says, a year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness, due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassie Ventura. What does that mean? Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassie Ventura. I don't know what that means. So they're very good friends, her and Cassie. She's pretty much going to be like another witness like Don Rashad
Mm-hmm.
who, I'm trying not to bash anybody's character.
Mm-hmm.
I'm certainly um not favoring people because they're women. But it's just men think different than women. And when I go on other platforms in the bushes, men platforms, I mean the things that they say about Cassie and Capricorn are just, I don't know,
Like
disturb
truthful.
no, disturbing. Very disturbing. Especially too, like people say on the other channels, take your emotion out of it. Take your
Mm-hmm.
emotion out of it. Well, that's kind of hard to do because he put the emotion in the case by the things that he was doing and making people's lives really hard if they didn't do what he wanted to do. So I just don't, I don't know. Here we go again. Here we go. Attorney says, "Did you work in this building?" He gives her a photo of Bad Boy office. Capricorn says, "Yes. We moved in 2005." Attorney says, "First day, where did Mr. Combs take you?" She says, "Central Park, after dark, along with Uncle Polly. He looked like a linebacker."
Mm-hmm.
I keep hearing the name Uncle Polly too.
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't like this. I don't like the Washington Post, but they said the government has asked Capricorn Clark for a former assistant of Sean Combs to take the stand. Clark is wearing a light colored, long sleeved crew neck top and thick glasses, and her long hair is in a ponytail. Do we really need to know that? All right, let me keep
Mm.
going. Like, do we really care about what she's wearing?
Yeah, she came in looking innocent.
Babe, can you keep your eyes on the thing? I'm on a whole nother
Yeah.
page for a second. Also, too, wait, let me do this. This they're also saying that the reason that they're using the RICO
You get an
is
update.
okay. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, Did this, does this photo look like him? Capricorn says no. He doesn't have on out shades, blackout shades he wore all the time. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? Capricorn says, that since I'd worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to unalive me. Ooh, objection.
Hmm.
Wait, what? I'm gonna read that again. What? Attorney says, does this photo look like him? Capricorn says, no. He doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time. Attorney says, what did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? Clark says, that since I worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to unalive me. Objection. That just doesn't make, wait. So do you think that the night that they were down at the diner and they all had GUNs that
Mhm.
it's because of Capricorn Clark? That doesn't make
No,
what?
I don't know about that though, because like I'm trying to remember the years. Well, it could have. No, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like whatever beef they was in, either over contract or picking up artists, whatever. I'm just gonna assume it was about somebody's getting the artist who thinking they're the toughest, the East Coast West Coast thing back in the day. I don't know exactly what it was, but I think it's more or less on those lines. But he basically saying that seems how you work for this guy, you might be a snitch.
Well, then
And if
why hire
anything
her?
happens, he gonna let her know, huh? If you
Why
plan on
hire
snitching,
her?
Oh, I don't know. That I don't know. I mean, but hell, he damn near do that to all those people, right? If you don't to the chef, if you don't cook my eggs sunny side up, then your ass will be out of here. He damn near threatened everybody on him that work with him. It seemed like it.
I don't know. These are some serious accusations.
That was sort of out there. But hell, so far she ain't been on the stand that long. She don't say she was kidnapped. And now she's
Very,
saying this.
very. Just don't. Okay, please.
I mean, hell, that was her own words, and they just brushed past it like, yeah, that was elementary though. That was nothing.
Can you keep your eye on the thing for me,
Yeah.
please?
Mhm. It's back. You get an update.
Okay. Refresh. Come on, come through. I don't know why it always takes me a little longer to get the updates. If it's not this, is that. If, the lagging. Go ahead, Perry. Go ahead. I don't know.
Okay, judge says overrule. Proceed. Attorney. How did how did you take it? Capricorn. Seriously. I had gravitas. Attorney says, how did you react? Capricorn. I said I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. Then attorney, objection. Judge said sustain. Miss Steiner. Then attorney says, what was Polly's role? So it sounds like it might have something to do with some beef they had or something.
I still don't have the update. Jeez.
Yeah, she said that she remember he said that he a care. Then they came back with this. The judge said overrule proceed. Then he said, how did you take it? She said, seriously. How did you react? Capricorn, I said I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. So the stuff, is that the stuff you talking about with Suge Knight or whatever? I ain't had nothing to do with it. I don't know exactly what that beef was about or whatnot.
But she doesn't work for him anymore.
I know. And then she started working for him, remember? And that's what he was just letting her know.
Okay, Perry.
One cross up. No. He said, yeah, I don't need that shit over here. I don't need you to
Very
be.
interesting. I'm going to. Let's see here. 7 minutes ago, Capricorn called to the stand. CNN 4 minutes ago, Capricorn, the former director of marketing for Sean Diddy Combs, she said has been involved in music industry since shortly after graduation. Remember, I was telling you guys, he likes a lot of college graduates. They come in all innocent and just glad to be working with someone with such prestige, and then he turns them into him. It says after graduating from high school, when she landed an internship with Def Jam Records, she said both of her parents passed away after that, which meant that she had to start her life a lot earlier. After Def Jam, she worked for Death Row Records, which Suge Knight then managed. Around 2004, she started working for Combs at Bad Boy Entertainment as his personal assistant. After briefly leaving in 06, she returned to work for Combs in 07 as the director of marketing for Sean John's Women's. She said she became a global brand director in 2008 before being terminated in 2012. She then worked as Cassie Ventura's creative director from 2016 to 2017. That's odd. But
And you
anyway,
got an update.
keep my
Let me read
fingers.
it.
Well, hold on. Let me see if I got it because I know you don't like reading. Go ahead, Perry. Go ahead.
Okay. Now we're going back to Capricorn. Capricorn, all aspect of Mr. Cone movements to keep him safe. There were also D Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben. Attorney, who is D Rock? Capricorn, a good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type body. Attorney, did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a GUN? Capricorn, yes, in my home.
Who had the GUN?
Uh, P. Diddy Combs.
Well, I think we pretty much established that he walks around with GUNs. We've got the word of Shine Barrows, who said that J-Lo put the GUN in her bag that night. We've got Cassie, who says that he would give her the GUN to put in her bag. Also, and why is he walking around with these GUNs? And he has, here we go. Attorney, what did he talk about? Capricorn Clark says, Mr. Combs told Chris Lighty he had a GUN. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Attorney says, were you ever accused of stealing? Capricorn, yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was on loan. Attorney, it went missing. Capricorn, yes. So, oh my gosh.
Oh, she was a thief.
No, this is another employee that has an axe to grind. And what I want, I'm looking for a smoking gun. Eventually, we're going to get the smoking gun. I want more specific testimonies of what they went through. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's just keep going. Let me see what the chat is thinking.
I mean, because I would think more. So yeah, I get it. I guess they got to get into her role. Maybe she's gonna be there for a while. Then she'll come back to the kidnapping thing because they just rolled over that.
I'm hoping so.
And then they rolled over the life threat. So maybe they just giving you background and gonna come back to it.
So it says, I think Diddy used to be so high, he was paranoid and blaming everyone for stealing. That's a huge possibility. Everyone had power at Bad Boy is unalive. Heavy D, the security guard, suddenly unalive before trial too. There was a security guard that was unalive before trial? Please tell Trina C, please. Beatrice says, no one is turning on Diddy. Did it. Done these things. He did these things to himself. He deserves to go to prison. I'm just blank, realistic, and kind of like Perry. I'm kind of both sides. But I want him to make Tim. I get that, Beatrice. All of us should be seeing both sides. Let's try to. And no, she's not a thief. Okay. Did he later? Go ahead, Perry.
You got to update.
Oh my gosh, I'm really lagging.
I got it. If you can't,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, the attorney. What did you do, Capricorn? The attorney said, "What did you do, Capricorn Clark?" From Teterboro. I called 1440 and told them to lock it down. Attorney, what did Uncle Polly do? Capricorn, he questioned me 3 hours. Attorney, you went home? Capricorn, to Queens, yes, with Uncle Polly. He searched my house. Oh. And you know what though?
Whoa.
But you know, Diddy don't trust nobody when shit come up missing. Mm-hmm. Of course, he blame people, but let's keep it real. I'm sure when you get all these kind of people together, shit do go missing. You know what I'm saying? But he just started blaming the closest people to him. It sounds like he's a personal assistant. So,
the CNN update, huh?
I said people do be stealing. Let's keep that real.
Perry, nobody's stealing from Diddy, especially the way he acts. Who would steal from him? Let me read the CNN update really quick. It says Former assistant says he threatened her on the first day. On the first day of working with Sean Diddy Combs in 2004, Capricorn said he took her to Central Park with his security guard sometime after 9 p.m. There, he brought up her former employment with Death Row Records, which was founded by Combs' rival, Marion Suge Knight. He told me he didn't know that I had anything to do with Suge Knight, and if anything happened, he would have unalived me. The security stood by silently while Combs threatened her. Clark says he said he told Combs at the time, we'll just have to see. So he didn't know that she worked for Suge Knight when he hired her. So why hire her? That's when he should have said, I didn't know, and then fired her. Here we go. I got one. It says, attorney, where did Uncle Polly take you? Clark, 1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up, but I didn't know that. Uncle Polly took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavy-set man. This reminds me of that Mariah Carey video, honey, except the building wasn't dilapidated. Just a chair in the middle of the room where you have to sit down and then they question you. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, so CNN says, when Capricorn Clark was Sean Diddy Combs' personal assistant, she heard him discuss GUNs once, she testified. Clark, Combs and his then manager got into an elevator after Combs did an MTV event with the rapper 50 Cent, she said. Combs told them he had an issue with 50 Cent. And after further conversation, Combs says, I don't do that. I like GUNs. Clark testified. Combs' demeanor was very serious. So they're trying to establish, I think, that he walks around with GUNs. I think that's been established. Now let's get to what did he do with the GUNs? I want to know what he did, because I think it's very well established that he walks around with GUNs despite having security. It makes no sense. Here we go. Lawyer said, can you describe him? Clark says, 5 of me. 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. Attorney says, did Uncle Polly stay? Clark says, no, intermittently. He came back. Attorney, what did the heavy set man say? Clark, I was there to take a lie detector test. What? What? Yeah. He's trying to scare her.
Yeah, I mean, I think Diddy ran his thing.
Here we go. Attorney, what did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? She says that they would throw me in the East River. Agnafilo, objection. Can we have a sidebar? Yeah, you need a sidebar because this sounds crazy. So we already know, but it sounds typical Diddy. Threatening people, mentioning GUNs. You know, he said he didn't know that she worked for Suge Knight when he hired her, but the minute that you found out that she did, shouldn't you just told her you didn't know and we're sorry, but this is not going to work? You take her to Central Park for what? It's just ridiculous. Why would you have to take somebody to Central Park if you don't trust them? And I believe every word because he's weird. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, like he watched those mob movies, and that's sort of how he looked at himself, on top of it all. So all this fear tactics. That's why he do all this scenery. Oh, this will look great in the movie. 6th floor, dark room, overlooking
Perry,
the river.
Is it that serious where you have to do all that? Just fire her and say I didn't know. Why are we going to dilapidated buildings? Why are we going to Central Park?
Eventually, he gonna get paranoid and feel like everybody stole from him. So, but he can't lose everybody around him. So I guess he figured if he could scare them straight,
It just doesn't make any sense. I want to
I
see
don't know.
what the audience says. Let me see. Am I the only one thinking this is crazy?
And I need some more coffee. I'll be back.
She was slick for sure, not mentioning that her work history. Suge Knight is a very huge influence. He's also a competitor. Why wouldn't you mention that? Okay? Teams, Diddy's teams is like, well, I mean, I don't understand this behavior. Hearsay. You think this is hearsay? How could it be hearsay when she said it happened to her? I don't know. We'll find out. Cap, Puff hired Cap. She said lying. All puns intended, because she worked for Suge. He needed inside info. Okay, thank you, Jasmine. Now it's starting to make sense. She was not even that qualified to be director of marketing. I know. Homegirl barely had it through high school, barely made it through high school. Thank you, Jasmine, for saying something that makes sense. Why would you hire somebody that you know worked for Suge Knight? Girl, you leaving out a lot of the story. It makes no sense. She could have been a plant. Thank you, guys. We're figuring this out. Like, no, girl, you was the plant. Okay? Hey, Truth and Consequences. The bottom line was Anna G. He didn't have to hire her. Okay? Thank you. It just the prosecutor is doing a great job painting a picture for jurors, painting him to be a nut job and lying because that girl is not telling the truth. Sorry. She worked for Diddy many years. Hi, Lily. Little pretty. That girl, that's the kind of testimony I don't like. When we gotta read in between the lines and say, well, that doesn't make sense. What do you think happened? I absolutely agree with Jasmine. She was hired to be the plug. Now, I mean the plant. So stop with the nonsense. It doesn't make sense. I get irritated. Here we go. Judge, Miss Steiner, you may proceed. Attorney says, what was his demeanor? She says, very serious. I was terrified. Attorney, did you want to be taking the test? She says, no, I was afraid. Attorney, how was the test? She says, wires on you, and they questioned you. Did I steal? They questioned you, and then period, did I steal? But let me say to you this. In high school, I worked for here we go. No, I already read that. In high school, I worked for a company, a clothing store called Sharrell. I think they're international. I'm not sure. And we had to take lie detector tests, every single employee, which I thought was weird, but I just took it. Who is the she that we're talking about? I just logged on. Her name is Capricorn Clark. She worked for Diddy many years in different positions. And one of the years she was his personal assistant and then director of marketing. And then she came back working for Cassie. Everything Diddy do is a motive behind it. It's obvious he's trying to scare this woman. Only East Coast, Midwest Sharrell. What? That's Renee. Renee, what are you talking about? Love you, Renee. Tell me what you're talking about. Trina says, nobody takes a lie detector test under duress. By GUN point. Diddy bots, nice try. No Diddy. People are going around actually saying no Diddy. Like the younger kids that picked it up as a slang. My son was saying it all damn weekend. So what does that mean? No Diddy. We are reading between the lines. We're not there. So we're missing a lot. Yeah, that's true. Let me go up to CNN real quick, see if they updated. No, they haven't updated in 20 minutes. It takes CNN a lot longer to update, but it's more thorough. It's more, bits and pieces. That's why we're doing both. Let me go back. Nobody takes a lie detector test. You are so right. I already read that. So right. Okay. This is just weird testimony so far. And if she doesn't make this make sense where we don't have to read in between the lines, then that's not going to be a good witness for the prosecution. This is not making sense. Hi, babe. Here we go. Attorney, what did Paul say at the end? She says that he'd come back the next day to figure his out. I don't know what he's trying to say.
Figure this out.
Figure this out. Okay.
Typo.
We started again. Another lie detector test in the same location all day. What? Attorney says, were you free to leave? She says, no. Attorney says, how long did this go on? She said, 5 days. What? What? Let me go to CNN. I need more info.
And that's like that mob type mentality. Like,
it makes no sense. If he's trying to scare her, if you have to put somebody under a lie detector for 5 damn days, then you don't need to hire them. So we know that he thinks she knows something about Suge Knight, or should be saying that. None of this makes any sense. And CNN has not updated. Child, this is crazy testimony. What? 5 days? That's harassment.
Yeah.
Were you allowed to eat for the 5 days? Were you allowed to get up for the 5 days? Were you tied to your seat for the 5 days? Because you said you couldn't leave. Was there a GUN out for the 5 days?
Oh yeah, I'm sure she ate. I would think that'd be sort of a long time without eating.
I need to know. I need her to say it because this is unusual behavior. Now, Diddy's really tripping right now.
Okay. I mean, that's what he do.
Here we go. Attorney, did you tell anyone where you were? She says, no. I was just trying to survive it. I worked under an NDA. Agnifilo, objection. Judge, sustain. Jury should disregard the last answer. Attorney says, what would you have been doing? She said, shadowing Mr. Combs. This is the most bizarre testimony yet. That's why I say Kid Cudi was better. Perry gets upset when I say Kid Cudi was the best. Here, we got an update from CNN. He says, one time, Mr. Sean Diddy Combs accused Capricorn of stealing diamond jewelry that was on loan to him from a jeweler. The former assistant testified. Clark had been assigned to hold the jury as they traveled from New York to Miami. She realized the bag holding the jewelry was missing before they got to the airport. Clark testified. Combs went on to Miami, leaving Clark with a security guard who questioned her for hours, then searched her apartment. The next day, the security guard picked her up from her home and left her in a locked, vacant office space with another man who administered a lie detector test on her. Clark testified that the man told her at the time that if she failed the test, they were going to throw you into the river. She described him as very wide, but never learned his name. Okay, I believe this testimony. Nobody's going to make that up. People might say, where's your evidence to all of this? You don't have evidence when it happens to you. Oh, they also might say, why did you go back? Okay, here we go. Attorney, oops. What happened after 5 days? She says, that I could return to work, that Mr. Combs will see me the next week. Attorney, did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you? She says, no. Attorney, why did you continue to work with Mr. Combs? She said, I left. They think I stole. She said, if I left. She says, if I left, they think I stole. So she's saying if she left, they would have thought that she was guilty of taking the jury. That doesn't make any sense. If someone keeps me locked up for 5 days, I can understand. I believe her, by the way. I believe her. And I can understand how she felt, but I would have a whole different reaction.
But she could
No,
have left. But I
huh?
mean, but she could have left though.
But do you understand if
I
they
mean,
were
no, I
treating her
understand. Like it make you look guilty if you was to leave.
right?
But since we in court and trying to get these things down, she could have left.
Oh, did I miss a super chat?
Yeah, yeah, from Paige.
Capricorn Clark and Lauren London are allegedly sisters. Oh, I love Lauren London. Will always forever feel sorry for her. What happened with uh
So no, this why I say that. And yeah, Diddy do this kind of shit, but just my belief. I think when people go through all this stuff, they have a choice to leave. They'll call it what they want to call it sometimes, but they want to be around that activity. Just my opinion. Like they want to be a part of the group so much that they'll tolerate the bullshit.
yeah, because
That's
this
what
is
I think.
that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Someone says they're play sisters. I love Lauren London. She has a baby by the short rapper with dreads. I cannot think of his name. You don't know. Oh, what is his name? Lil Wayne. She has a baby with him with Lil Wayne. They are close friends, calling themselves sisters. And I always feel bad with for her because what happened to Nipsey Hustle. Nipsey. It was
You got
just
an update.
sad. Here we go. Here we go. Attorney. What were your days like? She says, from his townhouse on 74th Street and Park in the morning to Daddy's house studio at night. How much sleep did you get? Attorney said. She said, on a good day, 4 hours. On a bad day, I got a stress condition. I was paid 55,000 for her stress condition. I think by law, you have to give people time off, right? You can't work 7 days a week. You have to have,
It's labor laws, yeah, right.
yeah. You guys, do you know anything about the labor laws? You can't just have somebody working around the clock and they don't sleep. And you know what I mean? At your beck and call. And you damn sure can't hold anybody in a dilapidated building for 5 damn days while your big, thick, fat ass, wide back security guard threatens them. Yeah, but do you think that the lie detector person could back up this claim? Right. That was held at GUN point for 5 days. I get it. You guys are saying we want backup testimony, and that would be good. I personally believe her, but I can see why you guys like, her story's all over the place. And girl, you already worked for Suge. You
You
know,
got an
people
update.
who work for Suge have a damn screw loose. You said an update? Here we go.
Mhm.
Attorney. Did you get paid overtime? She says, no. I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed 80K. Attorney. How did Mr. Combs respond? She says, he ripped up the paper. Attorney. Would Mr. Combs stay at hotels? She says, yes. Attorney. With whom? She says, Kim Porter once a week. I do notice he goes to hotels a lot, but not with Kim. This is the first time I heard with Kim. Listen, have you guys seen that video clip of Diddy? And he goes, I get what I want. And he pulls the phone cord out the wall and he's beating
Yeah, I
no
see.
serious, he's beating the phone to the desk and he's throwing the papers around. I
He's
bet you
having
he
a
acted
tantrum.
like that all the time. There's
Mhm.
something wrong with him. He high out of his mind
Right.
and doing crazy things to people, like holding them captive for 5 damn days. I would be
And
scared to go back around
he
that.
he's
And
definitely
she worked for one of the worst people in Hollywood, Suge Knight. Hold on, let me read this really quick. Attorney says, what names would he book the room under? She says, Frank Black, Frank White. Attorney says, and the girlfriends? She said, Jackie Starr. Attorney, where did he stay? She said, at the Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. Attorney, What were in his bags? This is really good. Go ahead, Perry. You were saying something.
Oh yeah, no, I was like, yeah, I mean, Diddy is a fool like that, right? So, and it's over the top. I think they're trying to lay out something that, to me, I just feel like it would be more of a labor law issue. But it's one of those things where they trying to build this RICO or one of these items they actually trying to set up. But then certain jobs might come with certain things. Now these people will say they work 20 hours, but we just don't know. Go ahead.
So I didn't even think about this, Truth. I mean, that's why I like taking comments from the chat. This is kidnapping. This kind of like what's going on? It's kidnapping, but is it kidnapping, Truth? If you go back, I wish she wouldn't have go back. I believe every story we've seen Diddy with his outrageous behavior. We know he's definitely capable of this.
Yeah. And I think people are pushing so hard for the kidnapping because that's one of those standards. It's one of those items. If you get two or something, then it's a RICO. I mean, it's hard for me to
Let
say.
me ask you, Perry, what would you call it?
I mean, it's a fear tactic for sure, right? Mm-hmm. But we're not sure if the person could have left. Now, most person, and with their common sense, if you was kidnapped for 5 days, and then you get a chance to leave and come out, why the fuck are you going back?
Unfortunately, please remember what you were talking about, okay, Perry? How it's not kidnapping. Okay. Capricorn says, a cameraman, small bottles of baby oil and lube, cameras every time. Attorney, what you be doing? I don't know. Typo. She says, watching TV, ordering room service, keeping up on sleep. After I'd sweep the room for everything left behind. He says, any damage? She says, baby oil. Yeah, I told y'all baby oil is very hard to clean because remember, oil and water don't mix. I've tried to clean baby oil and you got to do it like 4 or 5 times. It's very hard to clean. And with all that damn baby oil at the damn FOs, it's insane. Okay, go ahead. Wait, we got 2 new updates from CNN. The first one says, Combs' assistant says she took multiple lie detector tests after he accused her of stealing. Capricorn Clark, a former assistant of Diddy Combs, said that after he accused her of stealing diamond jewelry from him, she was giving a lie detector test. She says, I was petrified. At one point, the man administering the test told her she needed to calm down because the results were inconclusive. She says, I'm not getting a good reading. You need to, you're doing, I don't know. You need to know, going to be in the East River if I can't get a reading on this. Oh my gosh. Then she says, I couldn't calm down. He says, eventually one of Combs' security guards took her home and picked her up after the next day to repeat the same process. Clark testified she was taken to the same vacant building for questioning with the lie detector for 5 days straight. She said she didn't want to do it, but thought the lie detector was the only way to prove her innocence. Clark said she didn't report the incident to the police because she worked under a non-disclosure agreement. The judge sustained a defense objection to the testimony about the NDA and told the jury to disregard it. After 5 days of tests, Combs' security guard told Clark she could return to work. Clark testified that Combs never asked her where she was during those 5 days, and he never mentioned the lie detector test. She said she didn't know if the jury was ever found. Then there's another one. Grueling hours as Combs' assistant led to stress-induced alopecia, Clark says. Capricorn Clark, the former director of marketing for Sean Diddy Combs, typically worked from 9 a.m. until 4 a.m. as Combs' personal assistant without breaks for meals. Combs told her that if she failed to complete any task, she would lose her job, she testified. She said that On a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep and developed stress-induced alopecia. Clark made 65,000 annually at the time. You're doing all that for $65,000? I believe her. I believe about the alopecia. I believe he's a raging maniac, and that's what she's describing. And you're right, Truth. This is kidnapping. Period.
Right. I mean, but you know what though? Look, let's keep it real. The definition, yes, it could be kidnapping, right? But at the same time, by her saying it, does that prove kidnapping? Just being fair, because
Yes.
I give my story. I said, yes, I was in this room for 5 days.
Hold
and
on, Perry. We got to update. Capricorn says, yes, Miss London was there. Chef Jordan in the other room. She called Cassie over, asked her to walk there. Hand me that. Go back in the other room. She did. Attorney. What did he say? She says, you bees won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. Oh my God. He's calling women bees. He's kidnapping people. He's on the wild. I get what you're saying, Perry, that you would prefer a backup. But look me in my face and tell me this girl's lying.
No, I mean, the whole thing is not whether she's lying or not. It's possible. Let's keep it real. For the people, no, I'm just saying it's possible. It's a one-sided story at this point. Did he roll like this? He tried to put fear in people. I can see him doing something like that. But what I'm trying to say today, can I go back 10, 15 years later and say I was kidnapped, just my words alone? With that, I mean, with my words alone, no evidence.
Because it happened to you. You testified to it. But she just gave a list of other people.
I mean, a liar. I mean, look, Sharrell, you got to have some evidence to me.
She is the evidence. If
if she was the evidence, she's been the evidence for the last 15, 20 years too, and ain't did shit about it. She kept going back. Listen what I'm trying to tell you. Just in my opinion, a person in a stable mindset, after being kidnapped in a room for 5 days and all that shit, got out, don't go back. Just me. I'm just saying that. You don't go back. She still got to have proof.
Freedom believes you. Okay. And Rondika says, Perry, please. They all feared him. That's right, Perry.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Rondika, I'm not questioning that. I believe they feared him, right? But is that proof of something?
Got an update. Attorney says, where did you say? She says, you're effing right. Attorney, did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs? She says, a girlfriend in New York, in LA, from One Stop. Molly, ecstasy delivered to Puff or to me. Okay. Attorney, did he ask you to get drugs for him? She said, yes, ecstasy. She is also in this explosive testimony, because this is good testimony here. She's her own witness. She also was a runner for the drugs. So this is great testimony.
Yeah, she was his personal assistant.
She also was a personal runner. When you go get it, you are no longer an innocent bystander. You are
right. I get you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And One Stop is back. One Stop is all over the place. You notice that?
Well, because he was an addict.
The main one, One Stop. Yeah, I guess it makes sense though. He got it all in one package, One Stop.
Oh, look at Ray. Really, Ray? Was he selling the drugs or using both? No, he was using. Why did he need to sell? He has so much money. I don't like this.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, to me, I haven't heard nobody say he was selling them. He was using them.
That's Ray J. Causing trouble over there. Okay, let's see one more. It's not drug. It's not drug trafficking. Right. You're right. It's not trafficking, but maybe we're getting to the trafficking part. It's definitely establishing he's a user. Um, Attorney says, and in the south of France, she said, he asked me to get the white powder. I said, for who? Attorney says, why? She says, I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother just passed away. Agnafilo, objection, sidebar, question mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, but look, this is what I'm saying to a lot of people. You can go to the dictionary and read a lot of shit, and it's going to have a definition of it. But just because you say you was kidnapped,
Harry. Oh, sorry. You're right. Let me let you talk. Go
no.
ahead.
I'm just saying, like, just because you say it, you still got to prove it somewhere. In my mind, then anybody could be locked up for any reason. I could be mad at you. Yeah. Whoever said it was still kidnapping, you still
It
need to prove
is.
it. I know. Okay, it could be that, right? But is it okay? When you go to court and you're gonna get somebody for it, do you get to have a witness? You get to have something, some kind of proof, I would think, because you can say it, but then it's hearsay when the other person say it didn't happen, right? Where do
Right.
you go? One person said it happened, the other person said it didn't happen.
Also,
Where do
too,
you go?
though, sometimes it's whether the jury believes your testimony or not. Maybe you
Right.
don't have
Okay.
to
If
have.
the jury gonna believe this, right? If it was so uh dramatic that you was kidnapped for 5 days and 4 nights, that and you took your ass back, it sounds like you volunteered to be there. I'm just keeping it real.
All right, let's take some other comments. Y'all got to get Perry for me because we're kind of done. There, hi Lily. Oh, you got to take a break. Bye. I believe it too. I believe it too. It's a great testimony. See you later, Lily. Kidnapping, RICO, and racketeering have all been proven so far, Perry. Double explanation.
But by you, Miss Hughes, I'm saying I haven't seen it. Like if me and you both was on a jury, you gonna see it one way, I'm gonna see it another. I'm thinking, no, they ain't proved shit to me yet. That's just my thought.
Here we go with an update. It says they're back. Attorney says, who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for? She said, he said, not me. Attorney, did you get them? She says, yes, through the Spanish security guard. He also got prescription drugs in my name. Okay. They were in the toiletry bag I'd carried or security. This is how they got her to testify because you broke the law. You never let anybody put anything in your name. You never go get anything illegal for a person. You have to tell them in a responsible way, I can't do that. I'm not legally allowed to do that. And then he was going to fire you, and it probably was going to be what it is. But by you still going back, you have people like Perry questioning.
Okay, Sharrell. I did a poll. I said, would you
You
go
did
back?
not do a poll.
If you was kidnapped, would you go back? 93% of the people says no. 7% says yes, because I go back. I think you just saying it because you're trying to prove a point. And I'm just keeping it real. If you've been kidnapped and go back, something ain't right. There's some screws loose.
Empress, I know Perry paid you. I try to read all that I can. I just click, and then that's what it is. Y'all are messy. All this to save themselves. Someone said Suge Knight was worse than Diddy, like way worse. He was an active gang member and didn't hide it, walking around in all that red. Suge Knight was worse than Diddy because he would unalive you and own it. No, she's telling the truth. It's so funny. I encourage everyone to go back and read the entire transcript each day, then decide. Thank you, Trina. I think Diddy's worse. I can see how you think Diddy's worse because all the rumors about. Here we go. Attorney. What about bulk cash? She said, yes, 100K euro coming back from Europe. Where did he get it? She says, club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it. Then he'd give it to security. Then into the bedroom, personal safe. She said, the attorney says, violence, question mark. She says, fighting. Are they trying to insinuate that he's making money from drugs?
Say it again. I was doing a poll.
Read it
Look,
again. Oh,
yeah, I mean, because that, yeah, read it again.
okay. She says, what about bulk cash? Clark says, yes, 100K euro coming back from Europe. Attorney, where did he get it? She says, club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then he'd give it to security, then into his bedroom, personal safe. Attorney says, violence, question mark. She says, fighting.
No, I'm not sure if they saying that he's like doing, selling drugs or nothing for it. They basically saying from the bookings that the shows he do, he collect this cash, he'll give it to his bodyguard. His bodyguards eventually put it in, get it in the safe.
I want to read this CNN update because I like to do both. CNN says the testimony of Capricorn Clark, a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs, should help corroborate both Kid Cudi and Cassie Ventura's testimony, but the prosecution still has a lot to prove in other areas of the case, including to CNN legal analyst and former prosecutor Jennifer Rogers. It seems to me that prosecutors have decided to start with this bucket. Cassie Ventura, her testimony, then all of the testimony that corroborates her, Rogers told CNN. But I think the jury is thinking about this conspiracy. You need two people to criminally conspire for this racketeering conspiracy to work. Rogers added that she thinks prosecutors need to answer some more questions for the jury related to the racketeering conspiracy charge. Those other questions include laying out where are the other conspirators, not only who did things for him like any employee would, but who had a meeting of the minds, a criminal meeting of the minds, that they were all together in this enterprise, Rogers says. As for how the prosecution may go about proving the alleged criminal acts Combs committed within his business empire, Rogers said they need to identify people within his business who may have been involved in the criminality of what they were doing. Rogers said they can also show that through testimony with witnesses saying they were directly criminally involved or by naming others who knew what was going on. Okay, let me tell you this. Let me say this before Perry comments. Let me check my updates really quick. Okay. Like I was saying, you guys, they really have to prove the RICO charge, because we don't want them using the goalpost and just going after innocent people after that. I feel like a lot of times rappers can be targeted because of the amount of money that they have and stuff like that. And we need the RICO charge to stay exactly the way that it is. They probably should have never used it in the R. Kelly case, but they did. If we keep redefining what RICO is, it's going to be a problem for the next person that comes up that could be innocent. So you got to stick to what the law says. So a lot of lawyers were saying that this weekend is that you don't want to move the goalposts. And then some people even said, especially because they're going to start putting all the black rappers in prison on loosely based things if you loosen the RICO charge. That's what people are saying now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me see what y'all saying. Oh, Gary, go ahead. You go first.
I talked about that earlier too, like when we started the show. You don't want to make this a standard. And it's not even a rapper. If somebody, for whatever reason, whatever your name, Bobby, Tyrone, Jed, whoever, it was on their hit list, they can get all these charges, get 100 of them, throw them at them, and hope one stick. You don't want that to be the new justice system, because that can happen to anybody. You ain't got to be a rapper. Once it becomes standard, it's all messed up.
Right, because I guess they really were trying to railroad Young Thug. And so, some people could say they're railroading Diddy. I don't think they're railroading Diddy, but I understand you really have to prove the RICO charge. Chrissy says, so far, I see no proving of RICO. This man will walk if this king of testimony continue. If this kind of testimony continues.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
So I'm going to respond to this too.
uh,
Right? The Evergreen says this: kidnapping 100. She was locked inside a building 5 days against her will. Yeah,
that's
I
true.
mean, the Evergreen. If you seen her in there for five days, why didn't you bring her out?
That's
You
really
assuming?
weird.
I know. I'm just playing. Okay, look. You assuming she's telling the truth, right? You assuming this. She would have to have some proof. Now, if Diddy was to take the stand tomorrow and say, I'm innocent, would you believe that? I'm just keeping it real. He got to, you innocent until proven guilty. But at this situation, she got to prove that something happened to her. It's possible it could have happened, but where is the proof? You understand what I'm saying, Sharrell?
I hear you. Yeah. Let me read this update from CNN. It says Capricorn Clark, the former director of marketing for Sean Diddy Combs, recalled a time when Combs had 100K euros that he made from club bookings in Europe. Clark said she personally counted the cash for Combs and believes he kept it in his personal safe in the bedroom. Not sure where they're going with that testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not sure that it seems like a lot of money, 100K, but this is P. Diddy. He's worth millions. He's damn near a billionaire. So I wouldn't find that weird. I know Michael Jackson, they said, used to walk around with $5 million cash in a briefcase. Here we go. Attorney, what were you doing for Miss Ventura? She says, managing her image, maximize the optics for her. For Sean Combs, he had final approval on everything. Lawyer, where in LA did you live? She says, a gated community. We had followed Kim Porter there. All right. Okay, I need to go put something in my stomach.
Yeah,
Please
you
don't
good?
talk crazy when I'm gone. You need
No,
something?
no. I'm not gonna talk crazy.
Do you need something?
Oh no, I got my coffee right now.
All right. Love you. I'll be right back.
Yeah. We're gonna take some questions and stuff because people just need to know. Let's see, hello. Okay, I see what somebody's saying too. Okay, Keith says tax evasion. Yeah, now that is possibly something if they can prove that too. Probably where they can jam him up at. But so far, in a lot of these testimonies, it's hearsay from the standpoint it could be true coming from that person, but if you can't prove it, it's just hearsay. That's what you believe happened to you. Not saying Diddy wouldn't do no shit like that. But at the end of the day, I'm saying because Diddy, that's how he operate off fear, right? But when you go to court, some things you might need to prove. I mean, was it a police report that you was missing for 5 days? Um, did anybody, show concern? We were looking for it for 5 days and we couldn't. I mean, something. Anybody can say it. That's all I'm saying. Some proof would probably help. It would probably help. Okay. Jules says, yes, proof is her testimony. So, Jules, if Diddy came on and testified and said it didn't happen,
I'm back.
would that be proof too? I mean, can we be going back trying to figure out? Because I heard people say, yeah, testimony, the jury can take that and believe it or not believe it. But it's like not having it in black and white. Jules says, yes, proof is her testimony. But if Diddy got on the stand and said it didn't happen.
We have an update.
Okay.
Attorney says, where was Miss Ventura? She says, in New York City on the West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me or in a hotel. Attorney says, who else was Miss Ventura seeing? She said, Scott Miss Cudi, Kid Cudi. Attorney, how'd you learn that? She says, she brought him to my apartment. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no. So I was just saying this. Then Jules says, "Who do you think is more credible?" I mean, with something like that, you could say that she would come across more credible, but then one would also think who would go back after being kidnapped for 5 days, 4 nights.
Perry, she just told you why she went back.
Okay,
No
it's,
offense.
I know
Sorry.
I get that part. It can make sense to Jules and you. I'm saying to me, if I was a juror, y'all would vote the other way.
We have a update. Attorney says, what did she say? She texted me when they were going to the public place, like in LA. I told her it was a bad idea and to delete the text. Attorney says, why? She says, if Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Muscuddy, Kid Cudi, I mean, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's reading text messages. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh yeah, no, that's pretty much it. No, I'm just saying, like, we have a difference in belief, but we regular citizens, and we both could be on the jury, or could have been on the jury. And how, like, you and other, like you and Jules might see it, I see it differently. You know, testimony is the proof. Yeah, if you believe it, but it's nothing better than, like, say, the Cassie video where she was in the hallway. Certain things is proof you can't deny. It's more factual, you know. But I'm not gonna get on Cassie. We gonna keep it safe today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sharrell,
Right.
you come up with excuses for those people. I'm just asking questions. Okay, Mo, I'm asking questions. Let's see what's in. Yvette says, there's nothing the government can do that will change Perry's mind. Nothing. I feel like he's locked in on it too.
No. I mean, for real, it really is something they can do. Like, you start showing me documents, tax evasion, wire fraud, shit like that.
We have an
All
update.
right. Go ahead.
Capricorn says, I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone. The lawyer says, when did Mr. Combs return to town? She says, not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, to the Cipriani. Attorney says, and then, question mark, she says, December 22, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m. There was banging at my door. It's Cassie, no doubt. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh
No,
no.
listen. I get where you're coming from, and I need to remember, people think like you, people think like me. But I thought it was real important what that lawyer said this weekend is we can't change the goalpost for RICO charge. You must prove that it's a RICO charge according to the law. Don't start adding everything in, it has to be, or the goal is going to change for anybody. That means that Perry could be walking down the street one day and they give him a RICO charge. So I do agree with that. It will make it harder here we go. Attorney, what did you see through the peephole? She says, a furious puff. Agnafilo, objection. Judge, ask another question, Miss Steiner. Attorney says, what was his movement? She said, pacing with something in his hand. He says, did you open the door? She said, I did. But you have to really believe, Perry, that he has this outlandish temper.
Right. No, I agree. No, I'm saying I see what everybody see about his behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Right? His controllingness. Like, he want to control shit and strike fear into people. I see all that.
Yeah.
I agree. He's a woman beater.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
Charge him accordingly is what I'm trying to say. Do certain things. But even in this case, we're trying to go through it. But Diddy can do all these bad things that we say. But if they can't prove the charges they threw at him, he should walk.
Oh my God.
No. I'm saying he should walk from that
Okay,
station.
I get it.
If they can prove them, then he should pay the price. I'm saying either way.
Yeah.
But based off the charges, let's not just take everything that you hate about them and hold it against them, because they had plenty of chances with weapon charges and other things they could have did outside that to charge him with. They just didn't do that.
I agree with Ebony. They said R. Kelly wouldn't even couldn't even read, but running a RICO. That's what I'm saying. R. Kelly should have never been charged with a RICO. That's what got this. Here we go. Attorney says, "What was he wearing?" She says, "Button-down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a GUN. He came into my apartment and said, 'Why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott?' I said, 'I don't know any Scott.' Attorney says, 'What did he say?' She says, we're going to unalive. I'm going to unalive this ninja." He was on the wild. He was on the wild with Kid Cudi, but blowing up people's cars, threatening them with GUNs.
Mhm.
But why did they charge him RICO? Why didn't they put other charges in there? RICOs are very hard to prove, and it has to be an enterprise. It has to be a team of people of like minds committing criminal acts. It seems
But
like
I mean,
he's just
isn't
doing all this
RICO
by himself.
but
Huh?
isn't RICO one of those things that if they could get him, it's like he can get more years for it, and at the same time, where they can take his assets, like take his shit. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a reason why that they doing it, because I think it's a bigger score if they can get him under RICO instead of weapon charges here,
Do we
DV
know
here.
why? Do we know why Dr. Bonji messing with you today?
What she said? Oh, my girl. Hey, Bonzi.
Read it and tell me if that's your girl.
Jerry, Diddy is only walking into a cell. Well, I mean, he been in the cell for 8 months. I'm saying, and if that's where he need to be off the evidence, but Bonji,
We
have
got
you
an update.
seen it, the proof yet?
We got an update. The attorney says, "Where was the GUN?" She says, "In his hand." I said, "I didn't want to go." He said, "I don't give a F what you want. Get dressed." Attorney said, "What concerns did you have?" She said, "He'd never come to my house." Attorney, "Did you try to escape?" She said, "No, I got dressed." The girl was scared. Can you at least say that? And you got some maniac showing up on your damn doorstep with ripped clothing telling you to go where? Where's he taking her? To Kid Cudi's? He is crazy. Diddy is crazy. But is this RICO? I get what you're saying. Is it RICO? They got to make it RICO. Come on, y'all.
Well, Bonji, I mean, seems like if you got jokes, Bonji, if you was kidnapped for 5 days by your employer and got out and got you a Whopper, a Big Mac, would you go back? Would you go back?
Yeah,
Then
because you heard what she said.
truth and
If she
consequences
went, if
says
she
this.
didn't go back, she was gonna look guilty. Go ahead, Perry.
Truth and consequences says, well, Perry, I hate to disappoint you, but the only place that Diddy is going to be walking is in the prison yard. You know what? And I wouldn't be disappointed, truth and consequence, if they just proved him on his charges and don't railroad him because they let him get
Okay,
away.
okay. Now you're going too far. Who's now Diddy's being railroad, Perry?
Okay, no, I'm saying this. If people try to come with this stuff and just get them on all the things they should have charged them on, and now come with some fine line, well, actually, this is kidnapping or some bullshit, right? If they can come up with some good stuff to get him on, and he actually did it, then
Perry.
so be it. It sounds like they're trying to railroad them with the RICO and make it difficult with all this stuff.
We got
Well,
an update.
yeah, go ahead.
The attorney says, "Who joined in?" She says, "Ruben in the black Escalade executive class." Attorney, "Where was Ruben?" She says, "Driver's seat. I got in the back seat, right hand side. Mr. Combs was in the left, next to me. Usually he would have sat in the front. GUN was in his lap." Oh my goodness. Oh my, can you imagine just for a minute, Perry? You're not a woman, but that is terrifying. I will be scared out of my mind.
Yeah.
I would be scared because he's acting like a raging
Right. No,
maniac.
I'm saying I get that, right? I mean, it's a crazy situation, but people put up with it just to be around it. I don't know, just for the status of it all.
Which is kidnapping is a predicate offense under federal RICO Act.
Okay.
Don't get Perry started. I don't know what's Pinky. What are you trying to do, Pinky? You're right. Liza says it's easier if you think of Diddy as the head of a mafia rather than comparing him to a gangster. But I see Diddy in charge of everything. Let me see. What would the opponent say? There's only one defendant, and it's not really showing a structured, like, this is your job. Like Sammy the Bull, huh?
If I looked at him more like the head of the mafia, I wouldn't really see the racketeering and the RICO of it all. Because like the mob, that's what they do. Like they sell the drugs. They hold up businesses and do all this other. Diddy is a drug user, a drug addict, right? That's taking it. Now his money came from other stuff. The mob money come from all that dirty money.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
No, you have a point that the mob
What hit did they have? What hit did they have?
You don't have to have a hit.
No, I'm just saying that, I mean, where do they make their money from? I'm just saying they're flipping this money over in the streets. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
The mob,
he's not making any money off of these business.
I don't see
this behavior. What are you saying?
I don't see him making this money off that. He's spending money on it, on his drugs and stuff. He ain't out there flipping an ounce or two or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I think, unless somebody proves something differently. But right now, it seems like he's just a straight up user.
Let's see. If I don't like someone, I can say anything about that person to put them in trouble. So a lot of people are looking at it like you are. You need proof. Don't just say it.
Right.
But I think, here we go. We got an update. The attorney says, how long does it take to drive from your home at the time to Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills? She says, if you push it, 15 to 20 minutes. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs and Ruben do at Cudi's house? She says, they went in. Attorney, could you see in? She says, yes. Wait a minute now. So she's putting herself at the scene of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying that they have female DNA. Is she getting ready to confess to something?
No, but I mean, I think she's going to be an eyewitness. She's saying that she actually seen them in there. And I think somebody testified that she called Kid Cudi and said, Diddy's at your house. So,
someone said,
she say she did it. But now that this is your so-called witness to help out Kid Cudi if he want to press charges on Diddy for breaking in his house, because he got this witness now to say that they seen it.
So messy. Let's see what the chat is saying. Well, let me head over to CNN real quick. Hold on. CNN says Clark's voice has been quivering since she testifies. Capricorn's Clark's voice has been quivering through much of her testimony Tuesday morning. Clark, a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs, has been describing what it was like to work for the rapper. She's just, some people are just nervous, period, when they take the stand. Here we go. We got an update. Attorney, what did you do? She says, I called Cassie on her burner phone. I said, Cassie, where Where the F? I told her Puff was at Cudi's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy. She changed the title. She says number. I changed the number in my phone to best friend Stormy.
Okay.
Is she getting ready to implicate herself? Where was the DNA found? Inside his house or
Well,
outside? Do you remember?
okay, that's supposed to be for the car. And then somebody said the car and the break-in for the house was 2 separate days. So she's talking about Diddy being inside the house. I heard something like that. But if she was so cool with Cassie and Kid Cudi, why is she just not talking about it? Why
What,
didn't
what?
she tell? Huh?
What do you mean? What do you
Okay.
mean?
No, I'm just saying, shouldn't she have been an eyewitness back then to help Kid Cudi find out who broke into his
Oh,
damn house? That's what I'm saying. I mean, y'all acting like,
I can't. Yep, this is crazy. Okay. Trina says, just because you get away with something for years doesn't mean it should go away. Y'all are insane. Stop defending criminals. Ooh. Perry, she talking to you, Perry.
well, I mean, no, Trina. I mean, I understand it don't make it go away. The same way you say it don't make it go away is because if you didn't prosecute a person for a crime they committed years ago, and now to make up one is not right either. So
We have an update.
you want to punish a criminal that
We have an update.
you never charged. Go ahead.
Attorney says, what did you hear on the phone? She says that Scott was at Cassie's. Attorney, when Mr. Combs came back, question mark. She said, he took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cudi driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, there's that N right there. He's crazy. What were you saying, Perry? I forgot. It's crazy.
Well, no. Basically, we were
Crazy.
just talking about if she knew all that, then why wasn't she a witness? Harry, she called them and told them they were there. Yes, it was something like that. So why didn't Kid Cudi press charges if he had proof that the guy broke into his house? I don't know.
Because he paid off the cops, Perry. Now, come on, we know he ain't no saint.
Or
He
I
pays
mean,
off the cops.
maybe. Well, I mean, that's alleged. I mean, do you got proof he paid them all?
Oh my God! Stop talking to me for 10 minutes.
No, I'm just
Ray
saying.
says,
Y'all throw it out there when you don't have an answer. He paid him off. It was kidnapping. Shit, no. Okay, go ahead.
listen, people pay off cops. Do you remember Tom Girardi was paying off senators?
Right.
And,
People
yeah,
do.
people do it. They do. Ray says, back in the day, police was to fear as much as Diddy, okay? So I understand why the cops didn't get involved a long time, because you call the cops and they bring you down. I mean, I'm not one of those people that blindly trust the cops. I appreciate their job. I know they do. It's a difficult thing to do, but there are good cops and there's bad cops, and you have to decide which one you're dealing with, because some of them can be crooked, like David Mack, like really crooked, and then some of them are really helpful. Here we go. Capricorn. We drove off and saw the police driving the other way towards Cudi's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie, attorney. What did he tell you to tell Cassie? She says that he had made me and wouldn't let me go. That he had made me and wouldn't let me go. I don't understand that comment, but we are missing a lot of information. And how come he ran? If he's so tough and running around town with GUNs, how come when the cops come, you run? Weirdo. Let's see what CNN saying. CNN says, Capricorn Clark said, Sean Diddy Combs, former employer, she said, returned to work for the hip hop mogul after the '06 incident at his Miami home, but not directly under him. Clark testified that she accepted the director of marketing position for Sean John Women's Line because she didn't have to work directly with him. I didn't want that close proximity in the personal orbit like that. I wouldn't want to work for him again either. She said, this is CNN. Combs showed up at Clark's home with the GUN and threatened to go unalive Kid Cudi. Ex-employee testifies. I mean, he's a maniac. But somebody was saying this weekend, I think it was on DJ Academics. Was it DJ Academics? Somebody said this weekend that Cassie is one of those girls that likes to have men fight over her. Do you remember that, Perry?
So what now?
Oh, go ahead.
No. What you say?
I think DJ Academics was saying that some women like Cassie, or maybe it was Boozy, that like men to fight over her. So she wanted to get caught and all this stuff. It's such nonsense. It makes no sense.
She wanted to feel loved.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Let's keep it real.
She wanted to feel love, but blowing up people's cars can put you behind bars. And so I would think she wouldn't want anybody to know that he made a fool out of himself and did an illegal act.
Yeah, well, since we're gonna talk about that whole relationship thing, I mean, did she not dog out Kid Cudi? She used Kid Cudi.
That's what your friends were saying. That's what your friends were saying.
That's what I'm saying. She played him like she played her husband when she left him for Diddy. But don't get me started.
Perry!
Love on high. Perry.
She said,
hold up.
Renee said we're missing updates. I don't see them.
Okay, you move my Perry. Sorry, but Tink Tink is going back to jail with that jumpsuit.
Perry, do you have updates
in the back? Huh?
Do you have updates? I don't see.
Let me check.
But my phone is lagging for some reason.
Something came in a minute ago.
Can you read that?
Attorney, how did Miss Ventura respond? Capricorn, she said, "Okay, come get me." She was calm. Attorney, we drove you home. Who drove you home? Capricorn says, Ruben. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs then tell you? Capricorn, to convince Cudi not to say that it had been him at his house. I picked up Cassie.
Another one. Okay. Attorney, where did you go? She says, we went to Cudi's and tried to convince him not to file a police report. Attorney, what did you tell them? She says, that Puff came to my house with the GUN. Attorney, what did you tell them he said? She said, if you tell on him, he'll hurt us all. He's in a panic because now he's about to get in trouble. Oh, I didn't mean this. He's treating Kid Cudi like he does Cassie. Can we, don't say nothing. I don't want to get in trouble. I didn't mean it like that. But when you're blowing up people's cars and acting a plum fool and running around town carrying a GUN, what do you think's going to happen to you, Diddy? He's so ill. I just don't like him at all.
Why you got to be so animated about it?
No, because he's a punk. He's a punk. He's all about the bluffing. He's not like that, I don't think. Did I miss that super chat?
What?
It was green.
Oh no, I got it.
Okay, good. Okay. Fancy like says, regarding RICO charge, the prosecution alleges he operated a criminal enterprise through his business, engaging in various illegal sexual abuse, trafficking, and other crimes. Yeah. Yes, that's true. And we're just wondering Are they proving that? Are they proving it right now? Any guy is a fool not to see when a girl is playing them. Oh my God. Okay, okay.
He said Kid Cudi was
Any
a fool.
y'all feel okay. Diddy clearly needs to stop. He does. Something's wrong with him. He's running around with a screw loose.
Yeah,
If Diddy didn't have a security, he would have been deleted a long time ago. Just saying,
yeah,
dang.
probably right.
Here we go. We got an update. Attorney says, what was Mr. Muscotty's reaction? She says, mind blown. Agnafilo, objection. Judge, sustains. Jury will disregard. Attorney, what happened at the house? She says, he was kicking Cassie again and again. In front of Cudi? Or when they left and they went back. I don't see him doing that in front of Cudi. Cudi is cool. Cudi's laid back, but Cudi's not going to allow that behavior to happen. But his security guards will, who's probably 10 times bigger than Cudi. It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. What y'all got to say? Let's see. What if Cassie blew up the car? What? No. She might have been jealous that Cudi was with a new girl.
She did, yeah.
Do you see Cassie doing that?
Or I heard somebody say this too. Kid Cudi was at the hotel with Cassie. His ex-girlfriend or something like that could have done it. But that's just word on the street.
I think this time should scare him. I don't think he will be doing anything like that anymore. You mean if he gets off? I don't think there's no more freak offs. If he gets
Shit.
off,
If Diddy out tomorrow, he freaking this weekend.
the attorney says, "How was Cassie?" She says, "In the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently." Attorney says, "Where was he kicking her?" She said, "In her backside." Voice cracks. Attorney, "Where were you?" She says, 5 feet away. So was Rube. She meant Ruben.
Mm-hmm.
I hear about this man putting his hands on Cassie over and over again. And
Mm-hmm.
every time there's some kind of security guard in the presence of what's going on doing nothing. How does a big barreling man sit there and let a man abuse a woman? It makes me sick to my stomach. These security guards need to be held accountable. They should be given time or something. They need to be held accountable for just being a shitty person.
They giving everybody immunity just to get Diddy.
Well, yeah. I think this time should scare. Oh, I don't think he's scared. I think if he left out, he'll be doing the same thing. Hey, Aphrodite, because they work for Diddy and support whatever he did, everything, like nobody had any common sense. No one just said no. No one said, I don't think anyone called the police. Here we go. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm going to F you up too. Oh, wow. Attorney says, where did Rube go? Met Ruben. She says, pardon me. What did Ruben do? She said, nothing. Attorney, who did you call? She says, D-Rock. I told him, tell your brother to stop, Puff. He is kicking the S out of her.
So I did a poll. It says, do you believe she would have to have proof she was kidnapped? 64% of the people says yes. The other 36 said no. We got to believe every word she says, basically.
Perry, I showed you a picture of her injuries this weekend, the deep one, that you could look down into the white meat?
Right.
How does a man sit there and just watch a woman?
I don't know. That got to be, I don't know. That's too much. It's
Listen, you guys, I
a
cannot
job
forget.
not to
I
have.
couldn't show you guys the picture. I can't show it to you because it's that bad. But he beat her like she was a man.
Mhm.
And some of the injuries involve plastic surgery to heal, or it would have left a big gaping hole in her damn head. That's what I can't get over. Now, yeah, this is not a DV case, but we can't admit he was just out there acting wild. Just, and he never put it. Have we ever heard of him putting his hands on a man? Have we ever heard of that? And I know that's not part of the case, but it's been out there, and I'm never going to forget it. I'm never going to forget
Yeah,
it.
some people said, I guess he have got in fights with somebody. Didn't he slap Drake? Or
Yeah,
was
but
that something?
Drake is different. Drake is from Canada.
He's
Drake
still a
isn't.
man. And then
No,
he got
it's a whole different environment in Canada. These United States ghettos, and I'm not downing anybody. I'm from Detroit, so you all know I'm not downing anybody. But it's a whole different culture that if you don't know anything about it, you don't know how to survive. So Drake's from Canada. He's a different breed. That doesn't mean he's dumb or anything like that. Just Drake ain't been in no hood, and let alone raised in the hood. He don't know. Because when Diddy would have slapped me, if that would have been another man, let's just say he slapped Suge Knight. It's just not going down that way. These are true blue gang members he's dealing with. And, no disrespect to Drake. I know you're going through a hard time right now, Drake. I still think you're a great artist. You should have left Kendrick Lamar alone, but you still deserve your respect in this industry. So you're a good rapper. And they might bring Drake down. You've been following that case? It's her fault if she dealt with it on her. Get off drugs and get your life together if you're living in the destruction. I mean, Diddy probably will still be doing what he's doing today if he didn't get caught. Here we go. Lawyer. Then who did you call? She says, Regina Ventura. I told her, he's kicking the S out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. Attorney. Why didn't you call the police? She said, the mission of the day was to get Cudi, so no calling police. What? What? Come on, Capricorn. Look at this. Look what somebody. What? Come on, y'all. I tried to.
soft.
Please. Look what you did, Kendrick Lamar. People just straight out disrespect Drake now. Drake, you would have had a different response if you would have left it alone. Here we go. Attorney. Then who did you call? Oh, I read that. Why people disrespected Drake? That's what I'm saying. Drake is from Canada. You don't sue Drake when you lose a rap battle. I'm laughing because, come on, y'all. Drake is a good rapper. Y'all just disrespecting the man. This is so ridiculous. Puff broke the shackles of wealth in white America. Puff needs to stay off the This is a person. I don't know who Nikita is, but this is a person that understands street culture. It's different. It's different. All these rap songs and stuff like that they're emulating all over the world. Africa acts like they invented the new rap game. No, this came from Black communities. I'm not even gonna call them ghetto. Came from Black communities, and it's hard to understand the culture if you weren't raised in it. And so I'm just trying to translate. Drake was not. Here we go. Attorney, this email, who is it from? She says, Cassie. She wrote that he would be releasing X tapes about me, and he would have someone else hurt me, and then Scott Muscati. Attorney, Do you recall if you responded to this? She says, I don't. Also, too, let me say this. Let me say this as mildly as I can. Okay. There are a lot of women that are not African Americans. There's a lot of women outside the Black culture that date Black guys. But there's certain Black guys that if you come from that, well, how do I explain this? And they understand that you don't understand it. Certain men, let me reword it this way. Certain men you just can't be nice to, right? Certain Black men you can't be nice to because they will take advantage of you every time. If you go around acting gullible, Diddy's one of them. Diddy needed a street girl. If not, he's gonna run all over you. Does that make sense, Perry? I hope I'm explaining it right.
He had one. He had Cassie.
No, Cassie's not straight. He needed somebody like Carisha.
Yeah,
That's
no,
not gonna play with that.
I got you. I got you.
You got it?
I mean,
She
yeah.
was too gullible.
Yeah, she was gullible.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking for. Now, he ain't looking for an ass whooping. Because if he'd have ran across the wrong sister and talking about a threesome and all this shit,
Right.
it wouldn't have
Attorney.
ended too well.
Update. Here we go. Attorney, did law enforcement call you? Capricorn, the arson investigators. Kid Cudi had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs say to you? She said, he said, I shouldn't unalive you bees and I should cut her face.
What?
I don't know who this is. This person keeps calling me.
Okay.
You notice that he only treats you that way if you allow him to. I don't know how to explain it, but Diddy needs a girl that, like, if he does this, you call the cops, you get him locked up, you will never be hit again. He just needed someone to put him in check because he's spiraling out of control. Nobody's saying anything to him. Even the bodyguards are scared of him. You are a big ass man and you're scared of another man.
Yep.
Being taken advantage of is not mutually exclusive to Black men. People will take advantage of your innocence, ability, naivete, etc. Not just Black men.
Right.
What I'm trying to explain to you, Misha, is if you're not raised in these communities, it's hard to understand the culture. Yes, other men might take advantage of you. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about that street man, the one that you got to keep in check. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, there are nice men from other communities too. But I'm talking about that gun, that GUN toting kind of guy. We all know the type. If you've been from the hood, you know what I'm talking about. There's certain men you can't be, certain Black men that lives this certain lifestyle where they're wilding out. And that's how you got to treat them. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Diddy's from a different breed. He needed to be checked. That's why some women can date the men and some can't. He took advantage of Cassie. She didn't have that mentality. She don't understand it. Let's go. How many times did Mr. Combs threaten you? Capricorn. I say 50 times. D-Rock was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment. Attorney. Who is Harv Pierre? She says the president of Bad Boy Records. I told him Puff had kidnapped me. Now, Harv Pierre, okay, is a co-conspirator. You got your own lawsuit, sir. But let me go back to what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That street man. It's a certain way that they act, certain way that they operate. They take their GUNs every damn where. You can't go nowhere with them because it'll be some trouble. Like I'll give you an example. I was with a person I knew and I love very much. And we were in Detroit, and my cousin pulls up to my friend pulls up to a gas station, and he had his music loud. The guy at the counter told him to take the music down. He popped off. We know that type. Here we go. Attorney, what did Harv Pierre tell you? He said, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused on not properly putting in for a vacation I was on. She's talking about her. She says, had you put in? He said, yes, to Harv Pierre. So he tripping out on people. He power hungry. He's street thug. Come on. Don't act like Diddy ain't no damn street thug. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And I don't mean it in a bad way. Like, the people, he living that life. And not just Diddy, it's a whole system in place. Unseen people in high places, celebrities have their own security, yet they felt watched and threatened. I mean, if Diddy had a different type of chick, he wasn't cut out to be with Cassie. She doesn't understand that you got to stand up to him on site. Diddy's the kind of guy you can't let anything pass because he's going to take advantage of you. And you really have to follow through. When he acts a fool, you have to return the favor. When Diddy acts a fool, y'all seen me before, that people that are in my chat, I'm real sweet and easy to get along with. Y'all named that person Sharrell. The other Trina that be popping off all the time and can spot these men a mile away, the type of men that Diddy is, and don't let them play with me like that.
Don't let them
Explain
play.
it, huh? Here we
Don't
go.
let
Hold
them
on.
play, honey. Don't let them play.
Attorney says, did you lose benefits? She says, all of them. Health, 401k, my house and car. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs say? She says that I would never work again, that he would make me unalive myself. So let me tell you that. I believe that. I believe that. But if you was dealing with a street chick and you told her I'm gonna fire you, and she would have said something like, "Go ahead, because I'm gonna call the cops and tell them this and that." You gotta threaten them back. These women are scared. Everybody's scared of him, including the men. Let me tell you, it's just no way in hell that a man's gonna sit there and watch him. It was brutal. Okay, you guys, if you would have seen the pictures and no man not say anything.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I never seen nothing like that. It's sad. Here we go.
It's one of those things where everybody's just afraid to lose their job, and they'll let anything happen just to keep the paycheck in.
I have an update. Attorney says, did you get a job offer? She said, I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job. Attorney, did you settle with Mr. Combs? She says, in October of 2012 for, and then they blank it out. Agnafello, objection. Can I approach? Sidebar. Okay, here we go. I'm telling you. So let me put it this way. I have an uncle that was in pharmaceuticals, right? This is the uncle that's been in prison. Never mind. Let's see. Here we go. We got an update. Oh, he just said they're in a sidebar. He changed the name of the enterprise since the start of the trial from Diddy Combs Enterprise to Diddy Global. I heard that like it's gonna help. Just knowing no one cared enough to stop the beatings would have made me leave. Okay. And I guess a little bit what Perry's saying is they have to be accountable for what they did too. I just couldn't imagine it.
It's a lot of moving pieces. You know, that was my best friend, and this happened, it's not, and this happened to her. But what did you do? Nothing.
Uh,
Nothing.
uh,
The person who the shit happened to, what did you do? I was kidnapped for 5 days, 6 nights. What did you do? Nothing.
yeah, it's
So I'm just
crazy.
saying it's accountability with the bodyguards, it's accountability with the victims themselves, because you the one got the ass whipping. What'd you do? Nothing.
But Perry, let me
I
ask you.
understand the fear factor. What
No,
I'm
no,
saying
let me
is,
ask you this way.
mhm,
Diddy needs to be. Do you think Diddy needs to be stopped? If he
yes,
wasn't in jail right now, he would be living the same lifestyle. Yes or no?
yes. No, I'm saying I don't agree the shit Diddy did. I'm not condoning none of it. But I think if people don't take action against Diddy, he'll continue to keep doing what he's doing, striking fear in you,
Got to update.
grabbing you by the coochie, and everything else because you're allowing it.
Okay, we're back. The lawyer says, aside from the settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigations against Mr. Combs? She says, no. Attorney, did you go back to work for him? She said, no one else would hire me. Oh my goodness. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. Oh my gosh. Capricorn. What they're proving right now, Capricorn, is it's hard to feel pity for you if you kept running back. That is not the only job in town. But you wanted to be there because when it was good, it was good. And when it's bad, it was bad. Now, I believe every single word she said. I believe all the men were scared of Diddy, all the women were scared of Diddy.
Right.
Joyce says, Sharrell, I'm from Detroit and had family that ran HB back in the day. True thugs. Everyone in the hood was afraid of one man. If you said his name,
Mm-hmm.
you understand what I'm talking about too. About these type of men, you can't show any weakness to them, or they'll keep doing it. And each time they repeat their bad behavior, it gets worse and worse and worse because nobody's stopping them. Nobody. And because, I have family members that I love dearly, but some of them you got to treat like that. Attorney, who did you have to get approval from? She says, Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs. Attorney, was she still dating Mr. Combs? She says, yes. Capricorn said, yeah. Attorney, in December 2023, why did you retain an attorney? She says, I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Oh, okay.
He was okay. She filed the suit in 2023 because she was traumatized of somebody else's lawsuit. I mean, what? I mean, wasn't you traumatized when the shit was happening to Cassie? I don't get it. So it's a money play. Now, think about it. Now later, now I'm gonna sue. I did file something, but it was because I was traumatized of what happened to Cassie. And
Truth said,
Renee, I understand PTSD is real, but Renee, stupidity is real too.
uh,
You know what I'm saying? Like let's keep it real. Unaccountability is real.
we got to update. Oh my God, Perry. Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Capricorn says, her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me. Agnaphilo, objection. Judge, overrule. Attorney, was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again? She says, yes, as chief of staff. Go to hell,
Yeah,
Perry.
Freedom 557. Money is
Go to hell,
rich.
Perry. I see this. Go to hell. Oh my gosh. Let's see what y'all think. I'm done talking. The truth, the sad truth is none of these people really cared as long as they got paid enough.
Right.
They turned their head the other way. You can really pay for people's silence and buy their integrity.
That's a fact. And that's where we at.
Melody. No, wait, let's see what Renee's saying. Never thought I'd say this, but damn, Perry, Sharrell, he might be right.
She basically want to come out and say, damn, I never thought I'd say this, Perry, but damn, you, Perry. Sharrell, he might be right. She basically saying you're soft.
Update. I have an update. Attorney said, when did you last speak to Miss Ventura? She says 2018. Attorney said, and Mr. Muscuddy? She says 2012. Attorney says, no further questions. Judge said break, of course. Agna Phyllis says, can I start? Question mark. Judge says, well, we're taking a break. Okay, so what do y'all think of the testimony? Do you think her going back over and over again will sway the jury's thinking? It's all about the Benjamins, baby. I'm not talking anymore. Please, you should check it out. 60 Minutes. I don't know what that is. Here, I see here. The defense is going to rip Capricorn a new one. It feels that way.
Josh says, Perry gonna bring out Trina. She don't play.
Perry, shut up. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, this is not. This is not good. I don't know. Because these are hostile witnesses. They didn't want to testify to begin with. The government threatened them. Either you testify or we're going to bring charges on you.
Mm-hmm.
So these are not good witnesses, but there are good people in the world, and prosecution is your job to find them. Where are the innocent bystanders? Why are you interviewing these people? Are you trying to prove that they're part of the enterprise? And therefore it's RICO? That's kind of going to be hard to connect the dots. I think that there should have been other charges brought forth, because none of this is proving X trafficking, and none of this is proving as hard as bad as I wanted to. There's too many people out there like Perry. None of this is proving RICO.
Like Helena, Logan, nothing's adding up. Free Diddy.
Don't know who's not free him. We got to get him on some other charges, because you've seen he's a loose cannon. What if it was your car, Helena? Like, he's a loose cannon, but
then Helena just sent me a text. She said, well,
stop lying, Perry.
Something should have been filed about the car back then. Yeah.
What y'all think? What do y'all think? Bobby says, hey, Bobby, I don't think that Cassie I don't think they're ripping her a new hole. Every time she came around with his mood swings, he has mood swings because he's an addict. Okay, you can't trust them.
And
the problem
he's a woman beater. So, an addict by himself just don't do that shit neither. It's a person it's instilled in him. He don't respect.
No, he's an addict. His moods change.
I know, but I'm saying he don't respect women though. Yeah, it's a combination of being high and whatever. I mean, I ain't here to babysit him now.
Truth says the problem that I think Capricorn was having was that Puff had a lot of pull in New York and was probably having her blackballed. I don't know. All I know is It's not like Renee said when it's
She
just
went
not.
back to him. See, truth and consequence. We can make a lot of excuses, and we can assume that she was blackballed. Yeah, I'm sure if she had some skills and some talent, she could have got a job somewhere. Maybe she could have left New York. Didn't she work for Suge Knight? I'm sure she wasn't in New York at that time. She could have went probably somewhere else. But we make excuses when it's beneficial. I got to go at truth and consequence because they always come out to me with the whole thing. We making excuses for her. She went back after being kidnapped for 5 days, 6 nights, no water, no drinks, no Gatorade.
Perry, nobody said that. Oh my God, I can't with Perry. Trina says he threatened that one man's job all the time. There were rappers that signed to Bad Boys we never heard from again.
Yeah.
Like what is his name? There's this rapper. I can't remember his name. Okay, y'all. Well, hopefully, I don't know. We got a whole hour before lunch.
Yeah.
This is
Well, so far, I do a poll. I'll be back.
the Sixth Truth said blackballed her and everyone into needing him. Keep their hands dirty, just like his. Classic Nino Brown. If I go down, I'm taking everybody with me. I'm taking down the whole damn crew. Nino Brown. He was acting like Nino Brown, but Nino Brown even got off. This is crazy. Ugh. All his artists got screwed over. All of them. Every single one. When Diddy he get home, he will be suing the. I know. Listen, this is the prosecutor's fault. You cannot want to get somebody so bad that you rush to drop the lawsuit and you don't think about how other people are going to view this. It's very hard to prove that this is going to be a RICO case. This is the prosecutor's fault. You should have gave different charges with the same amount of. Why isn't DV included? Because it's a state charge. Well, then take it to the state. I don't get it. If we lose this case, it will be the prosecutor's fault for not applying the proper charges to begin with. No one in their right mind sees X trafficking here. We see an a-hole, that's Diddy. But y'all, you gotta have the proper charges. If we lose, this will be the prosecution's fault. And I like Maureen Comey very much so. I love the all-girl thing going on over there.
We see how the YSL thing went in Georgia.
Oh, you are messy. You are messy.
No, okay, I'm saying like individual charges when people say they want justice. They bypassed a lot of damn justice just to come up with these RICO cases because it's like to these people, like the feds and stuff, it's like if they win this case, they're what would be the word? Like just so happy to take down a rich man, a rich black man. They tried it in Atlanta. They tried it now. Not saying Diddy's clean. I don't agree with none of the stuff they said. But if they really wanted to get him on charges, why didn't they go direct? Weapon charges. Wouldn't that been a clean cut? Could you really defend that?
Right.
TV, could they really defend that? And then just build it up. But people want to make a name for themselves to run for some judge or whatever the hell they want to do. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
Let's not. I like Maureen. I love the prosecutors. They'll fix it. They'll fix this.
Fix what? I mean, sometimes you can't fix what you don't have.
Rain says,
how can you fix not having evidence unless you find some? You know what I'm saying? They ain't showed me nothing but a whole bunch of people with their stories that we couldn't stand it. I was held hostage for 2 weeks. Where you work at now? I'm back at Diddy's.
Perry, don't
What's up?
talk to me for 10 minutes. I need a Perry timeout. Rain says
Yeah.
all of the evidence people are talking about falls outside the 10-year time frame allowed for a RICO case. It's beyond the statute of limitations.
Yeah.
Someone in Atlanta was charged with 300 RICO charges, and now it have been dismissed to less than 100. They would add everything because some will be dismissed.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. But what it does is it moves the goalposts, and now it's going to be real easy to just charge anybody with RICO charges. And they should have left the RICO charges the way that they were, but they messed up in the R. Kelly case. So it didn't start with this prosecution, but I see what they're talking about.
I mean, R. Kelly. See, you know, I know he in there for life or whatever, but I don't remember watching his trial. I don't know what the hell I was doing back then. Probably watching sports. But
Helena says she is lying to make government charges stronger. I don't think she's lying. I don't think she's lying. I think she's no, that woman is not lying, Perry. She's not lying. It falls in line with everybody else says about him. But I think it weakens her testimony if she kept going back like there was no other job in New York. That's what I'm saying. That's why I want a clean person to testify that, okay, this happened and I left, or this happened and I called the cops anyway.
They want us to think all these people who work for them was working in a sweatshop, was afraid of them. Because if you leave my sweatshop, you're going to work 23 hours out of 24 hours a day. You're going to do this, right?
How do you know? I'm just trying to look at this as a juror.
They should have filed some labor law charges outside of this. They trying to just do everything. What do they really have? Can we go back to the raids? What they got from the raids? Ain't nobody from Homeland Security showed me shit. You know what I'm saying? And
Lee, oh, I can't believe my sweet little Lee says this. Sorry, Perry, go ahead. I keep cutting you off and it makes people mad. What were you saying?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just saying that, like, they ain't really showed me anything. Then you got the victims coming on. Yeah, he treated me so bad. I can't believe it. I can't wait to get my 401k because I'm back in Diddy's house. Come on. Like, it's just too much. Cassie, okay, I'm going to say this. Don't get mad, people. If Diddy was out tomorrow and was planning something for the 4th of July and invited Cassie, she would be there. I'll be there. Let's keep it real. She would be there. She would dump the husband. She would dump the husband like she did on that one call on the FaceTime thing when she was in between the sheets.
Come on, Perry. Please stop. Please, for me. I can't handle it.
Okay.
Simply Lee says, Sharrell, you and the chat are in your feelings about what Perry is saying, but he is speaking the truth. The evidence is not there yet. I know.
Damn right.
And the witness, including Cassie, are victims and made bad choices.
Simply Lee know what the hell she talking about.
Thank you, Simply Lee. You've been holding us down since day one of this trial. That's why I'm a little upset.
Yeah, I mean, be upset at the prosecution. And see, sometimes when you're going to try this kind of shit, have evidence first. Have some. We got all these witnesses, and you got one witness. Shit, did they ever find the runaway witness? Did they find the down runaway?
You're talking about victim number 3?
Oh, she was paid off. She was, how the hell you know? She could have been a liar and afraid to get her ass on the stand. because there's a such thing like y'all all down with this. Like every time the prosecution bring their witness on, oh, definitely 100, nothing but the truth. Wait until the cross come. That goddamn Capricorn, what's her name? Capricorn?
Clark.
Pisces? Oh, Capricorn, whatever. Clark. She gonna come on there. She might even say, yeah, I put it all behind me. I love Diddy. Because they get confused when they get crossed. I'm just telling you. But go ahead.
Silence says, if Diddy would have married Cassie, she would still be freaking, oh my God, freaking off, and he'd be
Day and
free.
night. And see, sometimes for real, I'm gonna tell y'all this, and y'all might think I'm bullshit. I think the freak offs at a certain point got to be too much from Diddy and Cassie. Are we on tonight? I think she probably wanted a little bit more than Diddy did.
Perry, please, for me.
Okay.
Please.
I mean, because freaks do what freaks do. See, it's weird how people can assume a man could be this way, but not a lady. No, a true lady, maybe not. But well, never mind. We'll just keep going. Go ahead. How can that lady cheat on her husband like that? I mean, go back.
Yeah, I can't.
Perry. You know, hurt Kid Cudi's feelings and dumped the first producer to get freaky in Miami with Diddy. Then gets with this man. He saves her. He rescued her. Then one night she sneaks back out to Diddy's house. He's, honey, where you at? Oh, nowhere. I'm just at Pick and
Perry,
Save.
Are you done?
Oh,
Pick and Save.
Yeah.
Perry,
while she's sitting there getting essed up by Diddy. Go ahead.
The money be getting low. Oh gosh. She be like, bet I'm gonna call Diddy.
Mm-hmm. Or I mean, see, I'm tell you something, because sometimes it's a thing called nymphos and stuff. When they get to this certain point, they just got to have it. Like Diddy, can't stop, won't stop. Women got that in them too. And then she be like, oh, you know, I'm really home. I don't have these kids and stuff. Hey, Daddy, watch the kids, because she got to go out there and get it. She'll be a Diddy freak off again. And not by force. And then she said, I was forced to come back. I was afraid. I was groomed. You know what women say?
Lily says, if Diddy gets time and the upper people think he's going to speak, Diddy will be good as gone. Even if Cassie was prostituting, according to Perry. Thank you, Lorraine. She didn't deserve to be beaten. She did not.
No. And let's get it straight. I don't think she was prostituting. She was buying prostitutes to satisfy her. But nobody said that she ever deserved to be beat. Not her, Capricorn, or whoever ass he whooping. I don't condone none of that. But some of these women do this thing because they like it. And let's just keep it real. And we ain't going to start getting back to the DV thing. You don't understand Stockholm syndrome. I understand.
Terry, did she like the yeast infections and the sores in her mouth?
No, I mean, but nobody does. Even if you got a sex addict, they just like that part. They don't like the repercussions of a bad seed or, you know, the STDs and all that shit. They don't want that.
Thank you.
But I mean, but you can't tell me. Well, let me ask you this then, since she's so smart, right? Did she like this? Did she go back? When she got one sore out of her mouth, did she go back? When she had one of these little eye tract things, whatever you say, eye tract infections or whatever you call it.
UTI,
Yeah, TI?
UTI, yeah.
Oh,
put a
okay.
U in front of it.
Okay, whatever. When you got that, she went back. And I'm just keep saying, like, y'all keep acting like she's a 2-year-old wearing some Huggies who can't think for herself. She don't play one man. I think she was married to that producer, right? For 10 years, or that guy, or just dating him. I think she could have been
Dating,
married.
dating.
Dating. She played him, and y'all want to think she's some gullible thing.
Truth says, I beg of you,
Cudi.
please get out of your feelings and actually read the RICO statute.
Who are they talking to?
He's just talking. He's just talking to everybody, joining the conversation. You're real paranoid, sir.
Oh, I ain't getting in my feelings today.
You are.
We on the right hand side of the law.
Suge and Diddy never got along, so she didn't tell him. That's alarming. Okay. Trauma changes your brain. Thank you. Finally. And the way you think. The expert said that already. That's right, Perry. I mean,
Okay, no, I know. The expert told you some things like that. I'm not denying what you said, but did the expert tell you greedy people, they didn't tell you about greedy syndrome, what people would do for the dollar bill? Let's get the expert on for that. Like, I know all about this drama, like trauma stuff and all that, but not every diagnosis is made for everybody. Did that little psychiatrist that came on, did she diagnose Cassie? No, she didn't. Y'all just assume that that's what Cassie got. She got C19. We don't know what the hell she got.
Tugger says,
go ahead.
Perry, Diddy was still freaking off. Did you forget when they raided his house, they found all the baby oil, G, and Uggs, and Cassie was nowhere around?
Well, you know, I mean, the guy does his thing. I'm just saying, that's how he like it. Now, if they would have raided Cassie's house, they probably would have found some baby oil too, or some Istroglide.
Okay, Perry, please stop.
I mean, we don't know.
Lisa says, if you're an average person and you have a taste of the good life that you can't provide for yourself, it's hard to go back to being average.
Amen. And that's how some of them will. I mean, and that's for real. All jokes aside, that's why I think Cassie stayed around for all the stuff with Diddy.
We got an update. Judge says, Miss Clark, you are still under oath. Agnaphila says, we met in April 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman. She said, yes. Agnaphila, you wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right? She said, yes. I believe her. I think she's just she's just like that woman says it, that she's caught up in the life, and yeah, it's just
caught up into the life.
She was still kidnapped though.
If you hear her say it,
she was still kidnapped.
Oh,
Victoria says, so now Diddy is the big black Mandingo boogeyman.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they are portraying him to be. The big bodyguard was not going to take food from his family's mouth to save Cassie. I mean, I can see what you're.
Yeah, because some people feel like the bodyguard would have lost his job, been gone, and Cassie would have been back next weekend. Kidnapped and all.
She was kidnapped, Perry.
Maybe, I'm just saying, but if I ask you an honest question, you want to be able to answer. Do you have any proofs that she was? I'll wait.
Yes, I do believe that about trauma. My brother found his wife after she's
oh damn.
Yeah, he is not the same. You're right though. It's just
that's
a
serious.
lot. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Sorry. It's crazy.
That's real life shit there.
Yeah. And they aren't going to risk Cassie, saving Cassie, only for her to go back to him. Now they're unemployed.
Yep.
I
And
still think they should have did something, but I get what you're saying.
Cassie would have
It
seen
has-
them walking down the street. She would have rode right past them out them getting fired, not give them a ride on her way back to Diddy's house.
My bestie says, sadly, Diddy is guilty, but he leaned into stereotypical gangster behavior. Yeah. You know, Diddy had an opportunity to do so much more with his life. Hold on, here we go. Agnafilo, you saw Mr. Garagos taking notes. She said, yes. Agnafilo, you said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? She said, I just thought they were toxic. Agnafilo, tell me about when you were in New York. She says, I was in the Bronx. I hated it. Oh no, I know where he's going. Oh no. I know where he's going with this line of questioning. He's going to say, this was the most money you've ever had, or he's gonna, in a roundabout way, say, if it was that bad, why didn't you leave? That's where I think he's going with this line of questioning. Let's see what y'all say. But I think he should go. I agree with you. He needs to be in jail, but we've got to figure a path. But I think he should go to jail because he's terrible, and getting free, he's going to be worse. He gets away with so much shit. And don't forget, I always want justice for Kim Porter, for Biggie, if all of that is true.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to stop being the Teflon Don. Eventually, he has to pay for what he's doing to people. Here we go. Capricorn Clark says, it was 2002. I met Jeanette. Then Mr. Combs in 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs, Agnafilo. He wasn't doing drugs, right? She said he did ecstasy in Diddy's house, Agnafilo. But it got worse? She said yes.
Okay.
What do y'all think? Let's see. Diddy gave the blueprint to all the entertainers and rappers in the business. Let me tell you something. Let's just go over these crazy moguls that they are taking down one at a time. These were young men back then in the 90s. They were young and they were street dudes and they were running their businesses like the mob. So I don't understand why it's so hard to prove it.
So in that previous thing,
Anyway, I just want to say this real quick. If you think working with Diddy was hard, let's hear about the Suge Knight stories. Go ahead, Perry.
I was just going back to that first one that you just read a few minutes ago, where Capricorn says, I just thought they were toxic. When she was asked, you said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? I thought they were toxic. So she didn't think much of Cassie neither. Did she? Both of them. Diddy got issues, Cassie had issues. And that's what I go right in the middle with. Both of them was toxic. Y'all want to make everything's on Diddy's side.
But Perry, you have to admit that he was running around living foul and getting away with these crimes.
I would agree. Okay, no. See, this is where when y'all start rattling off his list of bad things, I agree. But y'all can never agree Cassie was not a saint. Would you agree with that?
I just think she
would agree.
I just think she didn't understand that kind of life. She just didn't know what she was getting herself into. Can we agree with that?
Though. I mean, she knew what she probably knew.
Can you agree with she's not used to that kind of life?
She knew what she wanted. I know. I mean, maybe she got herself in some things over her head.
Right.
But she knew why she went to that relationship. It was for status, to be seen.
We got an update. Agna says, you authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you. She says, it was very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. Agna says, but you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation. She says, I don't remember that. Well, she tried to ask her attorney for a job so she can. I'm going to read this again, you guys. Agna says, you authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you. She says, it was very procedural, lawyer to lawyer, Agna but you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation. She says, I don't remember that. Why would you ask your attorney to help you get a job? Why would you do that? Capricorn, girl, what are you doing? You're supposed to be there for legal purposes. Girl.
Ain't no telling what's going on up in there.
We need Cassie's best friend back. What was her name? Carrie something. We need Carrie back.
Oh, Carrie got hit in the head with that wooden hanger. She got the hell out.
Yeah, we need Carrie. Yeah, because Carrie's more jury friendly. Diddy put his hands on Carrie. Carrie left.
The hell with that? I'm out of here. Yeah, Carrie Morgan. That's what her name was.
Carrie Morgan. Where is Carrie? Jeez. I mean, that's how it comes across. Smack to you says Capricorn needs money. That's how it's coming across. I agree, but she was young. She had to adjust. And I agree. She became toxic because she had to. Puff was doing too much. She couldn't be punked all the time. I just wouldn't work for this man. I wouldn't work for Suge Knight. I wouldn't work for 50 Cent. I would not work for 50 Cent. But he does seem to be the less crazy of all of them. 50 Cent on paper is turning out to be the true mogul, but you never know what people do behind closed doors. He's only in jail because his bail was denied. It's not because the judge/jury said he was guilty. That's true. Just like when they do get bail, that doesn't mean they're innocent, right?
Right.
We're just reacting off of today's testimony. Things can turn around. Today's testimony, they're really making her look crazy. I got an update. Agna says, read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? On who? The lawyer says, objection 403. Judge says, Agna question mark. Agna says, state of mind. Judge says, it's being offered for the truth. Agna we had a stip on this sidebar. I don't know what a stip is.
I guess they talked about it or something.
So this is
so it sounded like she had a crush on him too. See, a lot of these women, I'm gonna say this, get into a situation because they're just sticking around, hopefully to be the next best thing. If I do this to go a little further, I get promoted on the ranking order. One day I could be in Miss Diddy.
What he's laying out is motive. He's saying that you would do anything to be with
$4.
Work for. Katie says, why AZZ Diddy was an old man that took advantage of Cassie by brainwashing and manipulating. It took her years to realize that how to get out. I hope that the jury realizes that. And they did bring on an expert that talked about the cycle of DV and, explained her behavior. But I don't know about Capricorn's behavior.
And Katie, that could be an excuse too for Cassie. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not up here making excuses for Diddy, but we could pick and choose and make excuses for Cassie. Oh, he groomed her, and this old man did this. She dated a man 10 years older than her before Diddy. She finessed him when they thought they was together. Oh, I'm just gonna go out. I got to go and do this appearance in Miami when she really went there to get laid. So who groomed who? Y'all giving her too much credit or too much sympathy on her sexual behaviors because she was loose as a goose. Go ahead.
I was talking to you about this weekend. They said, yeah, 50 Cent kicked his girlfriend. They're talking about Joy, Daphne Joy, door in and destroyed her apartment. He's violent too. He also got found guilty of doing that. I think he had to pay some money. That's what like 50 Cent. We don't know. He's not in court today, but you know, he seems to be the last standing mogul, but we don't know what he has skeletons he has in this closet because like I said before, all these rap people, they're tied to the underworld of drug dealing or street dudes, and you know, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. Well, street dudes. He enjoyed Live P. She was honored to orchestrate and star in it. Oh, God. Furthermore, she would ramp it up this afternoon, giving the option. Perry is on point. Stop. Let's get over this. It's almost lunchtime. What time do you have, Perry?
It's almost 9. It's 8 till 9. So basically, they
We
might
still
wrap
got a
it
lot
up
of time. Yeah.
in like 38 minutes. Or no,
I'm gonna
sometimes they might do it at 12. I don't know. Was it
Perry, I'm
12?
gonna eat my watermelon. Can you read the comments? I'm still here. I just don't like to eat on camera.
Okay, let me see what happened. Oh, you saying with something came through. I don't see nothing yet.
Now both of us are lagging.
Huh? So what now?
You said a new.
I said I don't see nothing yet. I said, yeah.
Let me see what CNN is saying. CNN is saying Capricorn Clark, a former employee of Diddy's, testified that she met Mr. Combs around 2002 through a mutual friend shortly after she moved to New York City. She said her relationship with Combs was 1,000% platonic. Clark and Combs took ecstasy in the early stages of their friendship, and his drug use increased over time. She's doing drugs with her boss. Mm-hmm. Goodness, Capricorn, you keep going back. You're acting like this is one big party. Here, CNN has a quite lengthy update. Let's read this one. Since Sean Diddy Combs' federal criminal trial began earlier this month, 3 of the music mogul's former assistants have been called to testify about their experience working for him, with patterns starting to emerge. On the stand today is Capricorn Clark, a former personal assistant to Combs and former marketing executive, has his clothing brand, Sean John. So far, Clark testified she was subject to taking a lie detector test, threats and intimidation, and witnessed Combs be violent with Cassie. She also described an encounter where she saw Combs enter rapper Kid Cudi's home after he found out about his relationship with Ventura, an incident that Kid Cudi testified about last week. Clark is on the 3rd former Combs assistant to testify, joining David James and George Kaplan. Her testimony continues this afternoon. James was an assistant for Combs back from 2007 to 2009 and worked for Combs during the early part of his relationship with Ventura. He testified he did not personally observe observed physical violence between the two. That's just a lie. James described witnessing Combs' drug use and testified about his role in stocking hotel rooms for him across multiple states. He also testified about being objected to lie detector tests and intimidation. Kaplan testified last week that he left the company because he was not comfortable or aligned with the physical behavior that he observed over several months, and recounted instances in which he saw Combs be violent with Ventura and another former girlfriend. Kaplan also said part of his job as Combs' assistant was to clean up the hotel rooms Combs stayed in. And at one point, he said he picked up drugs for him. Hold on.
Are you finished?
No, let me finish this really quick. Another high-ranking executive Combs team, Christina Coram, Combs' former chief of staff, has been mentioned several times during the testimony throughout the trial, but there is no indication yet whether she will be called to testify. Remember, Combs is facing charges of trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The government alleges that between 2004 and 2024, Combs created a criminal enterprise using his business empire where he engaged in trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, and bribery and obstruction. Perry, can you go from here? I need to take this phone call.
Oh, yeah. I don't see nothing yet, but I'm refreshing. Go ahead. So, anyway, and I will say this. This is what I did with a poll. I did this poll, and the poll was, has anything today changed your mind on this case? Now, this is a star witness. And 86% of people saying no. She has been a no factor. 14% people saying yes. How many star witnesses can you have come up and you're just a failure? Like, you don't move the needle, right? Kid Cudi, you like him personally, whatever. Nobody's moving the needle. And I'm almost starting to think if KK don't come up, because if anybody can know about his finances and all that stuff, she seemed like the person that would. All these backroom stories of who laid with who. He's not on charge for DV. So we go back to that. Everybody know he's a drug addict. Haven't nobody showed any proof of him selling. One Stop always come to sell him the drugs. We didn't hear one case that he sold One Stop anything. So all this trafficking, this and that, it seemed like most of them, look, whether we like it or not, most time it was him and his girlfriend. Who else really came up? Sharrell? As far as the trafficking. Cassie. Has anybody else came and said they
We
just
just gotta wait to see that other people are gonna testify. You know, these
so what could they
hostile
possibly
witnesses,
say, Sharrell? What could they possibly say?
every time these hostile witnesses take the stand, you have a chance that they're not going to be good testimony because they don't want to be there to begin with. So, but when we get real people that come through like Kid Cudi and Carrie Morgan, then they set a better picture of what was going on. But right now it's going to be hard. That's why I wouldn't bring on another hostile witness. Anybody that you say you have to testify or you're going to be charged, I don't want to hear from them anymore because they don't want to be there anyway because they don't want to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not looking at the full picture. They're just looking at not being a part of this investigation. So
And they still at that sidebar, by the way.
Yeah, they're still at a sidebar. So that's what I wanted to tell you guys. Like, these are hostile witnesses. I keep saying it over and over. They didn't want to testify. And I get where the prosecution is going with this. Let's take his own
Get an
staff.
update. They're back, honey.
Here we go. Agnafilo says, you called him Chalk for chocolate. She said, I did. Attorney says, you started with Def Jam - Run DMC. She says, I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z. Agnafilo, so how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? That's not a good question. Let's just see what she says. She's seeming like a fan, not a fan, like someone who just wanted to be around Diddy at all costs.
That's a fan.
But what I'm saying is these people are going to testify like this because they're hostile witnesses. But maybe there were no, I don't know.
I'm just saying, but at a certain point, if you got all this stuff and you got to have some witness to collaborate. And I think we need to see more Homeland Security.
We got to update. We got to update. Capricorn says, I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. He said, you'd work for me. I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway in Raising in the Sun. I was impressed. Agnafilo, he had a major part. She says, he was a star. I remember Diddy doing that play, A Raisin in the Sun, that was originally done by Sidney Poitier, who's the best actor ever for generations.
Mm-hmm.
She's describing Diddy like she has a crush on him. And now,
Yeah. I'm talking about plays and shit. This shit done got a little too weird and too a little boring for me. That just I don't need to be talking about it. Romeo and Juliet.
No, it was a really good play.
Walk away. What?
It was a great play when Sidney Poitier was in it. You never heard of that play?
I'm not into that kind of shit. Sharrell, you know that. I ain't into these plays, ain't into history, all that kind of shit.
You're not into Sidney Poitier? You don't know? Okay.
I remember his movies and stuff like that, but I'm just saying it was great. But no, I mean, we in a court case.
Here we go. Clark says, then I shadowed him on Vote or Die campaigns. My job was to get t-shirts on the celebrities and into the photo shoots. I call them and they say Puff wanted them to come. Agnafilo, and they came. She said they did.
Oh, he acting like he her friend. Being nice to her. Yeah, child. And they came, didn't it? Mm-hmm. Now he ready to pop her with a question somewhere.
Oh no! I hope this is not true. Oh no, this would be a disaster. Asha says she slept with Diddy. She wanted him too, but Cassie had him and is what it's looking like. Girl, you're right. This is some mess. I can't live this lifestyle. I need to leave. I'm quitting. I need a break. Oh no, that would have been a disaster. But she is talking like she idolized him. Like, my goodness, girl. Aphrodite, like he had stock in Johnson & Johnson. Promoted them in private at all his freak offs, little FO events, like he was promoting Ciroc in public.
You got an update, honey.
Oh my God, it's so true. Here we go, you guys. Agnafilo, how long before the jury missing thing? She said it was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home on the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die. Agnafilo, when did the jewels missing happen? She said after the 4th of July. It's so fun. Let me finish reading this. Promote them in private with his funky little FO events, like he was promoting Ciroc. Here's a case of each. Take that. He was, okay? Child. He could make some people never use baby oil again. But I'm not gonna, I use it on my legs because I live in Vegas and I get dry. That's so funny. Let's see what else y'all saying. Ugh, perjury. This is a good one. It sounds like she looked him up. Okay. It sounds like a real fascination there. You know,
Yeah.
I wonder if she was at the damn freak offs the way she's talking. It's just too much for one person. And how many freak offs, like, how many FOs is enough? Like, every damn day, freak off, freak off. Oh my, how did he work? But he made so much money, he doesn't have to work. Let me go to CNN really quick. Says a new update. It says Clark texts Cobb in 2021, admitting past crush, doesn't recall details or his response. Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, texts Combs in June 2021. Did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? Then she said, we hung out all the time. I played it super cool. I don't think you knew. I just knew for sure that you liked to have me around. Clark testified. She doesn't remember saying this to Combs, but recalled reaching out to him in 2021. Child, that's what we were feeling, you guys. We were like, something's not right with her testimony. She's in love with him. And I believe the first person said, I wouldn't be shocked if she slept with him. Girl, get off the stand now. My goodness, what a disgrace.
It seemed like a little pecking order, right? And it's funny how we can just off the top look at her this way, but we don't look at, the same way.
Sharrell, it's been alleged that Liquid CC was in his, oh Lord, his Ciroc bottles. I hear about him lacing these bottles. Brandon, the drug mule, was to testify. He got a deal for some info. Another hostile witness. You want a deal? Just look at what the prosecution's doing. I respect the prosecution, but I want you guys to think about these things. You're bringing on a drug dealer to testify against Diddy. You really think that he's going to give you Diddy testimony? It's going to be more confusing than this because they live by a street code. Don't snitch. Prosecution, you do not need to bring Brandon on. He's going to trip you up in your words. He's going to come across like Capricorn. You want a real dealer to testify against Diddy? I'm telling y'all that street life is different than regular life. They will go to their grave before they so-called snitch. It just doesn't make any sense. Harry, please give me 10 minutes. Don't talk to me for 10 minutes because I'm not understanding. So these people, these are Diddy's friends or loyalists, whatever you want to call them. Their stories aren't going to make any sense. Their behavior, they're not going to be able to justify unless they could prove that they were part of this enterprise. What is the purpose? Truth says, in her affidavit she gave to the prosecution, she mentions being raped by two people. All you two got to do is read the paperwork. No, we're listening to the testimony. We're listening to what she's saying in court, what the jury is going to hear.
Right.
You have to remember, they're not going to know everything that we know. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, I mean, they said read the paperwork and all that. Look, we just trying to go through the court case. And what we getting from court is these things we read and all. And she did say she was kidnapped too. So now she sounds like she got a crush.
And if you was raped twice, would you go back to work for that person? Question mark.
I want to talk to Truth again. I'm sorry, Truth. I was just saying, I'm in my feelings. Let me get out my feelings. But the juries are not supposed to hear everything we're supposed to hear. So that's why I'm relying on the testimony, because I think that's possibly how they can interpret it too. But unless they bring out more stuff, because they're not supposed to go back and read all of this and listen to, I don't know, y'all. Thank you, Miss Walker.
You know what though? And I'll say this though. I'm just gonna keep it real. It don't seem like it's going too well, but you never know. Like you said, we got a couple more weeks left. I think if KK don't bring something, we can debate the kidnapping. We can debate the great things, but at certain point, people can hear your testimony, but they
I got
also
update.
hear. Go ahead.
It says, Clark says, the jewels were still in a loan from Jacob the jeweler. Agnafilo, who else got lie detectors? She said, his stylist. He too had gone to street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day. Agnafilo, you never told HR? She says no. Go ahead, Perry. What were you saying?
So I understand, like, you get her testimony, you get her affidavit and all that stuff. That stuff you don't signed off saying is true. You get babysitted during the prosecution. With the prosecution, have you understand? Now you get the cross. If they can also show that your stuff is not so trustworthy, jurors, then that sort of knocks out your little testimony. And still today, if I was on the jury, I don't believe she was kidnapped. We can explain it all kind of ways. The definition of being kidnapped, held against your will. But it's the coming back for me. And having a crush on somebody for me. Just saying.
Hi, Renee. Thank you. That was a stupid question because Diddy is HR. Okay. Y'all are, oh my gosh. This is
You went to
crazy.
HR about her pay.
Y'all, this is a crazy testimony. Have you both heard that saying, birds of a feather flock together? For me, none of them are better than the other. I know.
Yeah.
All of them are criminals.
You got to update.
Hi, Trina. Over here, Breakfast Club and Shade Room, I get more of a Diddy is not going to prison. I know.
You know what, though?
They're
And for real, he really might not unless they come up with some heavy other stuff. I mean, for right now, things could change. But the witnesses they got right now, ain't nothing moved the needle today. She's supposed to be a star witness.
I got an update.
Capricorn, Pisces, Gemini. Go ahead. Yeah.
Clark says, I got fired for 3 weeks. Agnafilo. How did you get unfired? She says, I went to work on his 35th birthday at Cipriani to do celebrity list. I came back, Agnafilo, from 04 to 06. She says, not all, Agnafilo, a personal assistant, question mark. She said, the liaison. It's like every time you got fired or quit, whatever, you keep saying, she finds a way to make herself back to Diddy. And she's doing that on purpose. This is not on accident. She wants to work with him because she has a crush on him, possibly slept with him. There's feelings there. So I'm kind of done with your testimony. He might get some time, but definitely not all charges now. Not all the charges. And she forgot to tell us that she slept with this man. Come on, we're not crazy. Capricorn says, I was making 65,000 for Combs, then 90 at the live. I can't read. I need glasses. Agnafilo, why'd you come back to Combs? She says, I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed, asked me to come back for Sean John for women. Girl, you lying. You wanted to go back. You probably showed up at the parties. You were probably a damn stalker. It doesn't make any sense. You keep going back. You like him. You love him. You're single white female. Remember that lady? Oh no,
Yeah.
no. What a you're fatal attraction lady. You probably burned the bunny. You want Diddy more than Cassie wants Diddy. Girl.
She could have burnt Kid Cudi's car.
Well, no. They found
Yeah,
oh
I'm
my
just saying.
gosh, this is too much.
I mean, she wanted to
Girl.
impress Diddy.
She slept with Diddy. I don't care what nobody says. Come on, women. We know the type. She has slept with Diddy. Here we go. We're back. Capricorn. I think I was really good employee for him. Agnafilo. He told you you were awesome. She said he did not. He did not use that word. Agnafilo. You worked hard for him. She says I did. Agnafilo, others worked hard too, right? Question mark. She says, not as hard as me. I'm about done with her. When you leaving? We are done. Please rest it. Rest the case. Rest questioning right now. Please move on. I am so over this girl. Girl, you probably slept with him behind Cassie's back and bragged about it to all your friends. We know the type.
Are we still
He probably
impressed with
said,
Capricorn?
he said, Agnafilo probably said, did you what do you say? Others worked harder too, right? And she probably said, not harder than I did, twisting her hair. Girl, get out of here. This is terrible.
They didn't do what I did. Mm-mm.
Don't say it, because I know you. You'll say something. Don't say nothing. I knew what you were thinking. Child, please. Purple says, Capricorn liked his lifestyle as well. She needed that job. Greed is a powerful motivator. Okay. This is getting worse and worse. This is crazy. Are we almost at lunchtime?
You got an update.
Oh, we got an update. Here we go. Capricorn says, I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs. Almost crying. He broke that glass ceiling for us, Black people, in the business world. Agnafilo, do you need a minute? She says, no, it's just complicated. He said, the judge says we'll take a break. She's crying because you realize you gave a shitty testimony. Okay. You got caught up in your words and you're going to get dealt with by the public because we don't want to see you testify not another damn minute.
And for real, I'm gonna ask y'all this question, and y'all try to be honest. Do that sound like a person that was kidnapped?
Perry, not now. Can you
No, I just
spare
need to
us
know.
some grace?
I just need to know. I mean, we're trying to follow this trial all the way through.
Child, this
I enjoy
girl,
their opinions.
whose idea was it for her to testify? Like, come on. This is
Not just testify,
ridiculous.
star witness.
Okay, Perry. Perry, can you take questions?
What kind of star witness is that?
They're on another break, right? Yeah,
Well,
they're on another break.
But I mean,
Mess.
yeah, soon they should be breaking for lunch. But this little break, I don't know. Maybe they can try to pick up some time. We'll see. Let's see.
This was a sheer disaster. Any woman that listens to her testimony knows with Diddy. Come on, crazy. This girl done slept with Diddy and was supposed to be working for Cassie and being Cassie's friend, and you doing that. You know how those kind of women are.
These people ain't right. What's going on in the chat? I don't understand it. Yeah, lockjaw. Damn.
What? Let's see. I mean,
She
that's
wasn't
crazy.
kidnapped. Mm.
Perry, nobody said that. I'm on a different page. Are you really
Oh no,
saying that?
no! I'm reading it for real. I mean, it's just people's opinions. Like we understand, we got people like y'all that don't agree, but you know, it is some smart people here.
We got a new update from CNN. The jury has been dismissed for a lunch break. Okay, so let me head over to Long Crime. Let's just hear what professionals have to say about that disastrous testimony.
Okay, well, I'm gonna step outside, then I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. That was absolutely disastrous. It's interesting. Every day's a new day. I was so excited in the beginning because I thought she was going to verify Kid Cudi's testimony, and she did, but she didn't do it in, and she probably was the female at the scene. It's this a lot, y'all. I'm waiting for Long Crime to go live. Let's see. Here is, well, we know what here's the sketch art of Capricorn. We've seen her picture before in real life. That's a bad that makes her look old. That's a bad sketch. Yeah, what a bad day. It's not a good day. Not a good day. Let me see if I'm waiting on Long Crime because I like to hear what professional attorneys think anyway, but really today I just want to know what is going on. That was bad. That was bad testimony today. Let's see. Everybody's on break. They should be going live. I need someone to make sense of what just happened. What just happened? It was crazy. Do you guys remember when I was talking trash about Perry on Friday and I was on mute and nobody could hear me but him? Do you remember that? Let's see what y'all talk about. Sharrell, this was an awesome day for the prosecution. What the hell? How do you think it was awesome? Let me know. Capricorn is hormonal. She's all over the place. I know, Beverly. I was just saying they haven't even proven the man act yet. Can't kidnapping be a willing participant? A hot girl Rico. Miss Hughes, just let me know why you think it was a good day. I would appreciate it. Maybe I'm on the wrong track here. I love to hear what other people are going to say. Let me check for Long Crime really quick. No, still not there. Hold on. I'm on a different page, you guys, trying to make sure we don't miss Long Crime. Because we have to hear what they have to say. Let's see. Free Diddy. Rico proven. She and Cassie testify about being held against their will. I hope so. I haven't heard a good witness yet. What kind of smoking G you think we need to win? Um, I like Kid Cudi's testimony, which was he didn't seem to be scared of him. He seemed to be more honest up front. Mm. I don't care what they say. All Diddy's employees were probably victims in one way or another, just working for him. It was difficult, mean, and diabolic and cruel. Something wrong with him. Capricorn was infatuated. That's how it comes across to me. I don't know if I'm looking at it wrong. Capricorn was infatuated with Puffy. That's my belief. She wanted to be in Cassie's shoes. That's how I look at it. I hope I'm wrong. Just being a bitter Betty doesn't mean she wasn't held against her will. Right. And you guys thought she was going to talk about the LPs. I did. Kidnapping along with the violation of Mann Act equals RICO, period. Yes, Cassie mom and testifying about blackmail for 20 G's. Yeah, that was crazy. She probably was almost there in Cassie's shoes until Cassie came along. Sounds like it. Let me double check, make sure they're not live yet. I mean, also too, somebody sent me something. I'll have to find it for you guys about the jurors. It breaks it down, who they are, what they did, what their nationality is. All these people are really old. Y'all are messy. Y'all are stepping into Perry's shoes. I kidnapped myself. If the defense placed seeds of doubt in the juror's head, then this could be a shock verdict. It really could. The reason that I'm not so comfortable in cocky and he's going to jail is because I sat there and watched that whole trial for OJ. And when they said not guilty, we were like, what? When did she ever say, I told this man I wanted to leave? I know. And he would not let me out of the door. Let me go see if Law and Crimer is on yet. Because I need some testimony. Come on. Come on. So far for me, I didn't feel like it was a good testimony. I need to hear what the attorneys say. Their age alone is what makes me think he's going to jail. Yeah. So they're older. They're all older. There's a significant, it's a healthy mix between African Americans, Caucasians, and I believe they have one Asian on the I have to go find the list. I'm going to read it to you guys when I come back off a lunch break. I don't understand how the prosecution didn't anticipate that witness like Cassie, Dawn, and Capricorn might come across as unreliable. Did they really think their looks alone would sway the jury? I don't know what they were thinking. I just don't. Truth says, if you're being held at GUN point, that's kidnapping, period. But Truth, didn't she seem a little infatuated with Diddy and just being showing up around him when she was fired all the time? The only thing, in my opinion, the state is going to be able to prove are the GUN charges. Yes, she was infatuated, fan. She wishes she was kidnapped. She wanted to fly on his private jet. It seems a little crazy. Armand said they had discussed their faces. Armand said they had discussed on their faces, and that one even was crying at one point a little when Cassie testified. Okay. Let's see. All victims in gold digging, cheating, fleeing, stealing, lying at the same game. Y'all messy. Hold on, let me head over and make sure they're not live. They're not live yet. Hold on. It's still too early too, also. Okay, that. It's still too early. But with that being said, I'm not liking this witness at all. At all. I don't know what's taking so long. Uh-oh, looks like we are, let's see. Let me put it on the screen so we don't miss it. I don't like this witness. I just don't. At all. All right, so they're still coming up. What are you guys saying? Let's see. People are trying to use the fact that these bodyguards were armed to act as though they were being threatened with the GUN, when I doubt if that ever happened. I think she did good. It just shows how Diddy plays mind games with these ladies, and it doesn't look good if I was a juror. He's definitely playing mind games. Definitely. I can't wait for the next witness. I'm kind of through with Miss Capricorn. Ebony, knowledge, you're exactly right. The GUNs fall right under the RICO charge. I missed one. Come on, folks. Diddy hung out with Paris Hilton, Britney Spears, J-Lo. Now throw Capricorn in the mix. Throw Cassie in the mix. Child. Miss Girl says, kidnapping, being forced or confined against your will. The days of being held to use the lie detector, kidnapping. That's crazy. But here's the thing. You said, what? Smoking gun. What I want is irrefutable testimony. Something that Perry can't switch or anybody, juror look at it different. I want, this is a pure fact. This is what happened. Callie says, if those bodyguards were really threatening people, the way they would be sitting at the defendant table too. I think some just don't understand the term kidnapping. You can Google it, but just in case, the action of abducting someone and holding them captive. 3 GUNs, no committed anything of any RICO with 3 damn GUNs. We all got vast different opinions over here. Some of us feel like today's testimony was bad. Some people feel like it was good. Can't wait to hear the testimony of the pros. But with Cassie, a DV situation is a state's case, not federal. I wish that he would have been held for DV. I wonder if it's too late to do it. I know she took a plea, but do you seriously believe Puffy gave Capricorn a minute? She is not a factual witness. I can see how it comes across that way too. It could be 3 wooden sticks if he's a criminal running the organization. It's RICO. WTH. Would the bodyguards be sitting at the defendant's table? I will wait. Them bodyguards. Oof. Weapon of choices is semantics. Listen, you guys, speaking of bodyguards, do you think D-Rock, because I keep hearing his name over and over, and Roger Bonds and someone else, do you think these people will take the stand? That's who I want to hear from, but I don't know. They might turn things around. I don't know. I think that what Perry wants is for them to have him on camera being caught in the act, maybe. RICO has to be acts that benefit the organization. They have not shown anything that benefits the organization. No RICO. Did you notice that her and Kid Cudi gave different stories about that night? Yeah, we noticed. A lot of times you don't get the kind of evidence. Perry is going to switch everything. Count on it. We'll see. That's what people in the chat want too. I do. Facts, James. I think you need to go back and read the law because the GUNs do fall under RICO. Remember, here we go, you guys. Let's go. Let's hear some tests.
Live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial out of New York federal court. Right now, they're on a lunch break. Gives us time to analyze what's happened so far as we begin week 3 in the prosecution of this case. And really, really interesting testimony from what we're getting reports on what happened in court today. But by the way, for the next hour or so, we're going to be taking your questions on YouTube. Any questions you have about today's testimony, anything about that's happened in the case so far, where you think the case is going to go, submit them on YouTube, and me and my great panel of guests are going to break them down. But before I bring in my guests, I got to bring on right now Elizabeth Milner, long crimes reporter who has been in that courtroom in New York federal court every single day of testimony, including today. Elizabeth, it's great to see you. I will ask you about what the vibe is and what we're seeing in the court in a minute, but I have to start with the testimony of Capricorn Clark. So this former assistant to Sean Combs, we knew she was going to take the stand. She had been mentioned last week during Kid Cudi's testimony. I want to take this in pieces if I can. So, because I know we have a little bit of time with you. So just talk to me real quick about how she began her testimony and how she started working for Sean Combs. And then we'll move into more of the specific allegations regarding Kid Cudi.
Yeah, well, Jesse, from what Capricorn Clark said while on the stand today, she said that she and Diddy actually go back before she actually started working with him. She said she met him around 2002, and then from there, later on, that's when she started getting into his employment around 2004, between 2004 to 2006. So when she was first brought on, she was brought on as a personal assistant, and she said actually on the first day of the job, she was taken to Central Park, and you might think, oh, we're going to go to Central Park. It's going to be great. But that's not really how she described her first day on the job. She said she went there with Sean Combs, Diddy, and she also went there with Paul Alford. Now, who is Paul Alford? He's actually the security guard that we've known about for a number of testimony, right? But she's actually talking about Uncle Paulie. And so she said that she was brought to Central Park with them. And then she kind of gets into why they would go to Central Park. And it was essentially to threaten Capricorn Clark. Why? Because she actually used to work with Death Row. And who was the CEO of Death Row? That is Suge Knight, one of Diddy's many arch nemesis. And so she said that she described her previous relationship with Suge Knight as he is actually the father of her best friend's children. So she does not have a personal, like, intimate relationship with Suge Knight necessarily, but she just knows of him and knows him a little bit closer, mainly because of her best friend, and that he is the father of her best friend's children. And so when she was taken to Central Park around this time, this being in 2002, 2004, she said that Diddy told her he'd kill her if she had anything to do with Suge Knight. Then there was an objection raised in court. The defense obviously objecting to that statement, but the government continued to ask her about this alleged threat, and she being Capricorn Clark had explained that Diddy was relatively calm while delaying this kind of message to her. She said that during this kind of meetup at Central Park, or during this meeting, that Uncle Paulie said nothing. He was calm as well too. He was a little stoic from her description of it. And she said, as far as the response to the threat goes, she says, well, we'll just have to see. But Capricorn said while she was on the stand that she should have just been more transparent about her relationship with Suge Knight. And that's when we start getting into the exhibit photos of just some of the security guards that we've seen a number of times through these exhibits. So we were shown a photo of D-Rock, who Capricorn Clark explained was a good friend of Biggie Smalls. D-Rock actually came on board after Capricorn Clark. Then we're showing an exhibit photo of Ruben, who's actually D-Rock's little brother. And she explained that that Ruben came after Capricorn Clark, and so did, she said that Ruben came after Capricorn Clark, same as D-Rock. And then as far as Roger Bonds, we already saw an exhibit photo of him, but we saw that again today. And she explained that Roger Bonds started around the time that Capricorn Clark did. So this was around that 2004 time frame. And then slowly we start to get into the guns. And Capricorn had said that she had observed Diddy with a gun while she was being kidnapped. And obviously we're going to divulge and take that piece by piece in just a little bit. But the government asked her, that Diddy has discussed having a gun before, because there was this whole, I guess, press thing and interview that Diddy had done with 50 Cent. And we all know Diddy's relationship with 50 Cent is not the best. And so I guess Puff, or who she refers to as Puff, said that Chris Lighty, who was Diddy's manager around that time, said that Diddy said, "I don't like the back and forth. I like guns." And Puff, or Diddy, or Sean Combs, as we're calling him, was actually talking about 50 Cent during that exchange. So that was automatically the start of the testimony,
Right.
already going off with a little bit of fireworks after kind of going into how she came to work with Diddy.
Yeah, look, when you're dealing with a racketeering case, we said it before, we'll say it again, having the assistants, the bodyguard, the security, the people that were in that inner circle is imperative, because you're trying to understand the inner workings of this criminal enterprise or this organization. But also, Diddy is ultimately charged in a racketeering conspiracy case alone. There's no other defendants. So you wonder, who did he allegedly do all of these things with? Who did he engage in this pattern of criminal activity with? But the reason she is also important is because I believe she is being used to help prove some of the underlying crimes for racketeering. When you're talking about racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution needs to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. So there's sex trafficking, there's arson, there's kidnapping, there's bribery. But more specifically, what did she say regarding kidnapping? And what did she say, I believe, that may help support the forced labor allegation? Again, really, really important for racketeering. What did Capricorn Clark have to say today?
Yeah, she said a lot, Jesse. Sometimes I just have to go through my notes to see just where everything is that she had been talking about. But as far as just the kidnapping goes, and I just want to apologize, everyone. I know my voice is a little hoarse, so if it scratches off a little bit here and there, I apologize for that. But so as far as the kidnapping allegation goes, that stems from 2011. And what do we know that happens in 2011, specifically around December of that time frame? That is when we start to kind of get into the Kid Cudi and Cassie relationship. Obviously, a very huge talking point throughout a lot of this testimony, especially last week, kind of trickling into this week. And so around this 2011 timeframe, Capricorn Clark is no longer Diddy's personal assistant. Now she's a global brand director. So she's around 28 years old around this time. But she said around this time frame, she was also working as Cassie's creative director and manager too, so kind of pulling those double roles. And she said, as far as that role of being a creative director, it was kind of about maximizing the optics for Cassie. And so as far as just everything with the Kid Cudi incident, Capricorn Clark explained that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi in December of 2011. We already know this, but Cassie had asked around this time frame whether or not Kid Cudi could come on a hike with Capricorn and Cassie. And Capricorn actually said that this was going to be a bad idea, because Capricorn was concerned whether or not Diddy would find out about this. And so Capricorn was explaining that Diddy had bought her phone. And so he was worried, or she was worried about Diddy seeing these text messages come through from Cassie, kind of explaining that she wanted to bring Kid Cudi on this hike that they were doing together. And so Capricorn actually explained on the stand today that she was the one who brought Cassie in to buy that burner phone. So that way it wouldn't be traced back to Cassie. That way they could talk without Diddy finding out. So that was kind of a big revelation that we learned today, because Capricorn had explained that she got Cassie this burner phone, or she went with her to Best Buy to buy this burner phone, because she was afraid that they would all get killed. There is an objection made by the defense, obviously, because everyone's just like, oh my God, this is now another time where Diddy allegedly threatened to kill either Capricorn Clark or Cassie or somebody in just that fashion. But the objection was sustained, so that part is struck from the record. But Capricorn said she all of a sudden was hearing a loud banging at her apartment. And so she said that she looked through the peephole of her apartment door and she saw that Diddy was upset. He was pacing. His body language looked like something was kind of in his hand. So Capricorn Clark opened the door, and she said when she did, Diddy was still upset. She explained everything that he wore, from a button-down shirt, a sweater, that he had slacks that just happened to be ripped. And she said it exposed his underwear. But she said that Diddy had a gun in his hand whenever he was banging on her door. And so Diddy said to Capricorn Clark in a very angry way, "Why didn't you tell me who is Scott?" And as we know Scott to be Scott Cudi, aka Kid Cudi. And so Diddy told Capricorn, "Get dressed. We're gonna kill this N-word." And that's what she said. And I will say here, Jesse, that Capricorn Clark, when she was on the stand, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as being casual, but as far as just profanity is concerned, she very much just kind of laid it all out there as far as what was said, what words were used. And so it did get a little profane during some aspects of her testimony. And so, yeah, Diddy had told her that they were going to go kill this person, and that person being Kid Cudi. And so during this testimony, I saw that Diddy was jotting down some notes during this. And so Capricorn said that she didn't want to go, but Diddy made her, and he put a gun in his waist, that same gun that he had in his hand, he put in his waist, and that Diddy still seemed mad, but this time mad at Capricorn. And Capricorn said that Diddy had never been to her house before. But once they were in the car, Diddy moved his gun from his waist to his lap now. But notably, Ruben, who we know as also Rue, but is also D-Rock's little brother, was the one who was driving the car. So it was the three of them, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben, aka Rue. And so Capricorn explained that she wasn't able to leave the Escalade, which I guess is the vehicle that they had driven down to. She said that everything was just happening so fast. There was no conversation going on, but they went from Capricorn Clark's home all the way down to Kid Cudi's house, or I guess all the way up to Kid Cudi's house in the Hollywood Hills. And then we're showing an exhibit photo of the Google map that shows kind of the direction of driving or direction of travel from Capricorn Clark's house to Kid Cudi's home. And then we see that same exhibit photo of Kid Cudi's front door. And so from there, Capricorn was kind of explaining she didn't know whether or not Kid Cudi was actually at his home, but Capricorn said that she had to stay in the car. Meanwhile, Ruben and Diddy went inside Kid Cudi's home. Capricorn explained that she had called Cassie and called Cassie's burner phone through all of this. And Capricorn had explained to Cassie, she said, "Cassie, what the F?" And she had told Cassie that she was brought to Kid Cudi's home essentially to be there so that way they could kill him. And Capricorn actually changed the name from Cassie's burner phone over to, like, I guess her best friend's name, because she didn't want Diddy to find out that she called her to give her the heads up. But guess what happens next? Diddy comes out, and she said that while she was on the phone with Cassie, she could hear Kid Cudi on the phone telling Cassie that this man's in my house. Those weren't the exact words that were said, but you get what I'm going with that. But and Cassie was trying to stop him because he could have been killed in this incident, according to Capricorn Clark. Diddy comes out. Diddy explains, "Who the F are you talking to?" Diddy called that same number back, found out that that's Cassie's burner phone, then got livid knowing Cassie even had this extra phone. And so Capricorn said that Kid Cudi later pulled up to his home. He sped off later, though, and then D-Rock, Capricorn, and Rue all followed him in the same car, chased him until they essentially lost him. But then the police responded, and that's when Kid Cudi, I guess, returns back to his home. And it's interesting because I don't recall under direct or even cross-examination that Kid Cudi explaining that he actually drove to the home before the police arrived. But according to Capricorn Clark, that's what she kind of said happened. But she surprisingly said that Diddy was relatively calm when he saw the police sirens going over to Kid Cudi's home, but that afterwards, Capricorn, Diddy, and Ruben all went to the Key Club, and Diddy told Capricorn to essentially call Cassie and tell her to come over here. And Cassie said, "Okay, well, come get me." So Diddy told Cassie to tell Kid Cudi not to tell the police that Diddy was the one allegedly behind it and not to make a police report about the incident. The Capricorn told Kid Cudi as well, too, not to file this police report, and that Kid Cudi was essentially mind blown. There was another objection. That objection was sustained, so maybe the mind blown won't be in the transcript. But after this event happened, and after this, because this was just them going into the home, that Capricorn and Cassie went over to Diddy's house, and Diddy began physically assaulting and being physically violent with Cassie. Capricorn explained that he kept kicking her and he never used his hands. Cassie was crouched into this fetal position.
Elizabeth, let me jump in. Let me jump in because
And
it's so loud right now. I know we got the sirens going on. This is the beauty of a live shot right outside the federal courthouse. But look, just from my point of view, look, this is really, really important testimony because it helps establish this alleged kidnapping. It helps to back up what Kid Cudi had testified to. It helps to describe and back up and corroborate with what Cassandra Ventura had testified to. All this idea that the jury has to believe that Sean Combs was essentially a mob boss, that he was running this criminal organization and had people, engaging in this kind of behavior. And I'll pick it up back to you because the sound stopped. But, also real quick, she talked about her work and she talked about being forced. I mean, if we're talking about forced labor, it wasn't just the hours. I mean, she talked about the hours she had to work as well, but also the kind of circumstances of her job too, right?
She did. And as I'm trying to go through my notes, everyone, that's also the beauty of the live shot is writing or finding your place where you'd wrote down everything, because you write down so many notes, I should say. But yeah, as far as just the overworking that she did, she said on a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep. And then on a bad night, she got 2 hours of sleep. I'm personally think 4 hours of sleep is kind of a bad night, but according to her, that was just pretty typical. She said that she even got stress-induced alopecia from working with Diddy. She even had to go to a doctor. She said that around that time frame, she was making about $65,000 as her salary as a personal assistant. But the thing is, Jesse, she went to HR and HR calculated Capricorn's overtime. And she said that she had enough overtime that was owed to her, totaling about $80,000 of overtime. That's a lot of money. But what did Diddy do whenever he was shown kind of this paper receipt and kind of this document that showed that she was owed $80,000 in overtime? Diddy allegedly ripped up this paper. That's what Capricorn Clark said while she was on the stand. But like a lot of the other assistants that have testified so far, including, David James and George Kaplan as well, that Capricorn Clark's one of her many duties was to set up hotel rooms. And even just thinking about this time frame, right, Jesse, it's from 2004 to 2006. So this was before the Cassie relationship that she was still required to set up these hotels. She said that she would unpack a camera box. This camera box had a camera, lube, baby oil in it. She said that she had to unpack Diddy's clothes, his shoes, a toiletry bag, which a toiletry bag was that Louis Vuitton bag that allegedly had drugs inside of it. She said there were drugs like ecstasy inside this bag. Kind of still the same old tricks, it seems like, too, from just booking these hotel stays, that if it was one of Diddy's girlfriends, because again, this was before Cassie Ventura, that the name for the girlfriend would be Jackie Starr, a same alias that was used by Cassie. She had explained that as far as the names for the hotel reservations for Diddy specifically, she said that those could be either Frank Black, they could be Frank White. She even said that during some of these hotel stays that he being Diddy would stay at the hotel with Kim Porter, and this would be something that would happen at least once a week. But there were other girlfriends who would stay at the hotel too. And then even in the aftermath of everything, Jesse, it's kind of that same old thing where she would pack up all of his stuff and clean up after him. And what was kind of on the walls and kind of the stickier stuff that's found inside these hotel rooms, it was baby oil. So it was interesting kind of hearing that even before the Cassie Ventura relationship goes, that Capricorn Clark was essentially doing the same type of responsibilities that other assistants did while Diddy was with Cassie and even after the fact.
Right. Well, listen, we have a lot to break down with her testimony and what to make of it. But Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for the in-depth report. It feels like I'm, reading the transcript. That's how detailed and thorough your reporting is on this. I know you have to jump back into the courtroom, but Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to break this down, and we're also going to break down your questions. We see them all coming in right now. So I want to bring on my guests. I'm joined first by criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer. Great to have you here, Safa. And we are also joined by entertainment and employment attorney Cameron Dolachahi. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time. So a lot of questions to get into. I will start with you, Safa. We've got this question that's coming in from D Princess. So Capricorn said she observed Diddy with guns. The government also has unmarked guns in evidence. What impact will this have on the RICO case, right? The racketeering conspiracy. Talk to us about this, Safa.
going to have a significant impact on the RICO charges, because one of the things that the government has to prove is that there's an underlying predicate offense within a 10-year period to substantiate the RICO charge. The government last week had testimony with respect to the arson in Kid Cudi's vehicle, which is one of the predicate offenses that they would have to prove. Kidnapping is also another predicate offense they have to prove. So if the government can show that Mr. Combs used threats of force or physical violence by way of using a firearm, which is a significant threat of force and would cause someone to fear for their life, they can prove the kidnapping. And based on Capricorn Clark's testimony this morning, I think they're on a pretty good path to proving that.
I think the testimony, Cameron, about what the employees went through, what was required of them, even if you go back to one of his former assistants saying that it was Sean Combs' kingdom and we all did what he wanted. One of the things that she testified to is that she had to take a lie detector test. Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test. One of the questions is, Danny asks, why did Diddy make Capricorn take a lie detector test? Did she pass or fail? I think it might have had something to do with whether or not she stole jewelry. But, that's an important aspect of this case as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are people going under incredibly toxic conditions to work. They each probably have their own basis for separate lawsuits against them, from, unpaid wages to, like I mentioned, hostile work environment, to failure to prevent discrimination and retaliation. Living and working under those conditions, typically that, I represent plaintiffs, and those are the exact working conditions that lead to multiple lawsuits against the same employer. So, the testimony from the employees, it's not just one person saying it, multiple people corroborating the same work environment lends absolute credence to it.
So we also get questions in from not just on YouTube, but we get emails. And there was one that struck us last week. I got to repeat it. I'm going to go to you, Safa. This is an email question from Jamie. I've been watching Law and Crime to keep me updated on the Diddy trial. Thank you all for the information. You're welcome. I've heard people on your show and others say that the prosecution's witnesses are providing testimony to show that Cassie was forced and coerced to comply with Diddy's sex fantasy demands in order to support sex trafficking charges. There are men who sexually, physically, financially, and emotionally abuse women using force, fraud, or coercion all the time. It seems that in order for Diddy's crimes to qualify for commercial sex trafficking, someone would have needed to purchase a victim, i.e. Cassie, from Diddy for the purpose of sex acts. It seems that is why Diddy's crimes wouldn't qualify for sex trafficking, because it's not commercial that we've heard of yet. Why isn't anyone talking about that? Am I missing something? And then there's also a tagline. Also, still don't understand what RICO is. So, Saf, I'll give the floor to you. Is it about purchasing Cassie for sex trafficking? And also, if you want to give a real quick 4-sentence definition about what RICO is.
So really quickly, RICO is a racketeering, influenced, and corrupt organization, which essentially means that you have a criminal enterprise that engages in a pattern of behavior that would further that criminal enterprise. There's a few predicate offenses. Some of them include bribery, kidnapping, arson, other things like that. And essentially those would go to prove to further the enterprise, so to speak. So that is basically what a RICO is, first and foremost. Now, with respect to the sex trafficking charges here in the indictment, it's not that Cassie was the one that was purchased for sexual activity, but that they purchased sex workers, so to speak, in order to engage in sexual acts with Cassie, which is why the government had a number of male sex workers that testified with respect to, who they worked for, when they became engaged with Mr. Combs and Cassie Ventura, when they traveled, or if they traveled from state to state, because there is a transportation and commerce component to that as well. So it's that Mr. Combs essentially purchased these sex or commercial sex workers, transported them via state lines or across state lines for the purposes of engaging in commercial sexual activity with Ms. Ventura.
Saf, I just want to follow up about one point on this. We actually have a sidebar coming out later tonight about whether or not the prosecution at this point has proved sex trafficking. So I encourage everybody to check it out. But the reason I bring it up is one of the questions I posed there, I'm going to throw to you. Is it also commercial sex, whether or not, putting aside what was paid to these sex workers, if something of value was provided or promised to Cassandra Ventura, Is that make it commercial sex? Is it only about the sex workers, or is it something of value, or whether it was gifts or trips or financial dependency or career promises? Is that commercial sex for sex trafficking?
To an extent, but more so you see it often with respect to the exchange of currency. Could gifts and things of that nature make a showing of commercial sex acts? Possibly. But again, with respect to these charges, I don't think that the government is proving exactly that Ms. Ventura was the person that was the basis for the commercial sex act,
Right.
but that these sex workers that were purchased through this company were the individuals that were commercially or they were the commercial sex workers. So I think it's really with respect to those individuals, which I think interestingly enough begs the question of this particular company, which seems to be a legitimized company, employing these sex workers for individuals to purchase.
I'm going to throw it over to you now, Cameron. By the way, and I correct me if I'm wrong, am I mispronouncing your name? Is it Cameron or Cameron? I keep looking and I'm wondering if I'm saying it incorrect.
Cameron, I'm a child of Iranian immigrants, so they spelled it quite an interesting way, but it's Cameron.
Oh, there you go. Okay, well, there you go, Cameron. So we got a question from Mikey John. Do you think Usher is on the witness list? He's known Diddy for a long time, even lived with him. I'm sure he must know something. And let me just couple that. Dawn Richard last week, I believe it was last week, testified that she observed Diddy punch Cassie in front of high-profile celebrities like Usher, which I have said goes to the idea of the power dynamic. So big factor for the jury to consider is, why didn't Cassie leave? Why didn't she step forward? Why didn't she fight back? Why didn't she report Combs? Well, if that allegation is true and the jury accepts it, that he could beat her up in front of these people and nobody steps in, nobody does anything, that shows the power of Combs. What is she expected to do? Do you think Usher's going to be called to the stand?
Yeah, he absolutely could be. That's a great point. His testimony is absolutely relevant to show the domestic abuse, to show the forced nature of the relationship and the freak offs. So as high profile as he is, and maybe without this testimony, his lawyers could potentially put up some sort of a fight to avoid having him testify, because it is obviously burdensome and difficult at times. But I think it is absolutely relevant in this case. So we could definitely see him on the stand. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
And the witness list is sealed, so we don't really know who's going to take the stand until it's announced at the end of the day. Oh, this person's going to be testifying tomorrow. That's kind of how we knew Capricorn Clark was going to testify today. And I'll just follow up another question for you, Cameron. This is from Sam K. Are there celebrities, like big name actors, going to testify?
I would think definitely. I think there's this level of credibility that you have for a celebrity who has nothing to gain to come and testify. You saw that with Kate Moss in the Johnny Depp trial. And even Johnny Depp's attorney said Kate Moss has no reason to lie. She doesn't want to be here, right? So I think testimony from people like Kid Cudi, Usher, other celebrities where they really don't want to be there, and presumably are telling the truth because of that reason, are going to be really credible and impactful for the jury.
But for the prosecutor's point of view, you would also have to imagine, do they want it to get this far? Do they, they don't want to call like a J-Lo or a Justin Bieber, right, Cameron? Because then it just confuses what the case is about. It gets too, I think they're trying to be as specific as possible with who the victims are, who the escorts are, what the charges are. Because if you take every allegation against Sean Combs in the past 2 years from every civil lawsuit, putting aside the fact whether it's even relevant to the federal case, I don't think they want an expansive case like that.
Yes and no, and I think Safa could speak more intelligently about this, but usually prosecutors want to give as much evidence as possible and kind of almost beat a dead horse over and over, showing all the bad acts. They're presenting their case first, all that evidence comes in for the jury, and it's pretty impactful. So, I don't know if the prosecution, especially in this case, with the mountain of evidence that they have from the federal indictments and the raids, are going to say, okay, I think we have enough, and let's not confuse the jury. I think the jury, when they have enough bad facts and enough credible witnesses, they'll figure out a way on one of the charges to get a conviction.
I'll throw that to you, Safa, if you have an opinion about it.
Yeah, I would agree with Cameron. But not only that, I always think, and this is more of a style approach, is when you're telling the truth isn't complicated. So I don't think that you need, a bunch of witnesses to repeatedly tell the same thing. You want to get in, you want to get out, and you want to give impactful testimony for the jury to take away and consider. Now, it would be beneficial for the government to have these very notable people testify to the same thing, and the jurors are humans. They are going to be fascinated by some of the people that come to testify in the witness stand, especially if you do have an usher or jailer or somebody of that stature. But I don't think it's necessary with respect to the government's case. Not only that, I think with the domestic violence component, which essentially goes to show the threat of force and physical violence, I think we've heard quite a bit of testimony from Ms. Ventura herself, from Capricorn Clark, from Mr. Mascotti, and a bunch of other witnesses that would corroborate that. So I think the government's doing a pretty good job. They can certainly include some of these additional witnesses. I don't think it's actually necessary. But to Mr. Cameron's point, they're going to want to put as much as they can and throw the whole kitchen sink to get their conviction.
Saf, I want to follow up with another question. There's been a lot of talk about alleged victim number 3. Maybe can't find this person, not going to be able to testify. It was a big development leading into this trial. So we got a question from NLin93. And before I read this question, it presumes a lot and makes a lot of accusations. Just put it there. So NLin93 asks, is it okay, legal, for Diddy to pay off Gina to not testify? So assuming Gina is alleged victim number 3 and assuming that's what he did. And if so, will the prosecutors know before it's too late in this case? Safa?
That is 100% illegal. He cannot do that. That is witness tampering. That's bribery. He would be subject to new criminal charges if he were to do that. Could the government be informed that he did do this or allegedly do this prior to the end of trial? I'm sure, there's an interesting question as to why whoever victim number 3 is, why they didn't testify or why they have not testified as of yet, if they are still missing in action. And I do believe that victim 3 has an attorney. So it's interesting to see how their attorney is playing into this, because generally speaking, when us as defense attorneys, we have a client testify, we are in constant communication with that person. So the last thing I heard, which I'm not sure if it's true, was that the government had not heard from the witness or I believe it's her attorney, but we'll see. But that is illegal.
Yeah, and right. We have no evidence to suggest that's what Diddy has done or allegedly did, which, by the way, Cameron, goes to another question we have from Nicole RZV. In high-profile cases like this, is it possible for the defense team to pay some witnesses to refuse to take the stand or to testify falsely?
Yeah, no. This would be incredibly
It's possible.
stupid.
It's possible.
Yeah, yes,
you're
right. You're right. It is absolutely possible. It would be one of the stupidest things for any lawyer to ever do, or for either party. So let's not anticipate anything like that happening.
Cameron, let me throw another question to you. This is from Psych Michael. Where is the evidence of RICO, meaning racketeering? We get it. He's a bad dude, but he's not on trial for that. Where is the RICO evidence?
Yeah, I think it's in all the employees working together. It's in Diddy forcing them to do what he wants. Him being, what you referred to earlier as a mob boss. And it's kind of what we call the spoken wheel conspiracy, where, he's leading the charge and everyone else is, complying with everything he's doing, and they don't really have a choice. Whether they did have a choice or not is sort of actually irrelevant. But the point is that there's multiple people across states, across the country, helping him facilitate these illegal acts.
And Safa, let me follow that up. I mean, sure, there's different elements of it. There's different components. So it's racketeering conspiracy. So the more the employees all say, we know what the job was. It was to serve his interest. It was to benefit him. It was to benefit what he wanted. That goes to this kind of agreement. But isn't it true they could convict him of racketeering conspiracy without all of the freak-offs, without all of the sex trafficking? Because some of the underlying crimes can be separate and apart from that. Kidnapping, arson, bribery, the drug offenses. If the jury goes, I don't know if Cassandra Ventura was sex trafficked, but I think that there was crimes afoot. I think that Sean Combs was a part of this criminal organization. I think he had all of his employees doing his bidding. And we actually believe that he committed crime X, Y, and Z. Am I right about that?
You're absolutely right, Jesse. And the government can do that. You know, the jury can come back not guilty with respect to the sex trafficking charges, but they can come back guilty on the RICO charges. So they have everything the jurors are going to consider everything that's been placed before them at the trial. With respect to the RICO charge, again, taking sex trafficking aside, you have these underlying offenses, which people have testified to. There has been evidence that's been brought in to make at least a showing that these things did occur. So even if the jury is not going to consider, I don't really think this was sex trafficking, I don't think Ms. Ventura is a victim with respect to sex trafficking, they can still consider the RICO charge in and of itself and the underlying predicate offenses that have been independently proven to make a finding of guilty.
By the way, in about 5 minutes or so, they're going to come back. Obviously, there's no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio equipment in the courtroom, but we're going to get live reporting once again, once there's a continuation of testimony. And once there is, we will report in real time what that testimony is, and we will break it down for you in real time, as well as take your questions in this case. So Cameron, got a question for you. This is from Vanessa. Do you think the lack of vocal support from celebrities is very telling to the jury? Nobody's come to Diddy's aid and defend him. Well, in all fairness, it hasn't gone to his side yet. His case hasn't started yet. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they realize it's a really tricky situation and there's a lot of evidence against them. So their PR teams are pretty sophisticated, I would think, each celebrity, and they will say, absolutely do not touch this under any circumstance. Even if there is some support, that would not be a good idea. But it does also lend credence to the fact that some of these allegations are true, because if you had an overwhelming number of people saying, it wasn't, it would be hard for all these publicists and PR companies to be working, together to prevent that from getting out. I think the character and the conduct are coming to light.
We got a question here from Safa. Safa, did you put an own question from you to yourself? I hope you did. If not, we got another Safa here.
I did not.
Okay. Yeah, I think you did. But no, Safa, got a question from you from Safa. What are the accusations? Why are the accusations in the Lil Rod case not being discussed? It shows even more RICO. So just to provide a little context here, talking about Lil Rod Jones, one of the first people to file a lawsuit against Sean Combs, I believe in February 2024. His former producer made a ton of accusations that he was basically assaulted by Combs, harassed by Combs, that he was groomed into homosexual sex for Combs, said he was a witness to violence, that he was sex trafficked. He alleged violations of the RICO laws. But I remember leading up to this case, there was a filing where the defense had said that the government's not going to be calling producer one. I made it the point at the time, I think that's Lil Rod. Maybe, I mean, if that's the truth, is that because that his allegations might not be relevant or they might be weak?
They definitely could be irrelevant. They definitely could be weak. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the lawsuit, but what I will say is there's probably some truth to it, and probably some things that may not be completely true. And the government is going to be very careful about who they pick as their witnesses. They want individuals who have, they're credible witnesses. They usually don't like to call people to testify. And I don't know what Mr. Rod, his background is, but individuals who have a heavy background or heavy criminal history, they want to stay away from individuals like that. I don't know if that's his case. I think that because he filed the civil suit as well, that gives him a motive to testify in a particular way, which the defense can certainly attack if he's on the stand. Now, again, if some of the things taken are true, could they be relevant? Absolutely. But does the government need to use him as a witness? Would they truly benefit in having him testify? They may not. So they've probably stayed away from him.
Yeah. And look, he showed up the first week of court. I think day one, he showed up outside of court. I think probably in a moment of solidarity. But yeah, no indication right now he's going to testify. So also, besides the questions that we have up, we also have a poll up. Keep putting these polls up during the course of the case. So on YouTube, we had a question. Do you believe the allegations of workplace abuse, unpaid overtime, threats against Combs? And get this, Cameron, 88% say yes, 12% say no. So when it comes to what the environment was like for these assistants, and we've heard a number of them so far. It seems the majority of people, at least on YouTube, believe him. We don't know what the jury believes, but that's quite telling, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember, jurors are usually employees. They're usually not employers. So they've either been part of an organization where maybe there was a hostile environment, or they've had bosses or employers who have treated them poorly. So they can commiserate. They can see when something's believable or not. And when multiple people are saying the same thing, we should believe them.
Great question from D Princess. It happened earlier today. There was a whole back and forth about DNA that might have been found on the car or in relation to the car. Kid Cudi's car being blown up. Again, if the jury accepts that, arson is one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. I'll throw it to you, Safa. This is a question from D Princess. The prosecutors don't seem to want the DNA results to the car being admitted into court. Why don't they think that is? This is about Kid Cudi's car. So just let me read you a little bit from the transcript, or a portion of the transcript from this morning. The judge said, I see you burned the midnight oil over the weekend. What about the DNA questions? Prosecutor says, Investigator Jimenez's knowledge of this is extremely limited. The judge says, but didn't he ask the serologist if any DNA test was done? Prosecutor says, but not the results. Prosecutor says, yes, there was a partial profile from the glass bottle in the car, but Investigator Jimenez does not know what that means. And then the judge cut the prosecutor off. So you don't cut the prosecutor off, saying you don't object to the report coming in, only what Mr. Agnifilo will ask. That's one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys. Prosecutor says, we do object to the report coming in. Agnifilo responds, we got the results back, he got the results back. If the DNA came back with Sean Combs' DNA, this investigation would have gone in a different direction. But it was consistent with a female contributor. So then the judge followed up. So it's not whether the result was accurate, only the impact. And then the judge said, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'll hear you at sidebar after the direct, There's a little bit more back and forth on that. So it seems to me, Safa, right, there might be evidence to suggest that Sean Combs' DNA either wasn't on the car, maybe not tying him to the arson, and maybe that's a problem for the prosecution. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely not going to look good for the prosecution. And in a perfect world, the prosecutors would love to have his DNA in that vehicle or on that Molotov cocktail. I don't think that kills their theory, though. There is testimony that we expect, or there's evidence that indicates that DNA evidence was that of a woman. What woman or who, we don't know at this point in time, depending on if they were able to figure out whose DNA that was. If that person so happened to work for Mr. Combs and was doing that or created that Molotov cocktail, put it in the vehicle at his direction, then that's a win for the government. But it's not the greatest position for the government that it was a female's DNA. They, of course, would love for it to be Mr. Combs, but that's just not the case here.
Again, if you go back to the idea of how RICO used to be prosecuted, and you're talking about a mafia organization, you're not going to see the Don's fingerprints on the gun at all times. I mean, that's the point. Got a question for you, Cameron. This is from Nest Dog. Do you think 50 Cent is going to testify?
I don't think so. I don't necessarily see the direct relevance there. I don't know how the prosecution can use him effectively or more effectively than some other celebrities. And he's sort of.
Well, we know they have a rivalry, and it came up, I think, a little bit during Capricorn Clark's testimony today regarding like a rivalry between them.
Yeah, I don't know if that's enough. I think we talked earlier about kind of keeping the case a little tight. You do want evidence and you do want as many credible witnesses as possible, but just on that minor point, I don't know if that's enough to bring in 50 Cent. It would, for my selfish reasons, I'd like the entertainment, though. I think it'd be kind of hilarious to have 50 Cent come in and then make his little meme posts about it.
The problem with him is he's been quite vocal about this case since it began.
Yeah, exactly. His credibility is not going to be great, and on cross, they're going to point that out pretty quickly.
I mean, he has not missed an opportunity to troll Diddy during the course of this whole case. We know there's bad blood between them. Let me throw a different question to you, Cameron. This is from Alexander Mateo. Will anyone testify on the alleged freak-offs at Diddy's parties? But like, there were people who testified about being part of the freak offs, the escorts. I guess it's another celebrity question, right? Do you interpret that? Is any assuming that these freak offs included people that weren't just the alleged victims and the alleged paid escorts? I guess other people who might have been a part of it.
Yeah, again, I don't think the prosecution needs it. I think it's pretty well documented. No one's denying it, even on Diddy's side, that there were these freak offs. Whether they were at parties or not is a separate issue. But we don't know what kind of evidence was taken during the raids. Maybe there's camera footage of certain celebrities involved in those freak offs. That would be obviously highly embarrassing and potentially damaging to those celebrities' careers. But at this point, I don't think the concept of whether the freak offs happened or not is really in dispute.
Safa, go to you. We got a question from Creole Lady Lavu. Isn't it too late about this Kid Cudi stuff? I mean, there is a statute of limitations to press charges.
Well, there is a statute of limitations, but with respect to RICO, there's a broad net with respect to that, and we are within the statute of limitations for that. So maybe on the state side.
All right, you guys, we have an update. It says they are back, the jurors and the witness, between Miss Clark and Miss Ventura. We don't see any non-hearsay purpose. Agnafilo, there are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified to this on direct. Again, we have a lawyer saying they proposed to use communications between Miss Clark and Miss Ventura. We don't see any hearsay purpose. Agnafilo, they are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified to this on direct. Now listen, just a few minutes ago, Law and Crime said that the prosecutor tried to keep the results of the DNA test out. They don't want the jury to know that there were female fingerprints found on Kid Cudi's car. Interesting, very interesting. All right, let me go back.
They could use text messages between her and Miss Ventura to do that, to impeach her credibility and essentially show that she has not exactly been truthful in her testimony, and also to get more information out of her. You know, a lot of times when the prosecutors have these witnesses come on the stand, the prosecution wants them to tell their own story that's favorable to the prosecution. But the defense has a story too, and I think that's what they're about to prepare for.
Cameron, question from Rel. Has the government come to an agreement with co-defendants?
I don't think so quite yet. I think the main target here is Diddy, right? So I think they want to see show the jury exactly how this conspiracy works, and then, you know, potentially prosecute.
He doesn't think that the government cut deals with these witnesses. Let me keep going.
This conspiracy is, you know, there's internet conspiracy theories that this is some widespread racketeering organization. So we don't know that, but I think that'll be revealed in the next few weeks with more witnesses.
Well, so far, I mean, Safa, this also goes to another question that we have from one of our viewers, New Order of Kings. Where is the co-defendants for RICO?
We've got to update you guys. It says the direct went more negative than expected. Their theory is that Miss Ventura was not permitted to be creative. Oh, this is just another tweet. Sorry, guys.
And, you know, Mr. Combs is solely charged in this indictment, so there are no co-defendants at this point, and there haven't been to this point. However, those individuals that work for that enterprise or work for Mr. Combs, the government has and had the power to charge them. They could have charged them as co-defendants with the contributions that they were making to further the enterprise. So setting up certain things with respect to the freak offs, if that was what the government's theory was, or their participation in that, them doing threats of force or physical violence, the security and things of that nature. They certainly are a part of that RICO. They could have been charged. My guess is in exchange for their cooperation and testimony with the government has decided not to seek charges against them.
Yeah.
Got a question here for you, Cameron, from Never Be. Do you feel that RICO has been proven so far?
I think so. I think there's, tiny points in cross-examination that maybe go to recollection of certain witnesses that might not be perfect. But I think generally what you're seeing is a organization run by Diddy. People are doing their work, forced to do it, to set up these criminal acts. I mean, one thing we haven't seen the defense really push back on, and it's almost admitted, is the transportation of drugs across state lines, and in different places. I mean, it's almost known and admitted that he's using copious amounts of drugs and having people purchase them for him. So that's the least nefarious, predicate act for the racketeering charge, and it's almost a foregone conclusion.
So, okay, we have an update from court. This is from Mr. Agnifilo. So Combs' attorney says, again, I think this is how they plan to cross-examine Capricorn Clark or something of that nature. The direct went more negative than we expected. Their theory is that Miss Ventura was not permitted to be creative. The judge says in the future, in what you submit overnight, not really sure what that's about. I can't even provide any context on what that's about, so I'm not going to try to. But here's what I am going to do. Saf, I'm going to give you two questions that are quite similar. This is from Nest Dog. How would you get DNA off of a Molotov cocktail? Fingerprint, sure, but DNA? And also from Nicole RZV, is it possible that the female DNA on Molotov cocktail belongs to Capricorn Clark? If it belongs to her, is she going to face charges?
Well, I'll answer the second question first. That is actually what came to my mind with respect to the Molotov cocktail is, could it be Capricorn Clark's, could that be her DNA? We know she was there to some extent, or we know that she was involved, although she was taken against her will, is what it sounds like. So that is a very fair possibility that it could have been her DNA. Could she be charged? I doubt it, especially if she engaged in those activities with the threat of force or physical violence. So if she had a gun held to her head, or obviously she knew Mr. Combs had a weapon with him, he could have forced her to do it. So that's going to negate any intentional act of her doing it at her own free will. With respect to how to get the DNA off that Molotov cocktail, fires will oftentimes destroy DNA evidence. So what the government will do is they will try to get, fingerprint evidence if it is available. What they could also try to do is use a buccal swab if possible. So we'll see. We know that they've done something to some effect, because they did confirm that the DNA belonged to a female. So,
and we believe that members of the Los Angeles Police Department and LA Fire Department are going to take the stand, and we might get a more.
That made no sense what she just said. Listen, I'm about finding Diddy guilty too, but it has to make sense. I'll talk about this when they're done talking.
Okay. Wow. We have a great super chat question from Notorious77. Thank you so much for your super chat question, your support. Because it's such a great question, I'm going to throw it to both of you. Cameron, I'll start with you. Do you think any rumors, and by the way, it's interesting because now I know why he might have gone with Notorious77. Do you think any rumors or accusations will be addressed about his involvement in Biggie and Tupac deaths? What do you think about that, Cameron?
Well, I'm a big 90s hip hop fan, so I would love for that to get addressed. That would solve a lot of mysteries and a lot of time I know I've and others spent watching.
Well, they had an update a minute ago, I think.
Internet research. So I don't necessarily see how it's kind of a airtight situation for the prosecution. The prosecution doesn't want to take.
No, it's not airtight. Okay, let me refresh the page. And you have it, Perry? Let me refresh it.
It's like 2 minutes. I think it's right before they even brung in.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. The judge says, in their defense, submission over the weekend, the defense argued the album cover was relevant. Right, Miss Shapiro? She says, yes. Attorney says, Mrs. Ventura is topless with her arms crossed. So the judge interrupts. Let's have Miss Clark comes back. Let's have Miss Clark comes. There's an S at the end. Back.
Yeah.
Let's keep listening to this. because this is
Yeah.
very fascinating.
World would love to hear it and would be waiting to see what, if anything, would be said about it. And you might be surprised, depending on who comes down the line next to testify. You know, could there be somebody that ultimately testifies and drops the bomb that Mr. Combs was involved in the death of Biggie Smalls or Tupac? Absolutely. But is it relevant with respect to this case? No, it's not.
Okay, Safa, I need you to make sense of what's happening in court here. So this, again, all goes back to, I think, how is the credibility of Cassandra Ventura going to be challenged? I'm not sure I quite follow this one. And if anybody knows, even my producers, please let me know. Judge says, in their defense submission over the weekend, the defense argued the album covered was relevant, right, Ms. Shapiro? Ms. Shapiro, Alexandra Shapiro, one of Combs' defense attorneys, says yes. Prosecutor says Ms. Ventura is topless with her arms crossed. So judge says, let's have Ms. Clark come back. I'm going to have our producers look into this because I might have been a filing and I might have, we want to just take a look at it. But why would an album cover of Cassandra Ventura be relevant to a case like this, Safa?
I don't know exactly.
Right.
One of the things that initially would come to mind is, you know, depending on when the album cover was created and released, you know, if there were any physical injuries or anything that was covered up or photoshopped with respect to her. If she had injuries during that time, not only that, but I think a lot of what we've heard about is testimony with regard to her career. Did she have the ability to make certain creative decisions is one of the things that has previously been brought up. So perhaps the defense might be taking the angle that, you know, she made the choice to display her own self pretty promiscuously on this particular album cover, that she did have creative control over this album cover, and that Mr. Combs wasn't as
well, Safa, I'll tell you what, I literally pulled it up like this because we have a great team and they have all the documents up quick. So let me just say what it reads. This is from one of the filings. Yeah, this is from Sean Combs' counsel. It reads as follows. For instance, photographs showing Miss Ventura smiling at public events with Mr. Combs have evidentiary value independent of any testimony that Miss Ventura was happy at times or enjoyed particular events and activities during her relationship with Mr. Combs. Likewise, an album cover or a photo from a modeling shoot will add a dimension not captured by oral testimony about the fact that Miss Ventura released an album or did modeling work. As the Supreme Court has explained, parties are permitted to present their case in a manner that tells a colorful story with descriptive richness, using testimony and exhibits that have evidentiary depth and communicate narrative integrity. So I guess it becomes a question, was she telling the truth about her being a victim of sex trafficking as this was going on, right? Am I understanding it correctly, Safa?
I think that, but I think also, you know, what the defense is going to try to show is that, you know, she was happy. You know, they started off their opening statement saying, you know, this is just a case of domestic violence. This is not a RICO. This is not a sex trafficking case. And domestic violence, unfortunately, happens between couples pretty frequently in this country. And so this was just that. There were happy times. There were bad times. Now we have evidence, and what the defense is going to say is this evidence with respect to her album cover or other events where they attended together as a couple and she appeared happy, are certainly relevant and go to the opposite, that, you know, she was willingly in this relationship. She enjoyed this relationship, and what relationship doesn't have hard times. So I think that's where the defense is going with this. Not only that, but I do expect that they are probably going to say that Miss Ventura did have the ability to make money on her own with her modeling gigs outside of her singing career, and that she did somewhat have some creative control over her career.
Interesting. All right. Got a question. I've got a poll up. Which part of Capricorn Clark's testimony was most shocking to you? Remember, the former assistant testified today. Alleged threats and intimidation, 20%. 50% being kidnapped. So majority of people who polled found that to be the most shocking. 17% being forced to take a lie detector test. So didn't seem that ton of people were that surprised about that, Cameron. And witnessing violence against Cassie, 13%. You know, in a different kind of case, Cameron, if I said I could present a witness to you who's going to testify, I observed the victim being abused, that might be like 90% shocking testimony. But I guess it's because so many people have testified that they witnessed some form of abuse that for our audience, they're not shocked by it.
Yeah, it's almost like with the drug use, it's sort of a foregone conclusion and accepted that there was domestic abuse in this relationship. You have so many witnesses to it, you have so much descriptive evidence. Usually, when allegations of abuse, or any allegations for that matter, are super specific, and in Cassie's case, they were in her lawsuit, that means they're credible. And so, it shows the polls sort of are nice, right? Because they show what a jury might be thinking. So if the jury is also thinking, it's a foregone conclusion that there's abuse here, that's really bad for Diddy.
Got a question from Soul Shadow. Since the government said they might finish early, how might that shift the defense's strategy or timeline? Could it back?
All right, you guys, we got to update. The judge said, now let's bring in the jury. It says jury entering. Agnafilo says, when you went into the park, it was to tavern with the green. Capricorn says, we parked there earlier in the day in the park. We ran into Nas. They're talking about the rapper, uber famous Nas.
Throwing, but I think their prosecution's landing some haymakers.
All right, got another question. I'll throw this to you, Safa. This is from Kay Morgan. Will the defense bring any of Diddy's family members to the stands? And that also, would be his children, right?
It's certainly possible. I would say anybody that testifies, they have to have relevant information with respect to the case. Could they call his children? Sure. Is it in good taste? Probably not. I probably would stay away from the kids, but it's certainly possible, especially if he has family members that he's worked with that will. And it'll be interesting to see if he actually has any character witnesses testify on his behalf. Those witnesses may so happen to be family members or people that are very near and dear to him. I think, again, you should stay away from the kids, but it's possible he'll have some family testify.
Okay, we got an update from court. Judge, now let's bring the jury back in. The jury's entering. Sean Combs' defense counsel, Mark Agnifilo, is cross-examining Capricorn Clark. When he went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green. Capricorn Clark responds, we parked there earlier in the day in the park. We ran into Nas, who's a very famous rapper himself. And of course, this is, I believe, the start of her working relationship with Sean Combs. Got a question from Hedgehog the Fencer. What is the standard of proof for this case? Beyond reasonable doubt? Yes, beyond the reasonable doubt. Criminal case. That's what we're looking at here. Okay, question for you, Cameron. This is from Rel. Did the government lie about the amount of baby oil? So far, only showed 20 bottles seized in Miami. I don't remember off the top of my head how many were found, but remember there were 2 properties that were ultimately searched. But I mean, they talk about thousands of bottles of baby oil. I don't remember if there was just 20, but what do you think? Do you think they were misrepresenting how much baby oil?
No, again, there's no reason to do that. That would be pretty stupid. And they raided multiple properties, and there's pictures that we're seeing here of so much baby oil. So I don't think it was circumscribed to just 20. Maybe there wasn't an exact count on the number, but an estimate.
Okay, here we go. Agnifilo, when you say he had Mrs. Ventura spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. Ms. Clark says, they misheard me. Agnifilo, when did you first meet Cassie Ventura? She says, I met her with Ryan Leslie. Whoa, okay.
Was this helping him maybe financially, or what the situation is? Because it's not like he's making freak-off tapes, selling them, because in another kind of racketeering case, it would be making this illegal sex tapes for some sort of commercial profit. But is it to just make him happy? Is that enough for racketeering? Is that the furthering the enterprise?
Not enough. And that's going to be the interesting question here that the jurors are going to have to consider. And of course, we've got more time and more witnesses that we expect to testify in the coming weeks. But how has the enterprise been furthered? And there's no indication or testimony that I've either at least learned of that would show that, there was any financial gain from anybody doing any of these activities. I mean, we know that Mr. Combs and his bad boy enterprise, has been long-standing for decades at this point, and they've produced very high-profile singers and artists. So there's a means of them making money in that way. I don't know that it's based off of doing these freak-offs. So could it likely be just to make Mr. Combs happy? Is that enough? I don't think so.
That was huge, what she just said. We will talk about it later. Don't forget what she just said. There is no evidence showing how they made money off of this enterprise.
What you said, excuse me. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. Capricorn Clark responds, they misheard me. Agnifilo says, when did you first meet Cassie Ventura? I met her with Ryan Leslie. Now, as I'm listening to this, Cameron raises a bigger question, right? How has the defense been doing at cross-examining these witnesses and striking at their credibility? Because there was testimony today regarding Capricorn Clark. She might have wanted to continue her work with Diddy, despite the fact that she claimed she didn't want to work there anymore. She was in this toxic environment. We saw a similar line of cross-examination earlier in the trial with other people who were around Diddy. So it does make you question, how effective have they been at cross-examining these witnesses?
I think they've done a great job. They don't have that much to work with, unfortunately.
Okay. Refresh. Here. No. Let me refresh again. Perry, can you get it? I still don't have it.
Yeah. Okay. Combs' attorney, why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? Capricorn, in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend. The longer it lasted, she thought I was being paid to help her. The prosecution objection, judge said sustain, reacts. So now it sounds like they was having a problem. They didn't get along.
Let me read it. Agnifilo says, why did you not? He's reading it. Hold on.
Report. Actually, let me go back to the reported testimony, and then I want your reaction to this, Cameron. So Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs, the defense attorney, asks Capricorn Clark, Diddy's former assistant, why'd you not get along with Cassie sometimes? She responds, in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. And then the prosecutor objects. The judge said sustained, re-ask. That is an interesting line of testimony, because isn't it being built up maybe that Capricorn Clark, I don't know, are they trying to say was jealous? That
finally,
that she had her own feelings towards Combs? I'm curious where you think they're going with that.
Yeah, or that Cassie was taking a role in everything that Diddy was doing, and it wasn't necessarily coerced, but now she feels this presence. She's a star. She's the most important person in Diddy's life, and she can pretty much do everything. So in theory, she could leave Diddy.
I have an update. Agnifilo says, what did you see? Clark says, she went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Agnifilo, do you think she was talented? Clark says, she had talent and was very beautiful. Agnifilo, but not talented. Ooh, Clark says, she was not. I have good taste. Ooh.
Sava.
Very, very interesting. And I think what the defense is doing here, and they're doing a great job at it, is, and like what I said earlier, there's two sides to every story. The prosecution got to put Capricorn Clark on and elicit testimony in their favor. Now the defense has the opportunity to do the same. And what you're now hearing from the defense is this interesting relationship between Capricorn Clark and Cassie Ventura. Now, this was, of course, at the initial stages, and it seems like they may have gotten closer later. But I think what I'm hearing from this testimony is that Miss Ventura was not this meek sort of woman or victim throughout this time that she was with Mr. Combs, that she was feisty, she was fiery, she made decisions, she made demands, and things of that sort. So I think that the defense is eliciting that in order to make a showing that she wasn't just a victim here, that she made decisions on her own, that she, was feisty and things of that nature, which would negate, this idea that Mr. Combs was in so much control of her and her career.
Cameron, I mean, as we talk about final thoughts before we wrap things up, do you think the defense did, I mentioned about an effective job cross-examining other witnesses, do you think that they tarnished her credibility, confronting her with a lot of her text messages between her and Combs about setting up freak-offs, encouraging them? What were her motivations? Do you think that her credibility has taken a hit?
I think it's taken a small hit. It's definitely not tarnished. Just to piggyback off of something Safa said earlier, absolutely agree with her that if one of the charges hung jury and, conviction on lesser charges, that's technically a win for the defense. But if Diddy has to spend significant amount of jail time, regardless of what charge he's convicted on, that's a loss. That's a major loss.
All right, we have another update. Clark says, talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Oh my gosh. Agnifilo, did she perform live? Clark, a couple of times, not the greatest. Agnifilo, was she a hard worker? Clark, at times. Oof.
Finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, because the government has to prove each and every single element of each and every offense. And I think that there are some significant questions that the jurors are going to have to ask themselves with respect to credibility. And, with the domestic violence, with the sex transactions, and all of those sorts of things. So the jurors are going to have to really ask some interesting questions. I think the prosecution is having a win today, at least to this point, establishing that Capricorn Clark appears to have been kidnapped. But we'll see. The defense isn't really too far behind, in my opinion.
By the way, one more update from court. Capricorn Clark said about Cassie, talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Agnifilo, Combs' defense attorney, asked, did she perform live? A couple times. Not the greatest. Was she a hard worker? At times. Okay, so that will continue. Listen, really interesting back and forth about this. I really appreciate you both taking the time to not only break down the intricacies of this case, taking our viewer questions, and what great questions we got. So Safa Robinson-Ferrer, thank you so much. And Cameron Dolachahi, thank you so much for taking the time as well. Really appreciate you both.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right. Now, before we wrap things up, we love doing these lunchtime shows for you. We love taking your questions. We love being able to.
You guys, let me explain what's going on here, because I don't think this is going over. This is going over a lot of people's heads. Okay. Other attorneys, when they come on and they give their opinions, right? You don't really want to be caught dead dragging another attorney, because like I do, I watch what I say about other bloggers. You don't want to start a beef there for no reason. You don't want to be shown, it could be conceived as being jealous and you're a hater, this and that. So they have a tendency to tread lightly when they're talking about other attorneys. I don't care about that. I'm not an attorney. What I'm doing, and I don't just say everything is great because I want Diddy to go to jail. If there's a problem with the testimony, I'm going to say it. I don't care what other blogs are saying. I don't care what lawyers are saying. The biggest thing they just talked about was something we can't deny, that the prosecution fought really hard to get the DNA results withdrawn from the record, right? Because it wasn't Diddy's hands, it was an unknown female. Now, Capricorn has already put herself at the crime scene. Most likely people are going to say, oh, that was Capricorn. That fingerprint was on the car. She probably threw in the whatever it's called, Molotov or something like that. If you believe that, then you believe her credibility is shot. You were there. You're already pumping up Diddy. You're admitting you got a crush on him. These people are out of their minds saying this was a strong win for the defense. I'm Team Cassie, but I'm not Team Blind. They know damn well whose fingerprints were there. She just put herself at the crime scene. Not a good day for the prosecution. Not a good thing. Let's talk about this baby oil they were talking about. Where are the hundreds of bottles? We haven't seen them. I would sure like to see them. They have nothing to do with the case. If the way that she just dragged Cassie sounds like a competitive girlfriend. Yeah, she sound all right. She ain't no Whitney Houston. That's what they call shade. Sometimes these attorneys get so into their job that they lose the way average people think. Two, they don't want to piss off their coworkers. A lot of times, people were asking me stuff about Tasha K. I was really light on Tasha K when I was going through the reviewing her trial because I didn't want to cause a beef with Tasha K. I ain't know her like that to be starting, she's this, she's that. Y'all, this was a huge loss today for the prosecution. And if other attorneys aren't going to say it, I'm going to say it. I don't care what Perry says. He goes too far with stuff, but this is not a good look for today. Capricorn looks like, in layman's terms, a hater. Go ahead, Perry.
And you got an update too. She ain't finished.
Okay. All right. I have a problem with this lagging. I mean, my goodness. I want Diddy in jail. Diddy's a monster, but you got to do it the right way. And you can't be bigging them up and saying they had a great day when they didn't. Perry, can you get it? I don't know.
Yeah.
This
Combs
thing is
attorney.
lagging.
When wasn't she a hard worker? Capricorn. She preferred to be with her boyfriend when we moved to LA after Kim had the twins in 2009-ish. I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, with Mr. Combs. That's it so far.
Listen, you guys, I see it the way that I see it because I know that if I just say everything the prosecution's doing is right, they made no errors, they're the best, they're going to win. Come Judgment Day, when the verdict is not guilty, I'm going to be sitting here with egg on my face saying what happened. I'm just telling you how I see it. Them fighting so hard to keep the DNA results out of the record. What? Ask yourself, why? Why don't you want the results in there? Because Capricorn already placed herself at the scene of the crime. She did. Well, who else? What other female? None. Here we go. Capricorn. I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project, Agnafello. What about Official Girl? Capricorn says, super cute video. We got to talk about this, you guys. We got to talk about it. Not you, Perry, for a few minutes, because I know you're going to run with this.
Hey,
what do you
Sharrell,
guys think about this?
Look at the 2-minute mark. I think we could have missed this update. Do you see it? Like 2 minutes.
No. What
Okay,
the-
it says this, right? Combs attorney. He says,
Go ahead,
he
my
supported-
battery's dying.
Oh, he supported her. Capricorn, yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make her a star. Diddy's attorney. Did you get more help? Did she get more help than others? Question mark. Capricorn, yes. Young jock in a group from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. So I guess they just going to say that when they say that she wasn't getting nothing from this relationship, they showing that she basically Capricorn said she got a lot of help. Diddy did all these things around her, more help than other people got. But go ahead.
Okay, let's see what you guys are saying, because Capricorn is a damn hater. And women, we should notice this because we deal with it on a daily basis. Women hate on women before men even get a chance to open their mouth. David says, so the twins are 18 years old. Her and Diddy were together. Then Capricorn just confirmed that. Oh, wow, that's even worse. I don't even know. Miss Walker says, that's just talent development. Okay, next. We got TMZ reposting Cassie at the hospital. So you know, guys, that TMZ is being sued by Diddy, just so to remember this. It's so much complication. We see here her. Sharrell, TMZ states Cassie is in labor. Oh, okay, Perry, I'm going to shoot over there. Baby's coming. Baby's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a woman. I love it. I love it. Oh, she's in labor. Oh, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I hated labor, but I sure miss having, I should have had more kids. They're the best. Here he is. It says, Cassie at hospital in labor. Oh, Cassie is trading the courtroom for the hospital, and it sounds like she may be about to go into labor. Our sources tell us Cassie was rushed to a New York hospital Tuesday, and she is in labor and the delivery unit. Another source tells us Cassie may be having complications. Oh no. Hold on, let me go back. Complications. Cassie recently testified in the Diddy criminal trial in Manhattan earlier this month, showing up to court for 4 straight days, intense testimony about their relationship. Oh, she had a big baby bump when she took the witness stand each day, and she was spotted rubbing her belly when she left the courtroom and walked past the jury. Cassie was about 8 months pregnant when she testified, and this is her 3rd pregnancy. Oh, her husband, Alex Fine, who's a nice looking young man, he's just nice looking, watched her testimony from the gallery each day in court, and they already have 2 children. Story developing. Listen, this Diddy trial is too much. I wish nothing but the best for Cassie and her husband and her children. She deserved that $30 million. But let's go back into the courtroom. She deserved it just for him putting his hands on her alone. And I don't want to hear, Perry, what you got to say.
I mean,
no one deserves to be hit like that. And I know you agree with that part, but.
Right. So, I mean, she got the money. I mean, he got the money now.
I love, congratulations, Cassie. We wish nothing but the best for you. These are great times for you. Someone said stress-induced labor. I hope not.
Yeah.
DNA test, please.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other 2 babies look like they could be his, though. You know, look like it from that picture. But look, I don't want nobody to have complications. So hopefully on that part, everything goes well. Now, the beatings and stuff he put her through, the things that some of it, even that she did to satisfy him, yeah, she deserved the money. She got it. Diddy gave it to her. So kudos. And now the help got the money. And we'll see how that goes. And hopefully the baby will make him stay. What you think?
I'm not messing with you. I'm not messing with Cammie. Cammie said, Sharrell, stop hating on Capricorn. Not hating on Capricorn. I'm listening to the testimony. They just said that the prosecutors fought to keep the results of the DNA test out of the testimony. Why would she do that? We already talked about it yesterday. or on Friday when they said that the results came in that it was a female DNA.
You got to update.
This is not her hating. Stop me when I'm hating. Capricorn put herself at the scene of the crime. She said she was there. She said that the two men went into the house. Who's left? She is. So either the story doesn't add up. I mean, you just can't pee on my leg and tell me that it's raining, whether you're the prosecutor or the defense. The story has to make sense. And it just doesn't. I'm sorry.
And you got to update.
Got to update. Here we go here. Agnafillo, Kings of Heart, question mark. She said, it was fresh. It was fresh. Puff liked it. Agnafillo. Cassie had a green wig. Clark says, yes. Agnafillo. We move to admit this witness, attorney, this is a searing issue. Agnafillo says, you don't remember this email? She says, I don't.
Huh.
Let me go to CNN real quick. Did I close it? I like CNN. It says new artists like Machine Gun Kelly and French Montana were getting a lot of attention at Bad Boy around 2012. But Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, said Cassie seemed to be getting the same amount of attention. Clark said that even though Combs took a step back in around 2016, 2018, she believed Ventura still had the same support. The next tweet says, Sean Diddy Combs made sure Cassie Ventura had access to top-tier industry professionals that created stars, including producers, choreographers, and stylists. His former assistant, Capricorn Clark, testified under cross-examination. Ventura had more attention and resources than other artists signed with Bad Boy, especially at the beginning of her career between 2007 and 2012, Clark testified. From my point of view, the lion's share of Bad Boy was Cassie in the first block of time, Clark said, referring to a time between 2009 and 2010. I'm just saying, you guys, I'm Team Cassie. For me, I don't like Capricorn's testimony. I want another witness on the stand.
Well, let me ask you a question. So, like, I just noticed this report you just gave out that Cassie got, it was some big people getting attention. Cassie got equal the attention, right? Mm-hmm. With Diddy's groups and stuff he had. So from 2007 to 2005, she was getting all this attention. People said Diddy was holding her back from making an album. Now, sometimes it's hard to make an album if the person, like Capricorn said, is not that talented.
Well, she was definitely being catty. That's what women do, but go ahead.
She was getting the opportunity, but she acted like she was just there for the freak outs. Diddy wasn't trying to, put her out there nowhere. You got freaked off at night, promoted during the day. Now, and probably beat too. Now, I don't condone that part. But she became a prima donna. If you listen to Capricorn, and people always come at me, oh no, she was groomed. No, some people want fame. Some people want stardom. And when I go back and tell y'all Cassie wanted these things, she endured that to keep her position with Diddy, whatever it takes. Now, whether she wanted to or not, she wanted that position. She wanted to be the HOC, or whatever that damn thing, HOB in charge, whatever it is, HBC in charge, whatever the term is. Cassie, if you listen to Capricorn, enjoyed every bit of it. It got to the point where she thought Capricorn was her assistant. Makeup, please. I need some tea, please.
I'm serious here, okay? I'm really serious. I'm saying that Capricorn sounded like she had some vendetta against
right.
of her treatment. And it
Yes,
sounds
she
like, look,
already admitted that she had a crush on him. She even told him in her testimony, she told him she liked him.
right?
I just don't understand. I guess if her testimony is for kidnapping, I guess she did state she was kidnapped. But then she was like being catty on the stand to Cassie. I don't know.
Look,
What
it was a look. She didn't feel Cassie because she seen there was no talent there. She knew that she was only there.
I'm not
for her.
saying, Perry, I never said Cassie didn't have
No,
talent.
no,
please.
no. I'm saying Capricorn knew that she was only there for her looks with Diddy,
Oh my God.
and that Diddy was doing this, and so she would get a little angry because she's not holding Diddy's hand. Cassie was, but then it's the treatment that she got. Car, please. And she'll look around like, I don't see no driver. No, that's you, Capricorn. Go and fetch the car. Bring your ass back here. So it was that inner thing, and she didn't like it. Yeah, if Capricorn probably wanted, a lot of girls probably wanted to have that reign where they was on Diddy's arm, right? Cassie having babies now wanted for those babies to be Diddy's. She wanted
I have an update.
other mother.
Okay? Thank
Baby
God I have an update. Agnaphila says, you believe that after Thanksgiving, Miss Ventura and Kid Cudi were what? Question mark. She says, getting to know each other. Agnaphila, why'd you get her a burner phone at Best Buy? She says, I told you she cannot do this on your bad boy phone. I don't know. Can somebody, Perry, just say reasonable without going after Cassie?
What now?
That did this girl seem like a hater towards Cassie?
Right. I think it could have came from the treatment she got. Okay, say if she wanted Diddy too, but Cassie only got it, and it wasn't for her talent. It was for her being so greedy that Diddy know he could use her and wanted her to be on his arm for his her looks. So she's mad because she didn't look at Cassie as having that position, Diddy girlfriend, because she was something special. She just knew she was gullible, and she probably wanted to be there. But then now you got this floozy telling you, lipstick, please, as if she was her assistant, right? So
Hold on,
things
someone
don't
said
get
I
along.
missed something. Hold
Oh.
on 1 second. I'm sorry, Perry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Agnafello, in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie. Clark says Mario Wayans was for the chairman. Agnafello, for Mr. Combs? Yes. Agnafello, when did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi? She says, fall of 2011. I picked her up there. And then it goes on to say, you believe that after Thanksgiving, Miss Ventura and Kid Cudi were what? She says, getting to know each other. Agnafello, why did you get her a burner phone at Best Buy? She says, I told her you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. The whole thing is starting to get quite confusing. Go ahead, Perry.
Well, yeah, no. And then too, she probably got her that damn burner phone. She probably seen a spot of daylight. Oh, damn, she's finally moving on. Girl, I'm gonna get you this burner phone. Don't lose contact with Kid Cudi. She probably really wanted Cassie to be with Kid Cudi. That gave her opportunity to try to swing in with Diddy.
Perry, take
she
a
wrote
poll.
along.
Ask people, do they believe if Clark had anything to do with blowing up Kitty's car? Because that's what I'm thinking. She was the only woman at the scene. Let's see what y'all say. It's obvious you are hating. When you stated that Capricorn was a hater and was lying about Cassie, I'm hating on who? Cassie? No, I'm saying to you that, listen, just because I'm a Cassie supporter doesn't make me an idiot. I don't follow blindly. I'm saying this testimony at best is very confusing, Kathy Anderson, because Capricorn has put herself at the crime. scene of the crime. They're fighting like hell to keep out the DNA results. That didn't cross your mind. Why do they want the DNA results out? I can't just question Diddy all the time and don't question Cassie. I'm not a blind follower. Shit has to make sense to me in order for me to believe in it. And if I have questions, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I don't give a damn who don't like it. Period. So you can try to go back to your code or think I got to think just like you because you are a Cassie supporter. I am too. But I'm not feeling Capricorn. And I don't care who says it. I don't trust her testimony. It made no sense. And she was on the stand acting like a petty girl talking about Cassie can't sing. That's the shit women do all the time. Just like you're a petty bitch right now. I know women can get real shady with each other. We deal with this on a daily basis. Because to say that it's her DNA while she was saying Diddy did shows that she needs her own protection. The whole girl, she was screaming hater. And none of anything she said make any sense. Even from being kidnapped and then you keep going back. Okay, but let's say I put a kidnap aside and say, okay, you were kidnapped. The rest of her testimony was shitty. She came on the stand herself and said, I have a crush on Diddy. And remember this? She was curling her, and I let him know that. Girl, please. Two things can be true. That's true. I don't know.
And I think
you get the one about the cell phone, about the burner phone.
Okay, let me see. If I'm going to sit here for 8 hours a day and review the case, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Why am I always lagging? And so far, I'm just going to throw Capricorn's testimony out. I can't believe her. It feels like she could have slept with Diddy. She definitely was in love with Diddy. You know how those girls get. And so, girl, I don't believe nothing you say. I told him he was fine. Girl, you so fine. You keep going back. Make it make sense.
I would think that she slept with him too somewhere.
I can't get it. Perry, can you do it? I don't know what's going on.
Hold on. Combs' attorney had said, how did you know about the burner phones? How did you know about burner phones? Capricorn, I grew up in Los Angeles. Diddy's attorney. In December 2011, Mr. Combs wasn't at an orphanage in Kazakhstan. Capricorn, I heard it was Russia. So I guess she's letting them know how she knew about burner phones growing up in.
Girl, we know how you know about burner phones because you went to pick up the drugs. We know you know about burner phones. Like, she's just not coming across as a victim. She's coming across as a participant. She's another hostile witness, and that's not good. That's not good at all. I don't care what y'all say. Listen, we seen the tape. I seen the things that he did to Cassie where she had the hole in her head and she had to go get plastic surgery. Don't tell me I'm not Team Cassie. But this girl is not credible, period.
Okay, would it be safe for me to ask you this question right now, since you were in the zone? Do you think she was kidnapped?
I said I'm going to give her that, held against her will. Even though it seems weird that you kept going back, I'm going to give you were kidnapped. But I'm also going to give you, like, did you do something else when you were at Kid Cudi's house that you're not telling us about? Did you throw the thing in the hole in the car? Was it you? Why was your only your fingerprints found? So right, two things could be right at the same time. Like, I don't know. She might have did something. Sounds like she's jealous of Cassie anyway. She's jealous. You women, you guys don't understand jealousy when you hear it. Thank you for the super chat, Miss Teresa. But we know jealousy when we hear it. That's why she got her the burner phone. Child, she wanted Diddy. She said it in court. If anything, she probably had more involvement than she's letting on. And all of these people come to Diddy fresh-faced, college educated professionals, but in order to stay on his staff, you had to turn into a damn thug. Period. Let's see what else y'all saying. So does Perry have an opinion? Oh God.
What about her sleeping with
Just hold on one second. When we come back, I'm going to ask you your opinion on Clark. Agnaphila says, how did Mr. Combs get into your building? She says, I was told that security guard got fired. Agnaphila, what was his name? She says, some random security dude. Agnaphila, what did he look like? Black guy, younger than 35. Perry, what is your thoughts on Capricorn?
look, for one, I don't believe she was kidnapped. It's a lot of things here. Her first day, yeah, when he's first gonna hire me, he said that he would K me. Okay. First day, interview. Have a seat, what's your name? Capricorn Clark? Well, you know, around here, if you mess up, I'll K you. Who would take that job? Then you get kidnapped. Nobody knew you was gone. 6th floor, abandoned building, overlooking the river. And I had to take a lie detector test, and they were just all over me. It didn't take a week for a lie detector test. Okay? It just don't take that long. You went there because wherever you had a lie detector test. I believe that part. Because, you know, Diddy will issue them. I just don't think she was kidnapped. Because kidnap ain't like, come on now.
You're thinking, I don't know.
You remember these little girls?
You're thinking John Benet Ramsey. You're thinking ransom letter. You're thinking
they
that.
were just locked up in this little outhouse. And then this one black guy, he was country as all get out.
You got to update.
Okay.
Agnaphilo, what was Mr. Combs doing with the GUN? She says, he had it in his hand. Agnaphilo, he wasn't pointing it at you, question mark. She says, no. Agnaphilo, but you told the government he pointed, okay. But you told the government he pointed it at you. She says, it says, or waved it around. That's more correct.
Mm.
No,
See,
you guys can't
I'm just telling you, she ain't credible about that part. You change your story. Shit like that you remember. You damn sure remember when you get kidnapped. I would think.
Stop.
Nobody goes back.
Kidnapping is being held against your will. Okay, she says she wanted to leave.
I don't need it. Sharrell, I didn't ask you for no definition of kidnapping. I'm just telling you, however you want to say it or believe into it, held against your will. If you was kidnapped for 5 days and got out, who in their right mind would go back? I did a poll. I said, who would go back? I think 17% said they would. Well, I mean, you know, so, and actually,
because
that gave me a different answer. That gave me a different answer. That 17% that said they would go back is the same kind of person Capricorn was. So you volunteered to be kidnapped. So I wouldn't call that kidnapping. I just wouldn't. But y'all want to just hold these things down because this Rico got the stick. We gonna need kidnapping. It's like the second person came up. I think Cassie was saying they said at the hotel she was kidnapped. They had a domestic violence thing going on.
Oh my
she
God.
left after the fight. She didn't call the cops. She wasn't kidnapped. But y'all
Did
want
anybody in the chat look at the pictures of Cassie's head busted open? Did anybody see that?
You got to update.
You saw it, Perry.
You better look for some sympathy. Yes, but what they got to do with the kidnapping?
Okay, let me read this then. Agnaphilo, where did you change into street clothes? She said, in my closet. Agnaphilo, isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? Ooh. She says, no, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go. Let me tell you something. this is why I said them trying to keep the results of the DNA out was just, that was a deal breaker for me. Because what if she's lying? What if she did go voluntarily? What if she has something to do with the car blowing up? She's the only female at the scene of the crime. What else am I supposed to think? This is a terrible witness. I don't know why everybody bigging her up. She is a terrible, I'll give her the kidnapping, but then y'all need to take her off the stand after that. Just take her off the stand. Because if I keep questioning, well, what was your role when you got there? You just sat in the car, but your fingerprints were on the outside of the car. Make it make sense to me. I don't know. I can't be an attorney, because when people say stuff that don't sit right with me, then I just start asking questions.
And this is my personal thing. Like, these women come around a famous person like that to be in a certain position. You know, some people call it hoeing your way to the top.
No, period.
Call it what you want to, but they want that position. Cassie wanted it so bad. And of course, other girls. Capricorn wasn't the only one that wanted to replace Cassie.
Listen, this is what I'm questioning, though, Perry. This is what made me mad. There's some people you put on stand and some people you don't put on the stand. Just like they didn't put Jonathan Odie on the stand because he would have been a mess, okay? A hot mess with his credibility problems. But who thought it was a good idea to put Capricorn on the stand? Because she's saying crazy stuff that doesn't even make sense. She placed herself at the scene of the crime. Since she was already at the scene of the crime, you guys are going to have to address, well, why are your fingerprints there? Right. Nobody has asked that question.
They wanted her on the stand so they can keep stressing this point. Think about it. They just wanted her to go on there and say, I was kidnapped. I was threatened. Remember the first interview when she got the job? She was threatened. Her life was threatened. And then the kidnapping. That's the part they want the jury to think that he running around kidnapping. You ain't got to kidnap nobody who was willing to go on their own. It just don't make sense.
I'm hoping KK takes the stand. You know, she's a big part of this. And then also, too, those attorneys that said, so we're listening to Law and Crime, and he said, do you think people have made deals with the government? And they both paused. Come on. It's written all over. Yes, these people made deals with the government. If not, they should be on the stand with him. So the whole thing is weird. Tex says, Melissa, you brought it up with that talent statement. It fits the larger narrative of what's going on with many Cassie supporters. I care about the victims. You care about Cassie only. Oh, that's
okay. Sharrell, you got an update.
Okay, here we go. Agnaphilo, is he a jealous guy? She says, he has a bad temper, Agnaphilo. To the Escalade, did you pass a security guard? She says, I saw him in his little hut. Agnaphilo says, Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a GUN in his lap. You made a call, ? She says, not then. This is just, she's not, listen, let me say it this way so people don't think I'm hating on Cassie, because Diddy needs to be in jail. And so I'm worried he's not going to be in jail if you can start punching holes in these stories. So when I'm telling you guys this is not a good witness, I mean, you can punch holes in her story. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm so upset. It's just not, she's not a good witness. She's not a good witness at all. And so if we keep wasting time with people like this, let's go get some other people like Kid Cudi that can make us.
You was going to explain why you went hating on her, though. That's what you was going to explain, why you went hating on her. Capricorn.
Capricorn is just a terrible witness. You can poke holes in the story. If you can poke holes in the story, then it's not a good witness. Right. Can't nobody tell me right now that Diddy was not behind blowing up Kid Cudi's car. That's undisputable. I want those kind of witnesses. But
Yeah.
this jealous stuff, girl, you said on the stand you liked him. You told him in person, which
Well,
you're
look.
probably leaving out. This is not how my mind works. You slept with him. Stop, girl, stop.
And I'll say this, right? I mean, because I would go, well, I don't see no proof yet. Where's the evidence? A lot of people that know the law and the court cases will say, Perry, and they actually help him out. They're saying, Perry, when their testimony is evidence, right? Okay, I get that. But when they get crossed up on their testimony and come across like a liar, is that evidence? See, you can say evidence if I was to believe it. Because you can believe some evidence and you cannot believe some other evidence. I don't believe she was kidnapped. Now, I believe Diddy was an asshole because he'll asshole to everybody, right? Making the band or not. Hell, making it to be his personal assistant. You gonna catch hell. That's who Diddy is. I don't condone it or whatever. But it's like everybody's out here trying to get him for these things. It's a lot of shit he don't did that they should be getting him on. It's a lot of stuff. But when they go back to like, this is the one thing you wanted to bring back up. Racketeering, like, or all this drug stuff, whatever. How is his company benefiting for him buying baby oil and lubing these girls up or Cassie up or whoever? His company didn't benefit for that. You act like he was out there selling women to the public to raise money. That's what mobs do. Diddy wasn't running no whole house. He was just not getting his freak on with the lube and everything.
Eric, I'm done. I am done. Stop. Eric, I have to listen. I'm not Team Perry either. I'm just saying that
you
it
coming
just
along
takes-
pretty good today. I got a feeling you coming along pretty good today.
all it takes is one juror, just one, for a mistrial, for a guilty. Like, y'all, I'm looking at it that way. I'm not looking at.
You got an update too. Well, it looked like, yeah, I think it's an update.
Okay, here we go. Agnophilos, did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? She says, I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Cudi was not in there. Agnophilo, did Cassie have 2 rooms? He's trying to make her state what happened when it was there, because it's a lot of, she didn't even explain what happened. She didn't even say, you know, there's so many ways I can poke holes in this story. I'm not an attorney, so I'm allowed to speak my mind. I'm not scared of pissing off another attorney. You know, the whole community of the attorneys is just like being a musician, just like being a blogger. After a while, all bloggers know each other. We don't want to start beef, or we do want to start beef. Same in the law community. And there's just no way in hell that anybody can tell me today that she gave a very strong testimony. She did not make for a good witness. Even if I gave her the kidnapping, let's say, okay, she was kidnapped. But the other stuff, is so many ways to poke holes, and all it takes is one. I keep talking about the OJ case because I'm not kidding you guys. All it takes is one. You can't get cocky and say that Diddy's going to jail. He should be in jail, but that doesn't mean he's going. And you never know how the jurors are going to take a situation. So that's where my frustration is coming from. Like, we need to not poke holes. We need to give this jury a solid amount of evidence for conviction.
Okay, Sharrell, I got the results. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
The results from that poll. It says, do you think Clark has something to do with Kid Cudi car blowing up? 72% says yes. 28% says no.
Because what else am I supposed to think? If you got a DNA test said that it's female, and why would they try to keep that out today? We've been knowing that. It's just weird.
Well, okay, look, I'm gonna tell you why for real. Let's keep it real. They need the jury to believe it was arson. To believe it was arson, you get to believe Diddy did it. Now, Diddy could have broken into that man's house, changed his cameras around. That's breaking and entering. It's not arson. They need the arson charge to stick. They don't had her to come on. She don't got kidnapped for 5 days, 6 nights. They need the kidnapping. They running out of options. Now, if KK don't bring her ass on, people can say they already proved this. Well, if they have, then I guess we're just waiting on the verdict from the jury. That's what y'all telling me. It's proved already. It's in the bag. So relax and just laugh at Perry making a mistake. I'm just telling you, I don't see it. I just
Here,
don't.
can you check? Because I get updates really
Okay.
slow.
Okay.
Dame Cash, you are not Dame Cash. You don't always need physical proof to convince a jury. You have to tell a story and paint the picture. And she's telling her direct experience with him.
Right. And you can also paint a picture that you're lying. That's the point I'm saying. You can convince the jury, or you can convince them that you ain't trustworthy. You see what I'm saying? Like, so they go both ways.
I have an update.
Okay.
Capricorn says, Cudi took her to one room. She had another. Agnaphilo, are you 100% that you called and told them Puff had a GUN? She says, yes. I said it was very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Well, listen, let me reword it. Listen, I hope you guys are right that the jury would look at this testimony as strong evidence. But because I can't be too sure of anything, I always have to think it may be a chance that they didn't. And just her testifying, I didn't know anything about her before. I had no idea she had a crush on Diddy, any of that. I was like, something doesn't feel right about this testimony, because worst case scenario could be she the one that blew up the car. That's worst case scenario. Because it was only her fingerprints found on the car.
Sharrell, can I ask you a question? Honest opinion.
Go ahead.
I know. Just come out and just be honest. Is she lying?
Who,
Capricorn.
I don't know if she's lying, but she comes across.
She's lying. She's lying.
You asked me a question.
But no, I got to convince you because you go, well, not really lying, just
it seems like something's not right with her story. And I'm worried that she was the one that blew it up. Now, Diddy gave her the order. If she did, Diddy gave her the order, and she has a big disdain for Cassie. She's hater. She's girl hating on Cassie because she want her man or she been with her man. Now, what else are we supposed to think, you guys? Glammy says, sad to say this case is weak.
Yeah,
no,
weak as hell. I can't tell it. I mean, I just can't tell it.
Bothers me. Like, we need a stronger case. I believe Diddy needs to be in jail. I've seen what he did to Cassie. It was inhumane. She had a big chunk missing. I don't know how that got in her head, if he kicked her or whatever, and it was going to cause a scar if he didn't get the plastic surgeon to come in and fix it. He's a monster. But we got to make it make sense, or we're going to be sitting with egg on our face saying, well, what happened?
You got an update, huh?
Oh my God. Is it this one? Agnaphilo, did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Cudi? She says, no, only part of the time. They have in parentheses, voice crackling. I wanted someone to know where I was. Agnaphilo, what did you tell her? She says, I'm scared of mountain lions. Maybe she's talking in code. That's another thing that all these big celebrities that they were talking about on Law and Crime, all these big celebrities are going to be coming forward. There's going to be no big celebrities coming forward, because what happens is cases like this tarnish their reputation forever, and it could affect their career. Just like when Snoop, did that concert and he was on Breakfast Club a couple days ago begging for forgiveness, and we're like, we ain't forgiving you. I don't see all these celebrities coming in. I just don't, because if they go through and put Kanye West on the stand, ain't no telling what he's gonna say. And I'm not talking bad about Kanye. Some people feel that Kanye is a victim. I do not. I think Kanye is a loose cannon, but he's very talented. I would never put Kanye West on the stand, even if it was against himself. He's gonna backfire. Quentin says, if she blew up the car, it's reasonable that Diddy paid her. And if he's paying employees to commit crimes, that's actually worse for Diddy. I mean, also too.
Let's keep it real. I mean, I don't even think we will ever get to the point who actually did it. They want to avoid the DNA. Obviously, the liar is not going to tell you she did it. And then even if she told you Diddy paid her, that's not going to come up. It's just not going to come up.
Perry, what did they need to do? How do we get this man in jail? Because he's a monster. You just admitted it. He's a monster. How do we get him behind?
Charge him on the things that you know you got on him. But they don't want, oh, well, he just got to charge with the weapons or whatnot. They want to make a big deal out of it because a lot of these people make a lot of money and make headlines. They want to be famous too in their own right, bringing down Diddy. I know Diddy don't did a lot of shit. DV is not right. If people actually just take him to court and the shit he do, they'll win half of them. Because I get it. He know people in high places that might can swing either here or there. Go ahead.
I got an update. Agnaphilo, mountain lions, ? Clark. I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe it's such a long time ago. Agnaphilo, are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this? She says yes. Oh, come on, y'all. Anyway, this is a mess. I need another witness. I'm tired of listening to her. We need another witness. I think we should wait and see what's happening in week 6 before we make our verdict. We, like the jury, have not seen enough testimony and evidence. That's true. That's true.
And I can agree with that 110%. Right now, if we had to cast a vote today, this is how you got to take a trial. A lot of y'all want to say he's guilty already, but they haven't proved anything. It's just a whole bunch of hearsay. We can say, yeah, it's testimony, but it's whether you believe that testimony.
I agree with Nikita. The charges, could we have just got him for weapons possession? You could still go to jail a long time for. I don't know why Perry's laughing because you said that.
No, it's truth and consequences. Actually, she got kidnapped twice.
Actually, she got kidnapped twice. Actually, because when he came to her house waving the GUN and told her to take him to Cudi's house and forced her in the car. Yeah, you can look at it that way. Forced her in the car at GUN point. That was kidnapping. So they asked her, did he point the GUN at you? And she said he was waving it. It's still the same thing. Go ahead, Perry.
But I get it. You can look at it that way. Anytime, yeah, because people that I don't see it too many times, they don't send me the definition of kidnapping, all the fine print. I get it. One can look at it that way, another can look at it differently. That's all. I'm not saying the definition is wrong, but I mean, let's keep it real. Like, if we got in a fight I'm on top, holding you down against your will. You want to get up, I don't let you up. Is that kidnapping? According to the rules, it's kidnapping. I held you against your will. Okay, so, and matter of
That's
fact,
another thing too, you guys.
I'm gonna do a poll because I want to know how many people know somebody personally in their life that's been kidnapped. Oh no, then I got that thing. I don't know how to phrase it, but it's not common that you know somebody that got kidnapped. And according to this rule, a lot of people could have been kidnapped underneath that rule. The public just don't look at it that way. The public look at it that way when they want to use it for a lynching, because they digging deep trying to scrape the bottom to get anything. And in a few minutes, somebody gonna pop up and say, "Oh, Perry, he was kidnapped 3 times." I'm just
Perry,
saying.
do a poll about kidnapping, do a poll about arson. How do we convict him of arson and we don't even know who started the fire? So it had to be, well, I'm just guessing. It could have been Capricorn. It could have been, I don't know. Someone says he's a terrible person, definitely hit that girl excessively, but that's not the charge. And we can't even invent one to put him away for life for DV. Accountability falls on the women that didn't press charges. Well,
Unfortunately, that's the truth.
but we can get him for a weapons charge, and I don't
No,
know.
they didn't charge him with it. Yeah, maybe they can get it with him later. I mean, I
Oh,
don't know how it works.
They didn't give a weapons charge. They did
No,
not. Oh my
or
god.
DV charge neither. That everybody want to keep bringing up.
So we got a RICO and we got an X trafficking and crossing state lines to buy prostitution. I don't know, y'all. Let's keep seeing what y'all think, because this is complicated. Wait till subpoena the bodyguards. Are they going to talk? You know, they've been scared this whole time. These bodyguards are too much for me. Like, oh my gosh. They just watch a woman get beat up. They don't say anything. You're a man. Grab him by the arm. Grab him, pull him apart. You're a man. Like, you're just going to watch him beat the shit out of Cassie and no one says anything? This whole thing is crazy. Crazy case. Perry, do a poll on if there are no videos or pictures, would Cassie be getting so much sympathy?
Okay, well, I was doing the arson thing. Like you said, just ask if.
Yeah, I'll put it on the list. Yeah, I don't know. How do we do it? How do we connect the dots? Not right now. All we're hoping on is that the jury is smart enough, because they're older people, to connect the dots. I don't know. I mean, there's no video or pictures. Would Cassie be getting so much sympathy? Cassie's getting sympathy because she's a victim of DV. And just let's not forget what we seen on that tape. I think I cried the first time I seen that.
And for that, she should get sympathy. Nobody should go through that, whether you're a gold digger, greedy person, whatever your motives could have been. Nobody deserved that part of it.
But we can't figure out how to make any of these charges stick. That's what I feel. Here we go. Agnafello. Then you see the Porsche coming up the hill? She says yes. Cudi is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him. Agnafello. Then ? He loses us. We turn away. Then we see the police pass us. There was a car chase now? Why nobody told me about the car chase? I know it's still early in the trial, but I feel they already have one juror for a mistrial. Oh, that's my biggest fear. Or not enough evidence for a RICO. Why didn't nobody mention this car chase to me? Thank you, Joanne. Oh my gosh. No, I'm telling you. I think that would have been really important, Miss Clark, for you to tell us there was a car chase. Yeah, this is crazy. Diddy's life is a living hell. Can you imagine going through all of this? See new evidence. We just not finding this out. There's a car chase. Don't y'all think we should have known this before lunch? No one deserves to be beat and bullied, regardless. They do not.
I agree.
They do not. If you watch The Hotel with all the emotions, you will see that Diddy didn't really hit her.
In the video?
No, they're talking about the original video that we didn't see. We saw an edited version by CNN that was sped up.
He kicked her.
Well, they said that they speeded that up.
Oh, well.
Remember I was explaining that to you? We didn't see the original version.
I get it, but I still can believe with the pictures and stuff. He
look at
somewhere.
I feel like Ricky. A headache. What is going on? Fair is fair. The only evidence they have against him is beating Cassie and being a freak, but he's not on trial for either. Yeah.
Right.
That's what we're trying to figure this out. They should have probably just took the state charges and went with those, because RICO is going to be hard to prove. It just is. There'll be people like Perry questioning the kidnapping. And I just want, it's early on, so,
If we wasn't doing this case and we were just having a just kickback party and we was like, hey, what's up, everybody? You know anybody ever got kidnapped? Hell no. Right? Damn near the whole people would say, hell no. Matter of fact, that should be a question too. Matter of fact, if anybody knows somebody that ever got kidnapped, family, friend, put a 1 in the chat. Just put a 1.
I got an update. Hold on. You should put a poll out. That way we do. Agna Phyllis says, then you see the Porsche coming up the hill. She said, yes. Cudi's in the black Porsche. Oh, I already read that. Oh, here it is. Sorry, you guys. Agna Philo, you go to pick up Cassie and you go where? She says, Cudi's house. That was ADT there. Agna Philo says, then you go to Mr. Combs' house and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. She said, yes. So he's going to say something. Let me be positive for a little bit. Agna, all these are great attorneys. They only can work with what they have. So I'm not downing anybody's lawyering here. I like Maureen Comey's style when she questions. I like Agna Fellow's style when he questions, because he makes you feel relaxed and then he hits you with a whammy. I guarantee this next one's going to be a whammy.
Well, I mean, so far on the poll, I said, have they proved that Diddy did the arson, right? I mean, 64% said no, they haven't proven anything to say Diddy did it. 36 said, yeah, they seen enough. They seen him do it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no damn proof that he did the arson. I get it.
No, let's not go over the arson. Are they charged with arson? Is he
hit Cudi's car? That's like two of the things they need: arson and kidnapping, to get to the RICO thing or whatever.
But we know for a fact Diddy did it. Why are we having such a hard time connecting the dots? Are these hostile witnesses intentionally throwing people off. Why can't we?
You saying that we know he did it?
Who else blew up the car, Perry?
I mean, you can't prove he did it.
Right. That's the problem.
So you don't know. You can have an instinct. You could think. You could imagine. You can want. But let
It's
me
not
get
going
out
to be
that
an easy case. It's not going to be easy. I wish I could show you. I can't put this picture. This picture so graphic of Cassie's head. I can't put it on YouTube. I can't put it on TikTok, IG, because it's that grotesque.
But Sharrell, is anybody even questioning that part of the DV, something that he's not being charged with?
No, but we need to remind ourselves what we're fighting for. We're standing up for Cassie.
Right, and you
because
also
no one
stand
de-
up for
deserves
Cassie
to
and
be
have them file the right charges. But go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know. But this man needs to be put away because, Perry, what if Cassie was your daughter? What if that was your daughter? What if that was like my beautiful, precious granddaughter?
Then he wouldn't have to be in court. If I thought he did it, you'd be over there whooping his ass. Or if you didn't feel like you want to whooping his ass, you would have pressed charges.
Okay, no more talking to Perry. 10 whole minutes. No more talking to Perry. They can't charge him with DD. The statute of limitations is over. This is why they're trying to.
Okay, well, but let me ask you this though. Do you think her family and friends didn't find out about the DV until after statute of limitations was over? Half of her friends said they watched it happen. Nobody did anything.
I can't argue that. I think the mom tried. No mother wants her daughter to be a victim.
And Ashley, when I think her mother got pictures and seen something or whatever of it, statute of limitations was still there. The mama didn't do nothing either.
Harry, I have to. Why are you on? After I have to turn these lights off.
Okay,
because they're hurting my eyes.
I was doing something. I was trying to do the poll, but I'll go back to it.
It's gonna look like I'm sitting in the dark, so I'm just gonna go on Avatar.
Yeah,
because it's really hurting my eyes.
So I'm saying people close to her was aware of Diddy putting hands on her when it was within the statute of limitations.
Yeah,
they did nothing. Zero, zilch. The mama got heist for the $21,000, even though she got it back. Later on, she still go around Diddy. I think they went later after that for Thanksgiving with Diddy. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I guess they was down with it.
Trina says, forget Cassie. What about Kim Porter? Yes. Erica Kennedy, Natalia, I don't know who that is, and the people that passed away in the stampede. Oh my gosh. This man can't get any worse. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, I hate to admit it, but I forgot about the stampede. I forgot. Do you remember? It was a long time ago. It might have been the early 90s. Diddy gave this performance. He overcrowded the place. Something happened. It might have been.
Yeah. I mean,
remember that?
He rented out a basketball gym and it was overpacked and it collapsed. Yeah.
Diddy's gotta go, y'all. Diddy's gotta go. If that was your loved one in that auditorium, I don't know.
Right. But then, it's unfortunate when people lost their lives and stuff. If that was one over, I guess you take legal actions. You know what I mean?
So I seen, I don't know where it is now, but Aphrodite was asking what happened. So it was a lot of people packed in one place, and they either locked the doors or a whole bunch of people tried to get out at one time. But they got stuck. And I will never forget, they showed the image of TV of people being stuck. They were like their eyes were open and they were frozen in place and they were unalived. it was just bad. It was very bad. It was very bad. You vaguely remember? It was bad. I mean, I can't get that image out of my face, out of my head of this one person's face. She was like, it was awful. Diddy's a sick person. His mom and aunt are messy too. Well, the mom is messy. I didn't know he had a messy aunt. Oh my
Did you get
God.
that update 2 minutes ago? Maybe you did.
I started thinking about that auditorium thing again. Got to remember what we're fighting for. Here we go. Agnafilo. You said, I'll start with the 3 minute. You hung up on the fire inspector. She says, I did. Agnafilo, you were on vacation. It was with who? She said, Rihanna. Agnafilo, after you were fired, what job did you get? She says, I was hired by Chris Lighty. Oh gosh, to work for 50 Cent. Agnafilo, here you wrote to Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well, XX. She said, yes. Agnafilo, you wrote on February 28th, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time. LOL. You wrote that? Question mark. Yes, sir. See, they're going to keep showing you being friendly with Diddy, wanting to work with Diddy. Now you expect us to believe you had nothing to do with Kid Cudi's car? It's weird. And shame on the ignorant people who have never heard a human to stand up, who have never been here. You mean those security guards? And nobody stood up. Not one person. They say he had something to do with the LA coroner of Kim Porter's death investigation. He dropped unalive mysteriously. He had everything to do with Ed Winter passing away, if you ask me. So the reason I'm so frustrated all the time too is because Diddy has gotten away with so much stuff that he should be called the Teflon Don. It's unbelievable the things that he has gotten away with. It's just unbelievable. Who in here would call the cops on Gotti or Frank Lucas? Well, I wouldn't call him on Frank or John Gotti. You're right. These people were scared. But I just feel that, I don't know, maybe they're not going to get him. I don't know. They didn't get John Gotti for a long time. You know what they got John Gotti on finally? After he unalived the neighbor that hit little Frankie, after all the stuff John Gotti was doing, they finally got it for tax evasion. Y'all check into Diddy's taxes, because maybe you can get him that way. But right now, he feels like the black Teflon Don. Yeah, they got him on taxes. Can you post the link to Miss G? What do you want me to post the link to? Those big security guards should have stopped Diddy when he was beating on them and those women. They sat back and watched. Like, these are like big Gene Deal kind of guys. Like, Gene Deal lost weight, but he is still big. Still big. Uncle Sam will get you every time. We need to check into his taxes. Why am I sitting here talking like I forgot? Okay, here we go. Refresh.
You on vacation or something? Child, come on in. Want some watermelon?
I guess. Okay, let's start. Clark says, I felt I was the only one gone. She's still there, and things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal. Agnafilo, you thought you could be this protector. She said it was to move the ball towards the goal, to inspire. Okay, let me read the previous thing. Please read this out loud. Capricorn. I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone. I realized, Agnifilo, did you think Cassie wanted you gone? She says, yes. It says, in parentheses, it says crying. Sorry, this is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. And then they said, I felt, this is what Clark says, I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there and things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as a goal. Agnifilo, you thought you could be this protector? Question mark. It was to move the ball towards the goal, to inspire. Girl, stop. She just, I just have a feeling she slept with Diddy and Cassie became your competition. Stop lying. He became you kept flirting with this man every time that you got. He fired you. You kept coming back several times. He's doing e-pills with Puff. She was getting high with him and she wanted to remain professional. I'm sorry, you guys. I am a Cassie
What this
supporter.
girl look like? What this girl look like? This Capricorn girl.
You want me to pull a picture?
Yeah, because I'm talking about her, but shit, I know she a liar. I don't know what she looked like, but it sounded like she was waiting on next. And then maybe that's why she got the brother
check
phone.
the she's cute. You check the screen to make sure I don't miss anything.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. This girl is just not a good witness.
You get an update.
Okay, here we go, you guys. I'm gonna stop really quick. Update, refresh. Here we go. Agnifilo, did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted? Let me read this again. Did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted it? Okay. She said, yes. I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. Judge, how much more, Mr. Agnifilo? Agnifilo says, can I talk to the government? Judge says, yes. Sidebar.
Well,
Wow.
and I ain't know her kid was autistic. I mean, it don't change the fact that she's a liar, but that's sad.
So much was going on in their lives. Like, I wouldn't even want to live like
Around
that.
all that shit, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, like, let's keep it real, because I don't think neither one of them had anything. But when they got with Diddy, they had a lot. So in order to, yeah,
But Perry, did you listen to all the other celebrities she worked for? Why keep coming back to Diddy? This is not a good picture. Let's see if I can find another one. For right now, you guys, this is the only picture I can find. She's cute. Hell, she might even have been Diddy's type. She's not as cute as Cassie, but she's cute. See if you guys can see that. She reminds me of this. There used to be this pretty lady in the 70s. I don't know if she was a model or not. Her name was Jane Kennedy. She looks like, this lady looks like Jane Kennedy and Claudia Jordan, with those very chiseled features. They look like models.
Okay, not bad. That's Capricorn, huh?
Yeah, she's cute. Jane and or Claudia. I think they all look alike. I think Claudia looks like Claudia looks like Jane Kennedy.
You're right. Diddy hit that.
Oh my God. Why did 50 fire her? Capricorn is definitely one of those that was telling 50 a bunch of gossip. Oh my God, I can't add snitch to the list. It's so much going on, you guys. It's so much going on. Sharrell, upward mobility. Now we're going to have symptoms and understanding of Capricorn because her child. I'm just asking.
You got an
Oh,
update too.
okay. I can't believe that the lights hurt my eyes so bad. I'm gonna go get my sunglasses. All righty. One more time, refresh.
So the poll came out. If they didn't have photos of Cassie being beat, would you have sympathy? 63% says yes. 37% says no.
I mean, I would have sympathy, but those photos and that video. Can you read it? It's not coming through for me.
Oh, hold on, let me see. They back. Combs attorney. Just a few more minutes, and we'll get you out today. Capricorn, thanks. Thank you, sir. Combs attorney. You did a lot of great work with Cassie. 2016 and 2017, right? Capricorn, I believe so. Diddy's attorney. Cassie had addiction problems. She says yes. She basically saying, yeah, Cassie was cracked out or something.
Yeah, let me see if I can find those pictures really quick. Can you keep your eye on it?
Yeah, I'm refreshing. And I hope Cassie is off the drugs, though. Shit. Seems bad. Okay.
Do you think?
Link to the picture that you can.
Yeah, I'm looking for that picture right now.
Okay.
I don't know what I did with it, but I'll find it. Hold on. This girl was, I mean, if you see this picture,
This is gonna be the last witness for the day, too.
it's just all so shitty. But tomorrow it can be a better day. You never know in court. And maybe, hopefully, it read better in the room.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Well.
Oh yeah, here.
Go ahead.
Miss D, I'm gonna put these in the link. This is the link to the pictures of Cassie. Please go to the one just above her eyebrow. It was unbearable to look at. Let's see, hold on. Here, you guys. We have to justice for Cassie. Look at those pictures. Look at them. Let me see if I can put them at the top. Look at those pictures, and you tell me that Diddy doesn't deserve to be in jail. And it was split. Just go look at it.
Okay,
Ugh.
we got an update.
Okay.
It says, Comb attorney, you made a short movie with her, Capricorn. It was called Love a Loser. Diddy attorney. You wrote to him asking for forgiveness. Capricorn, I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. You wanted your competency back, my dreams.
God, her life back. Oh, see, she's going back saying what I'm thinking. That they get hooked on this life and they'll never want to go back. They don't want to go back to no hood. They ain't gonna go back
Yeah.
to no broke ninja.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? They just hooked and they'll do whatever to take. If it's to throw that cocktail in that Porsche, you got to do it. To hit these freak offs, you got to do it to stay where you want to go. Sad to say, but it's even sadder when you agree to do it just for the money, the status, the fame. And then
Um,
also, in this case, go ahead.
no. I was just talking to people responding to those pictures. There's only one way she got that way, and that's Diddy. But we got to make sure we can make these dots connect, because if he gets off for one more thing, here we go. Agnafello, when you met with me, you wanted to work for him, right? Question mark. She said, we discussed it. Agnafello, no further. Judge says, Ms. Steiner. Attorney says, how much was Mr. Combs required to pay you? Judge, sidebar.
You know, while they're at this sidebar, I was going to say this too. They got the labor thing in, like forced labor, right? And they want to tie these things. They got the arson, they got the kidnapping, then they got the forced labor.
Mhm.
People will say, yes, that's, all the people that work around and assist, yeah, I work 20-hour days. I go here, I go there, right? To the studio, I go from here to there. When a person's on salary,
Mhm.
you make X amount
Mhm.
of money, just a set amount.
Mhm.
If I ran a company that's on salary and then I got somebody on their own work 3 or 4 hours extra because they want to make their job or they want to impress me, should I be charged with that? Because they basically want to have this forced labor. It'd be forced labor if he made them do it,
Mhm.
like threatening with a weapon or whatnot. They'll say, "Oh well, they knew they'd be fired, so that was a threat or whatnot."
Mhm.
If they would have got fired, then they could have took him to some kind of court. That's just my opinion.
I
But
don't know.
it's almost like they trying to create this thing. A lot of people work extra hours
Mhm.
on their own. Sometimes that's the only way they can keep up to keep their job. Just they run out of time in their 8 hours, and they got to do something at home to live up to the standards or whatnot.
Mhm.
But these people would say this stuff. They can say they work 20-hour days. I'm sure it's times where they get off for a couple days too. I don't know. But forced labor, you got to show me like at GUN point or something.
Well, you
Hours
see how he treated them on Making the Band.
salary employees. Oh,
Look, I want to read this by Sherry. Oh, you took it
okay.
down.
Oh, damn. Do you see it?
No,
Oh, sorry, honey.
that's okay. This is where she says this. All these women are so broken. They get beat down just to return the next day. It's not that much money in the world. Diddy better leave the country because Feds is not going to stop. Now that's true. That's true. But if we can just get them on some, I hope that Rico stands, but we'll see.
Well, I don't see how it's gonna stand. I don't see where they proved it. Like this forced labor. And somebody said for salaries is not a set amount of time, whatever. But I don't know for sure. But it seemed like something you would take up to the labor law, like outside of RICO. Just to me, it just seems like that. But it seemed like they just trying to throw all this stuff at them to find something to stick.
Mo says if the Feds don't get them this time, they're gonna spend. They are not gonna spend any more money trying to go after him again. That's a huge possibility.
Yep.
Someone says, all these women and men that get high with their partners and have toxic relationships where they have DV better, be real careful moving forward. There's a RICO possibility for all now, for all. So it's just, I don't know. The whole thing is weird. And you know, she's trying to act professional, but let's not forget she admitted to getting high with Diddy. Like the lines are blurred. I would never listen, you guys, in a million years. And I'm not saying I'm better than. I just know my personality. Even if
Sure,
it
you
was
got to
offered
update.
to me, well, I don't smoke to begin with. But what sense do it make to smoke with your damn boss? That's why I said she slept with that man. Here we go. Attorney, what happened with the job with Chris Lighty? Question mark. She said he passed away the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. Agnafilo said, I object. The judge said sustain. I'm sure people told you stop going back. Hanging with Diddy, working for Diddy, crushing on Diddy is not good news. Like, you don't want nothing to do with Diddy. Just like Prince said, do not mess with him. I believe that story. If you guys don't know what story I'm talking about, go check under my regular videos what Prince said to Sheila E. about Diddy and what happened the night Cassie and him got into it at Prince's house. Like, oh my gosh. Do you believe the Prince story, Perry?
About what?
The video that I made about him warning people
Oh, yeah, I
about
do. Yeah,
yeah,
just Sheila E. and all them. Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I do.
Think like how long is Prince, the great Prince, have not been with us? It's been a long time. So that happened before his transition. So Diddy's been acting like this for years, getting away with it for years. And the only reason he's getting away with it is because the amount of money he has.
And people allow it to happen. You know, you can work for an asshole, and once you see it, you can stay or you can go. People make the choice to stay. You can meet him as a friend, to date him. Find out his asshole is your choice. You can stay or go. All these kidnappings, like you saying, yeah, you can get in fights, they hold you back and all that stuff. But he's not riding down the street kidnapping people. These people are self-kidnapping. You know.
Right. They were not paid by the hour. I couldn't work with Diddy if it made all the money in the world. A lot of those celebrities are crazy to work for, but Diddy got to be one of the worst.
But I'm gonna say this: so it's crazy. But if they want to just be famous and work for these celebrities, I guess you start this job here so you can get the experience, right? Then move on to other places. They get perks too. They get to fly. They get to travel.
Would you? Okay, look. Do you want to work for Diddy or Lisa Rinna that can't pay you every week?
Shit.
I'm being messy. You know, they say Lisa Rinna is out of money. I said, would you rather work for Diddy or Lisa Rinna? Would you work for Diddy or pick a side or Prince?
Damn, both of them dangerous as hell. I couldn't be the driver. But
Here we
neither
go.
one
We got to update. Capricorn. I was blacklisted. Agnafilo. Objection. Judge. Sustained. Attorney. Why did you return to work for Mr. Combs? She says, so people could see I wasn't disposable. At that level of business, he held all the power. Attorney. Why did you meet them? She says, get my life back. I don't know. The girl's crazy.
Yeah.
We're doing, can't nobody tell me different.
Well,
She was a little too friendly with Diddy.
real. I mean, ain't nothing today moved me to believe anymore that he ain't no closer to being found guilty today than he was Friday.
She says, He's getting away with it because there's no evidence. Yeah.
Right.
Well, y'all, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? It looks like, you know, some people self-deport. Capricorn, she self-kidnapped. Self-kidnapped. I don't know what Perry talking about. The case relies heavily on emotional testimony or circumstantial evidence. His lawyers could argue that the verdict was not supported by sufficient evidence. I know. Let's see. Okay, let's go over. We got the mom's testimony. Well, they're going to talk about that $20,000 as like a ransom.
That she
But
got back. That she got
yeah, she
back.
got that back, so we can't do that. Who else testified really good? I believe that he puts his hands on people. He put his hands on Miss Carrie Morgan. So we got that testimony.
It
And
was
just
good.
how he,
I mean, her testimony was good, but what did it show? Really, just that he was violent. We already seen that. She didn't show anything else, but she showed Cassie was a liar when she said Diddy was upset and she got hit with the wooden hanger, because she wouldn't tell him who she was cheating with. Cassie said that it was about he was upset because he thought they was doing drugs together.
it
No.
was still a good testimony. Did you feel like Carrie Morgan was lying?
Oh yeah, no. I'm saying no. Hers was good, but it didn't. She showed on his character, right? But it didn't
Mhm.
move the needle to him being found guilty to me.
Well, it
It's not a,
showed what
it's
kind
not
of
a DV
person.
case. It's not a DV case.
I just think it was good. I also think you guys put in the chat who you think had the best testimony. Because it has to be Kid Cudi. Who do you think the best testimony was, Perry?
Mm. uh, Shit.
Ooh, listen to this one.
Oh, I
Ooh,
mean, I guess the Punisher. I guess.
listen to listen. Listen to this. Ricky says Carrie didn't want to tell the world she was a junkie.
Damn.
Oh Lord, these people. Oh my gosh. The
I didn't know.
whole Yeah, I ain't know either. I believe it. Cassie was addict. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whew. Let's see. The feds push these people to testify against them. They are rushing it through. I think Kid Cudi had good testimony. It has to be around the best. Let's see what you guys say. Carrie Morgan's the real victim. I mean, yeah, even if she likes, stuff that people say. Cassie's mom and Cudi. But does it make a difference that Cassie mom says that he gave the 20,000 back? It's just the point that you asked them to go take, to give it back.
Right.
Maybe that was the best.
And then even that, I mean, yeah, I guess they were saying that they can't even hold that against him, like as far as one of these cases. But it shows on his character, you know.
We
But
have to
then the
have faith.
mother,
We
the
need to have faith,
mother,
guys.
hmm?
We need to have faith. Sorry, you guys, we got kicked out. Don't move to Vegas.
Yeah, what the hell?
Sorry, you guys, we got kicked
Oh,
out.
sorry, that's me. Shit.
I know. Let me see the updates. No update yet. Let's go to CNN. Let's see what they're talking about. All right, latest update from CNN. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo has finished his cross-examination of Capricorn Clark. The judge has directed U.S. Attorney Mitzi Steiner to begin redirect examination. Can you hear me, Pierre?
Yeah, I can hear you. Uh-huh.
Okay, what was that about?
I have no idea.
Well, today, testimony, let's hope that people believed. Here, we got an update from CNN. Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, testified that when she worked for Cassie Ventura, Combs was required to approve all her looks, each of her songs, and every event she went to. She said Combs would withdraw his support when the couple was fighting. That's a mess. That is a mess.
I couldn't even get my I'm trying to get my updates to pop back up. I don't know, something going on with this internet is bad.
All day.
Every day I'm hustling.
Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah, shit. Is your updates coming up? I guess so.
No.
No?
Yeah, here we go. We got one. Attorney says, in the kidnapping, did Mr. Combs carry a GUN? She said, yes. Judge says, jurors, I know we kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All rise. Oh, damn. Okay. There we go. We've been dismissed for the day. What has this judge got about being on time? If we're going to be in court, let's be in court all day so we can get it over with.
I agree with him. I mean, because what? If he go another hour and a half, we hear another hour and a half of bullshit. We didn't go nowhere today. It just is what it is.
Poll real quick, Perry, on his way out. Who won today? Well, was this a good jury? Not a jury. Was this a good? What was wrong with me? Was this a good person on the stand? Was it good? Was her testimony was what's her name? Clark testimony good? And then I'm waiting for them. Here, I knew it. Here it comes. Hold on. Capricorn is off the witness stand and jury is dismissed for the day. Capricorn, a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs, has finished her testimony and the jury has been dismissed. Let's see if they're fighting anything. That was a terrible, terrible testimony.
Yeah, I mean, hated it. You know, I just don't get it.
Y'all saying no. Some people say yes. Are you taking the poll now?
Yeah, I just threw it up there. Did it move the needle for you? Let me see what people say. 73% says no, it didn't move the needle for them. 26%. Well, maybe it dropped down.
All right, y'all. We will see y'all bright and early tomorrow. Thank you for everybody that came. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. It's a mess.
Yep. Thanks for all the super chats, supporting the channel. Appreciate it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, people, after this.
Bye, guys.
Do you think Perry's right about this shit? Was she even helpful at all? Or are they just throwing everything at Diddy to find something that stick? Okay, but until tomorrow morning, we see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.